Council members, please come to order. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 271st meeting of the Council. I'd like to begin this meeting with a land acknowledgement. We want to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge that the Council regularly meets and its staff office resides in Anchorage on Dena'ina homelands. The Council wants to honor the Dena'ina, the Indigenous people who have stewarded this land across generations and continue to do so. We are glad to be part of this community and to honor the culture, resilience, and tradition of the Dena'ina people. Thank you. So our first two items of business are the oath of office and the election of council officers. So I'd like to ask the NMFS Regional Administrator, John Curlin, to swear in our newly appointed members, John Moeller and Brian Ritchie, and our reappointed member, Ann Vanderhoven. Note that tomorrow we'll be able to swear in our final new appointed member, Jamie Goen. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And yeah, for people who don't follow the nuances of this, there's a requirement of a 45-day lead time after someone is appointed before they can actually be sworn in and serve on the council. And Ms. Goen was appointed 44 days ago, not 45. So that's the reason we'll be swearing her in tomorrow. Anyway, on behalf of Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo, it's my honor to swear in newly appointed and reappointed council members. And I'll invite Mr. Moeller and Mr. Ritchie and Ms. Vanderhoven to stand and repeat after me. I state your name. As a duly appointed member of a regional fishery management council.
As a duly appointed member of the regional.
Established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act.
Established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation Management Act.
Hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resources of the United States of America.
Hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resources of the United States of America.
By carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation.
By carrying out the business of the council, greatest overall benefit of the nation.
I recognize my responsibility to serve as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee.
Recognize my responsibility to serve as a knowledgeable and experienced
of the nation's marine fisheries resources.
Of the nation's marine fisheries resources.
Being careful to balance competing private or regional interests.
being careful to balance competing private or regional interests,
and always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources.
and always aware, protective of public interest in those resources.
I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements
I commit myself to uphold the provisions and requirements
of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and other applicable law,
of the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation
and shall conduct myself at all times
myself at all times
according to the rules of conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce.
by conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce.
This oath is given freely and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
This oath is given freely, without mental reservation.
Congratulations.
Would the new members like to briefly introduce themselves? Mr. Mueller?
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I look forward to working with fellow council members, Madam Chair. And any rate, I just a few words. We get started here. I'm just excited to get going. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ritchie?
Good morning, everyone. This is a pretty great opportunity. I'm honored to be here and be a part of this process. It's something that I really believe in. Yeah, brief introduction, I guess. My name is Brian Ritchie. I was born and raised in Homer, Alaska, and I own fishing vessels there.
Thank you. And we have a couple other new faces at the table. Captain Waters, would you like to introduce yourself?
There it is. Hi, everyone. I'm Captain Ryan Waters. I'm representing Admiral Dean from Coast Guard District 17. Glad to be here. Thanks.
Welcome. And Ms. Klein?
Good morning. My name is Jill Klein. I work at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and in my normal position, I'm the Regional Subsistence Coordinator. I work in supporting our agency's participation in the Federal Subsistence Management Program. I'm also currently acting as our Deputy Assistant Regional Director for our Fisheries and Aquatic Conservation Program. Good morning.
Good morning. And Mr. Boyd?
Good morning. Yeah, I'm Boyd Blahupty. I'm the Regional Director for the Fish and Wildlife Service. The Regional Director's Senior Advisor for Conservation and the Gravel to Gravel Coordinator, and happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Our next item on the agenda is election of officers. So I'll hand over the gavel to Mr. Twight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The chair will now entertain motions for a slate of officers. Ms. Kimball.
Well, I will nominate Angel Drobnica as chair and Bill Dwight as vice chair.
Motion made and seconded. Are there any alternate motions? Any alternate panels? Or any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Witherell?
Thank you. And you can pass the gavel back. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. So our agenda for this meeting is available online on the council's e-agenda site. As always, we intend to go through the agenda in order. However, some items may be taken up earlier or later, depending on where we're at in the schedule. Are there any objections or changes to our agenda? Okay, seeing none, we have an approved agenda. We're now ready to move on to our B reports. We're scheduled to receive 9 agency reports under this section, and a couple are written only. I'll provide an opportunity for council members to ask questions on written B reports if they choose to do so. As a reminder to the public, we will receive all B reports and then take up public testimony. So please sign up on the e-agenda before the end of our B reports. Thank you, and I'll hand it over to Mr. Witherall to give our ED report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some more background on our new council members listed in the Executive Director's Report, including Ms. Jamie Goen as well, who didn't get a chance to introduce herself today, but she will tomorrow. I'm very, very happy to report that we've been successful in recruiting very talented new council staff. So I have 4 new staffers to introduce to you today. Ms. Taylor Holman, and I'm going to ask the staff to just raise their hand or stand up if there she is. Taylor Holman is joining the council staff as a fishery economist. She is working on her master's degree in public policy at the University of Alaska. She has experience working on economic research with the Alaska Department of Revenue and most recently an economist with the McKinley Research Group here in Anchorage. Ms. Anita Kroska, there she is. Joined the council staff in February as a fishery analyst in September. She holds a master's degree in environmental science from Alaska Pacific University. For the past 5 years, Anita's been the project manager, program manager, and research associate at APU's FAST Lab here in Anchorage. Miss Elena Plache, there she is. She joined our council staff as a Sea Grant Fellow, and she'll be serving as a fishery analyst. She has a master's degree in public policy from the University of North Carolina and has experience working with as an analyst for the Alaskan Community Foundation and as a congressional intern. Ms. Danielle Mikuliaf joined the staff as an administrative specialist. She's not here until Monday. She had a pre-planned vacation. She has a bachelor's degree in business administration from Alaska Pacific University, and she's been working at the Alaska Native Health Consortium as a travel coordinator and case manager, and she's a real problem solver. So we look forward to having all 4 of these new staff. Welcome aboard. We did receive 2 nominations to serve on the Gulf of Alaska groundfish plan team from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, Dr. Sophia Wasserman and Dr. Jim Thorson. I've summarized their experience in their resumes. The SSC will be reviewing those qualifications and report back to the council when you receive their report. Yesterday, the legislative committee met at the council offices to draft the terms of reference for the committee and to review several recently introduced bills that could impact the council's ability to achieve its objectives in terms of its operating grant. So the council provided me with some more language to include in factual and technical comments should we get a request from a member of Congress. The Marine Resource Education Program is holding the 3rd workshop in the North Pacific in April, at the end of April, in Kodiak. And that's a 5-day workshop for people to learn about the council process and to how to effectively engage in the process. And I put in some information about the deadline and how to apply, and there's a flyer as well. At the request of Senator Sullivan, the U.S. Government Accountability Office, GAO, is reviewing NOAA's Fishery Disaster Assistance Program and has been here this week. Some of the folks have been here this week to talk to stakeholders about their experiences with the Disaster Assistance Program. And I've included the contact information for the folks, and there's also a flyer. And are there any GAO folks in the room? You could raise your hand, and there you go. And so these 2 folks back there, industry may want to talk with them or council members at a break. So they're very interested in hearing from everyone. Next, the peer review paper that I prepared with Mike Fye, Fish Bycatch in the North Pacific Halibut and Groundfish Fisheries, was recently published in Marine Fisheries View. I've got a link for those people that might want to read it. I have some good news. In September, we finally received our IRA funds based on our grant proposal, and we received $1.5 million to date. and we anticipate additional funding by the end of the year. So great news. Consistent with our policy, I'm reporting that we didn't remove any submitted comments and written comment period that was open for 19 days. I've listed a number of staff and council member activities and upcoming committee and planning meetings to the best of our knowledge at this point. And we do have an executive session planned for Saturday afternoon to discuss administrative matters, and I will be getting you some more information on that later this week by email. And lastly, the last thing I have on my report is to receive an update on killer whale avoidance research. Back in April, you did get a report from the Alaska Seafood Cooperative on the Amendment 80's plans for implementation of modification to flatfish nets to avoid killer whale entanglements. And Ms. Sarah Webster and Mr. John Govan are here to give you an update rather than me to summarize it. So why don't you come right up?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Sarah Webster. I am the Science Projects Director with the Alaska Seafood Cooperative. I'm here with John Govan, who was formerly the Science Projects Director, and he is still working on quite a few projects with us. Thank you for this opportunity to provide this update. I wanted to just start by giving a little bit of a background before we really dive in. So killer whale fishery interactions have occurred in this area for a long time and among a wide range of gear types. However, in recent years, the number of takes in the Amendment 80 sector increased, prompting the cooperative to partner with researchers to understand why these interactions were happening, and recently to focus on developing a gear modification that would protect killer whales from our fishing gear. And as Mr. Witherall mentioned, in April, Mr. Govan presented information to the council on the work that the cooperative is doing with our member companies in this area. And there's been an interest in an update now that the season is wrapping up. So we will be presenting information on the use of the gear modification, the continued research with hydrophones and supplementary data collection around our vessels, and our plans for some additional work on this subject. I want to start by acknowledging the large group of collaborators who have worked on this project and to thank everyone for their extensive support. The work to date has been funded by NOAA's Protected Resources, by the Pollock Conservation Cooperative Research Center, and by the Amendment 80 companies. And the rapid progress that we've been able to make on this work in the last year would not have been possible without the significant time and financial investment from this group of people and funders. I'm going to take just a minute to explain the gear modification that was used in 2024. So in March of 2024, the Alaska Seafood Cooperative and our companies sponsored a trip to Memorial University's flume tank in Newfoundland to evaluate a gear modification concept that was originally designed by one of our captains in 2023 to protect killer whales in the Bering Sea deepwater flatfish fishery. The group of participants that went to the flume tank included Dr. Hannah Myers, who is a killer whale researcher. It included Mr. Paul Peterson, who is a gear designer. Quite a few of our captains that participate in this fishery also attended, along with Mr. Govan and myself and several of the other company representatives. The modification, which we refer to as the fence, blocks the entrance of the net to killer whales while allowing passage of fish into the net. The original gear modification concept was refined at the tank to cover more of the area at the entrance of the net, and it moved the gear modification ahead of the foot rope. The rigging is also designed to avoid snagging the fence if marine debris is encountered. And for 2024, the main body of the fence was constructed of a basalt-infused webbing called Eurostone. And that material has been used in other fisheries with delphinid interactions due to its higher density and eco-reflective properties. The fence also incorporated lead lines that increased the coverage of the upper and lower region of the net entrance during setting and haulback. And for 2024, the Alaska Seafood Cooperative members implemented an internal agreement requiring that all boats participating in the Bering Sea deepwater flatfish fishery use the specific gear modification that was designed at the flume tank. The next two slides highlight how things went this season with the gear modification. So as in previous years, the deepwater flatfish fishery ran from May through September. Effort this year and catch this year was very similar to previous years. So there were no major changes in fishing activity. Vessels generally reported that they had few problems overall with deployment of the fence. The fence typically had good shape and good placement, and this was verified through video and sounding equipment on the boats. None of the fences sustained substantial damage, and the incidences of minor damage to the fence was low. Captains didn't report any substantial damage to the gear modification from derelict pots or from other marine debris that was encountered. Our captains mostly indicated that they did not see any differences in performance among different areas and a wide range of sea conditions where they fish for deepwater flats. And so, for example, there were few reported incidences of fish becoming gilled in the net or in the fence, and there was little indication that the fence shape was affected by things like strong current. So overall, minimal challenges with using the fence. We had one killer whale take in 2024. This was a substantial decrease from last year. After the take, the vessel immediately and voluntarily exited the fishery. The vessel worked with the cooperative to provide an extensive amount of information to help us evaluate what may have happened in an effort to decrease the chances of future killer whale takes. There are numerous gear and other operational factors that differ among boats and among targets and among environmental conditions, and that makes it pretty challenging to narrow down the exact circumstances that may have led to this incident. But based on the information provided from the vessel, we do know that the trawl net design differed substantially from the types of nets that were tested in the tank. And so the rigging had to be adapted to that type of trawl. And as a result, we think that the deployment, shape, or placement of the fence may not have been as intended. We are planning to return to the flume tank in March of 2025 to evaluate how to rig the fence in a wider range of net designs, including the type of net that was used when the take occurred. And we're hoping that this will shed some light on what may have happened and help to prevent future incidents when this type of net is in use. I'm also going to give a brief overview of where we are with some other aspects of the killer whale research. So through our initial protected resources funding and some additional grant money from PCCRC, we were able to deploy sea samplers on 7 trips this summer. And we collected data on more than 250 tows. Several of the vessels were involved in this work, and they were very supportive of adjusting their fishing operations to accommodate this killer whale research. The data collected included acoustic data to understand whale presence and behavior around the nets during different stages of fishing, and included photos to identify and understand the population of whales that are around the boats. It included information on the number and location of whales around the boat and hull level data to improve our understanding of fishing and environmental covariates. Photo and hydrophone data processing will be occurring this fall. And so the preliminary results will hopefully be available in early of 2025. I am going to provide a few observations, though, from our 2024 fieldwork. So there were whales that were present around our boats throughout the year and throughout the range of the fishery. Through photo IDs, we were able to identify several very easy to identify whales that were seen on multiple trips, and they were seen in association with multiple vessels. And some of those whales were also seen in 2023 during Dr. Meyer's fieldwork. You can see an example of one of the very easy to identify males here. So this male has a pinhole marking on his dorsal fin, and so he's quite unique, and he was seen multiple times this year, and he was also seen in 2023. We did have 2 hydrophones on most of the sampled hulls this year, and whales were detected on both the head rope and the cod end hydrophone during all stages of fishing, and we heard both communication and foraging sounds on those hydrophones. Once that's processed, the hydrophone data will help to provide us information on the relative position of the whales around the net. And this will help us to understand whether the whales were susceptible to being caught in the net, and it may shed some more light on the effectiveness of our gear modification. Another aspect of the collaborative research that was completed in 2024 is in regards to the materials that were used in the killer whale fence. So material samples were sent to the National Marine Mammal Foundation for echo-reflectivity testing at the very specific frequencies that are used by killer whales. So many thanks to Jason Mulso with the Navy and the National Marine Mammal Foundation for supporting this work. Interestingly, the polypropylene webbing and the denser Eurostone had very similar echo-reflective properties. And so this is something that will be considered in future iterations of the killer whale fence. Killer whales are able to detect the gear modification even in dark environments, and this is really important because the fisheries with high killer whale activities are often operating in 1,200 to 1,500 feet of water, so there is no natural light. So what's next? With the grant through PCCRC and an additional grant that we just received through the Bycatch Reduction and Engineering Program, and some continued support from the industry, we'll be able to continue with this collaborative research on gear design and killer whale behavior. As mentioned, we are planning to return to the flume tank in 2025. And during that trip, we'll evaluate the killer whale fence design and rigging in a wider range of trawl nets to incorporate some of the less common nets that are used in Amendment 80 fisheries. We're also working with collaborators and industry members to consider adjustments to the current design, and that will include things like reviewing the materials to determine if poly webbing will take the same shape as the Eurostone, and that would allow us to move away from the Eurostone, which is not readily available. We'll also look at additional protections for the nets like escape panels, and these would be in addition to, not in place of the fence. As mentioned, we're beginning to process the extensive data that was collected this season, and we plan to have another field season in 2025 to continue our work on killer whale populations and behaviors around our boats. The upcoming analysis and additional field work will help us to understand where the whales are positioned around the net and whether there's foraging activity that's associated with biological or other environmental covariates. And it will help us to understand the number of animals and groups of animals that are associating in these behaviors. Just briefly, I want to highlight that one of the really big challenges with this type of work is that it's nearly impossible to have a full understanding of the gear performance. So normally in a gear study, we would have some of our boats using the gear modification and some of the vessels not using the gear modification. And we didn't do that because of the seriousness of the consequences here. And so instead, all of the boats were using the gear modification, and that means that we can't compare performance of boats with and without the modification. So it's challenging as well to understand if the big reduction that we saw in takes this year is fully attributable to that gear mod, or whether there were other factors at play, like whales changing their behavior and adapting. We're hopeful that Dr. Meyer's analysis of the hydrophone data will help to provide some insights on the ways that killer whales are interfacing with the gear, though. You can say a few things, yeah.
All right, is it on? Yep. Yeah, good morning. Boy, Sarah covered a lot. I just wanted to give a little color commentary, maybe. She focused on the science and did a great job summarizing where we are and where we're going. I just wanted to kind of run you through what it really took to put this together, the elements of this in a fairly short period of time, given the takes were occurring last spring and summer, and here we are a year and a half, a little bit less than that later. So, you know, we had this unprecedented set of takes and got a promising idea from a trawl captain of gear modification that he actually tried in a smaller scale. We contacted and found a way to put the resources together to get a marine mammal scientist out there to get some hydrophone data that was indicating that these whales are actually feeding in front of our nets, which was something that we never would have expected. So the idea of the gear mod made sense to look at, but we needed to kind of figure out how to get it in the nets. We had help from gear manufacturer who had a lot of experience with deep water flats nets. The scientists we work with made some really important recommendations in the flume tank of moving the gear, the fence forward ahead of the foot rope to give the whales a time to react to it and stay out of the important areas of the front of the net. So after the flume tank, the gear manufacturer produced these fences and the crews on the boats installed them. And at that point, we had a process in place for them to actually take underwater video and send it back to us so we could work with them to confirm that the gear was positioned correctly. That wasn't that easy because with not all standard nets, the rigging on some of the nets was really challenging. And then they took the vessels made room for and took the scientists and slowed down operations to make sure the hydrophones were where they needed to be. I think we made a lot of progress. I'm going to reiterate what Sarah said about not really having a way of knowing that the cause and effect here, but we definitely have some suggestive evidence that the gear mod probably reduced the chances of takes, and we're happy with that, but we're not at the finish line yet. We still have quite a bit to do to really understand the science behind the behavior of the whales in front of our nets and make sure the modification's as good as it can be. Probably there'll be a couple of evolutions of this before we're done, but I think so far it's going well, and we're willing to do what we can to prevent more takes. So I'll keep you posted. Sarah will keep you posted. Thank you.
Thank you for your report and for your responsiveness to this issue. I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I know this is new behavior you're trying to adapt to, and I just wanted to understand better. In previous reports, you talked about, not setting gear if you saw whales in the area. And so I wanted to understand if that's still kind of a rule of the co-op, or if there are just whales everywhere and the gear adaptation or changes is to respond to that.
This seems to stay on. So I guess what I had mentioned in the past, Ms. Kimball, was there were whales around the boats the whole time. What they were working on is changing, like not discarding anything while they were setting or turning the boat and trying to run away from them. Some of the boats are still doing those practices. We really felt uncomfortable making any recommendations given we had not seen any strong evidence that, for instance, setting the net really fast so it doesn't take shape was actually effective, because some of these things counterintuitively actually didn't seem to produce the catch prevention. So I think captains have some theories on that, but the way I understand it, and Sarah was out on the boat, so she can say more, they're around the nets, and there's probably things that you would be counterintuitive in terms of changing that might make it more dangerous. So do you want to add to that? It's just, there's no formula we know that's going to prevent that. That's why we went to a gear mod, to try to make them very aware of the front of the net if they come near it.
My second question was just about, you said you can't really have a cause and effect on the gear, and I understand that concept, and you're still testing additional modifications, but did you get from your captains that you saw more whales than last year? Was there any kind of notable change in abundance, fewer whales, or was that not part of your questioning of captains?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Ms. Kimball. From what I have heard from the captains, this year was very similar to recent years. We should have some more information on that from data that all of the boats are collecting when they're fishing in this fishery. They do keep track of the number of whales that they're seeing around their boats. That's not something that we've looked into yet. But anecdotally, this year was very similar to recent years.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting. Two questions, if I might. One, since I'm not familiar with the use of this gear, how fast are we pulling this net? What's the speed at which these boats are pulling that net forward? Make sense?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Williams, they're typically moving around 2.5 or 3 knots. Depends a little bit on the sea conditions, but usually 2.5 to 3 knots.
I might just follow up. Thank you. You mentioned the eco-reflective nature of some of the materials in the net. Is there a way to see or know whether there was a reaction to the use of those new materials? Is there some way to measure whether that made a difference to the whales or not? I can imagine it's very difficult.
Through the chair, yeah, thank you, Mr. Williams. Right now, I don't think that there's a good way to measure that. We do know that these materials are eco-reflective at killer whale frequencies, and we know that the killer whales were foraging around the net. With Dr. Myers' analysis, we should have some additional information on the position of the whales. So we were using 2 hydrophones this year, largely so that we can triangulate where the whales are. And so I think we'll have some indications after that of whether the whales were reacting to the materials, but we really aren't going to be able to know for sure, especially because we don't have a baseline from prior to using this.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Similar to Mr. Williams' question, this question might be for Mr. Govan. So it sounds to me like you have indicators, or you have sensors in the fence, if you will, and have it apparently sends a signal back to the wheelhouse if you've got a whale in the fence. Did I understand that correctly?
Through the chair, Mr. Mueller, we do not have real-time data on whether or not there is a whale on the fence. We have hydrophone data that we can listen to afterwards. It's not coming back to the wheelhouse though. And so no, we right now don't have any way to know for sure whether or not there is a whale in the net at any given time.
And through the chair, I'd like to add, Mr. Moeller, the purpose of the fence isn't, I know the term fence sounds like it's a physical barrier. It's really not a physical barrier. These things are rigged in such a way that if you catch a crab pot, it will part the fence. The fence creates a presence so that through echo reflection or visual at the surface, the killer whale doesn't see an open area to go into. So it's more of a deterrent to create some sort of indication that through sound that I shouldn't go there because there's something there, because we're fishing in it where there's no natural light. And one of the theories we have is that they just don't know that they can't go in there because it's an open area. Even it would be confining as soon as they entered, but that might not be apparent until it's too late. So this is out ahead of the foot rope, trying to create that presence.
To the chair, thank you for that clarification.
Yes, Mr. Toit.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's a really heartening presentation. And I think I also just want to express my appreciation, at least for your decision to not try to set up a standard experiment with a control and a treatment. I think that you explained why, and I think that's the right reason. The consequences are indeed very large. I'm assuming that as you look well down the road past 2025, I'm assuming that you're thinking of this as still probably an issue that will be around for quite a while, as the existing techniques continue to be sort of tested and refined, but also as new ideas come up to be tested. And I'm just wondering what the fleet is sort of thinking about, or what the co-op is thinking about relative to how to ensure some long-term continuity in a program to continue to minimize interactions that are potentially either fatalities or injurious or at least problematic.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think all of the companies that are involved in these fisheries are very sensitive to the fact that this is an issue and it could very well continue to be an issue, and that whales they're smart and they can adapt and they can change behaviors. It certainly is something that I think everybody is anticipating we will continue to be working on, and we'll continue to be making the necessary modifications as we see changes in the behaviors of whales in this fishery and potentially in other fisheries as well. So certainly something that we're not anticipating that this is going to be a one and done, and that this will be an iterative process that needs to continue to be refined and evaluated on a regular basis. You have anything to add?
Thanks. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the update. I really appreciate it. And like others have said, I think we all really appreciate how the fleet has jumped right on this problem and tried to find ways to mitigate the circumstances. And I guess I just also want to express appreciation for all of those who've helped provide resources to help the work happen. Since you have plans for 2025, I'm guessing that you probably have funding lined up for 2025. Can you tell us what the status is on future funding for this kind of work? I know you've gotten some funds from the agency. What's the status of future funding?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. Yes, for 2025, we have a grant that will be continuing through PCCRC, through the Pollock Conservation Cooperative Research Center. We just received word that we have a grant that will be coming in through the bycatch reduction and engineering program as well. The companies are still committed as well to providing resources to continue with this work. And then I think once those grants are complete, we'll see whether or not we need to continue to apply for additional grants and do that as needed. And again, certainly the companies will continue to support this work going forward.
Any further questions? Thank you again for the report.
Thank you.
So before we move on, I'll see if there are any questions on the ED report. Mr. Witherall, I'd like to just, before we move on, congratulate you and Mr. Five for the publication of your paper on bycatch management in the halibut and groundfish fisheries. This is obviously a topic that's of great interest in our region, and I think you did a great job of breaking down a really complex management system in an accessible way, and I think it's a really valuable resource for the North Pacific and other regions. So I'd encourage anyone interested in reviewing that paper. Thank you. Okay. There's nothing else. I think we're ready to move on to the NMFS report.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. I am Gretchen Harrington, the Assistant Regional Administrator for Sustainable Fisheries, the NMFS Alaska region. And I will be presenting the NMFS B2 report, part of it. I'm also joined by Dr. Ike, and she will introduce herself when she presents the protected species portion of the NMFS B2 report.
Thank you. Ms. Harrington, before you
sorry.
begin, this is a rather detailed report, so maybe if we pause after each section and I'll see if there are questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, a lot's happened since our last B2 report. So starting off, we've made a lot of progress on rulemaking. We published the final rule for trawl EM, and that was very exciting. And that will, the final rule became effective August 28th, which allows participants to plan to gear up to use trawl EM for the fishery beginning in January 2025. We also published a notice of decision announcing approval of the EFH amendments. So this will allow the new EFH maps that the council reviewed to be used for EFH consultations and for planning and to make that science available to folks. We also approved and implemented the rockfish program adjustments. We made 2 corrections and published cost recovery fee notices for the crab rationalization program and the Pacific Cod Trawl Cooperative Program. And as I'll talk about a little bit more, we also published a notice of receipt of application for an exempted fishing permit. And the public comment period for that ends October 14th. And I'll talk about that a little bit more. So maybe I'll pause here and see if there are any questions on our status of actions.
I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Okay. And I also want to highlight, we have additional documents posted under our B2 report. We have the EFP application and also a link to the notice of receipt of the application. That's the FR notice that provides instructions for submitting comments. We have a critical habitat and North Pacific right whales, the facts flyer. We have our tribal engagement report. We also have our in-season management report update. You'll receive the full presentation of the in-season management report in December, but we've provided that update as a written report under B2, and then also the approval letters for the FMP amendments that I discussed above. So just pointing out those additional resources. Moving on, we have updates. So we had the first Cook Inlet salmon fishery in federal waters this past summer. Here's some statistics and a little bit of information. We'll provide more information in the in-season management report in December, and then also analyzing the fishery in the SAFE report that you will hear in February. Just as a high-level overview, we estimate that the Cook Inlet EEZ fishery contributed approximately 20% of the total sockeye harvest in the Central Cook Inlet drift gillnet fishery. A total of 244 people applied for EFPs, and participation ranged from 2 to 185 vessels actively fishing in individual openers. So the fishery, as you know, was opened on specific days. We did close the fishery by regulation, and yeah, and there's more information on our website on that.
And Mr. Toit.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Harrington. 2 questions. One was just predicated on my understanding that the management of the sockeye fishery was based entirely on the preseason forecast. And I was just wondering if you've received any information from ADF&G about how close the preseason forecast was to either the updated run size or if they have a final run size estimate at this point. In other words, for at least this year, was the preseason forecast a good number from a conservation perspective for managing the fishery?
Mr. Twite, through the chair, that's a really good question, and I would like to defer to when we present that information to the council with the SAFE report. So we're still gathering information, working with ADF&G to have, so we understand what because we don't collect return information, right? We collect information on the fishery in the EEZ, and so, and this is our first year, so we're still working through the process of how we gather and present the information to the council. So I don't have that available right now, but I think that's a very good question. I think one of the things, we learned, and, the council considered this moving forward with the Cook Inlet fishery is it's not just sockeye, right? It's a mixed stock fishery. There were concerns with coho returns, Chinook returns, accurate reporting of Chinook. So when we think about this, we have to look at it for all the species and how the fishery impacts all of the stocks.
Thanks. I think that will be really helpful having that addressed. And as you note correctly, it really needs to be addressed for all species in the SAFE report. So I appreciate that. You briefly alluded to the subject of my second question, which was the ability to accurately estimate the impacts on Chinook mortalities. And your report refers to you were able to detect non-reporting of Chinook. I'm wondering, without observers on board, how was that detected, and were you able to take any corrective actions?
Again, Mr. Twite, through the chair. So we've been working with the NOAA Office of Law Enforcement, and they will be presenting a complete report in December on the enforcement in the Cook Inlet fishery. So again, this was just kind of highlighting the wrap up of the fishery because it's fresh in everyone's minds. But we can speak more to the enforcement issues. I think there was a lot of enforcement presence, both in vessels and in processing plants. And so, so I think that's information that we will provide to the council in December.
Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Harrington. You mentioned that 20% of the removals, I suppose, were taken in the EEZ and the rest were taken in state waters. Anecdotally, I've heard that it was a very good season. It was good fishing. I'm just wondering if you have any information, or you could provide us any information now about did they harvest all of the TAC in the EEZ? Was there foregone harvest, or is that something that we'll receive in December?
Mr. Ritchie, through the chair. So we do have the preliminary information in the B report. So for sockeye, approximately 66% of the TAC was harvested. And we will have very nice graphs to explain these things in December and in the SAFE report. Approximately 29% of the chum TAC was harvested, approximately 18% of the coho, 13% of the Chinook salmon TAC. And the Chinook salmon TAC was 240 fish, so that's a very low TAC amount. And then 5% of the pink salmon. And we learned a lot this season about the decisions that fishermen will make, whether they had to make a decision whether to fish in federal waters or in state waters on any given opening. And so how they made those decisions of where to fish and things like that, we don't know, but it was interesting to see, when they made those decisions and how they chose to fish either in state waters or federal waters throughout the season. And it did change throughout the season.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Mueller?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Since we're operating under a new regime here relative to Cook Inlet salmon, are we going to see at some point in time a side-by-side relative to what the fishery was under 100% state management versus the new regime? Will that be in December or sometime later down the road?
Mr. Mueller, through the chair, yes, that will be in the SAFE report. So the SAFE report will be added on to the SAFE report that the council received last February, and it'll provide information on historic harvests and prosecution. One of the things that we estimated before, and now we have actual numbers, is the amount of harvest in the EEZ waters, and so we're we're only able to estimate the amount of harvest in EEZ waters prior to last year's fishery. But yes, all that information is going to be in the SAFE report.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions.
Okay, thank you. So we did, as the council members, I'm sure are aware, we did have a Chinook salmon bycatch events in the pollock fishery in the Gulf of Alaska. We're actively evaluating the large prohibited species catch of Chinook salmon that occurred on several trips in the central Goa pollock fishery from September 21st, 22nd. Both these boats were monitored with observers or an electronic monitoring system. With the EM vessels, so the salmon is delivered to the plant and all the salmon are counted, and that's then an actual estimate of an actual amount of salmon caught. For the observed vessel, then that estimate from the observer then is applied to the other unobserved vessels. And there's a PSC limit for the Chinook in this fishery of 18,316 Chinook salmon. NMFS in-season managers receive the reports of the high bycatch events, and the fleet voluntarily stopped fishing so that there wouldn't be additional PSC that allowed us to analyze the data, and then we closed the fishery. So, and we will continue to evaluate the data as it becomes final. And so we estimate as of September 27th that 19,665 fish were caught in this fishery. And as I explained, the total PSC is an estimate based on calculated using verified information collected by observers and applied to the unobserved vessels. With the implementation of electronic monitoring for the next fishing year, we'll have more exact counts of the Chinook salmon caught and resulting in a more precise PSC estimation of salmon in this fishery. So if there are questions, I also have online Josh Keaton and other NMFS in-season managers. So if there are questions, I might defer to them as well.
Thank you. Looks like Mr. Sakata and then Ms. Kimball.
Yes, thank you for your presentation so far. I guess my understanding that these kings, the average size, I've heard anything from 2 to 4 pounds, that there were younger fish. Is there any kind of AEQ adult equivalency study in the Gulf or something that could serve as a proxy that could give us a better determination once the genetics are done on impacts to spawning rates, for example?
Mr. Sakata, through the chair, we don't have that yet. So we did collect genetic samples from all of these fish. And so we're in the process of analyzing that. And I think that information, I think it'll be very interesting to see, where these salmon, the origins of the salmon caught. But we do not have an AEQ or similar type model for Gulf of Alaska salmon.
And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And my question was on the genetics as well. Were genetic samples collected just on those high bycatch events, or did we get additional samples throughout the beginning of the fishery? And then would those come back to us in April when we would see all of the genetic reports, or are those on a different timeline? We have a pretty consistent year after year genetic reports from the Gulf that show 75% are coming from BC or coming from Pacific Northwest. So I'm just wondering when we might see those.
Ms. Kimball, through the chair. So yes, we've been collecting genetic samples on salmon all along, in addition to these high bycatch events. My understanding, and I hope someone corrects me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that we'll process what we can and provide that information, but we might not be able to process all of the samples for the April genetics report, just because of the large number of samples. But I would imagine, my understanding is in the beginning, we'll do like a random sample of the samples, and then to be able to go back and and test all of the genetic samples, but I'm going to turn around and see if there's somebody that could correct me if I missed that.
Hello, Chair. This is Josh Keaton with NOAA Fisheries. Gretchen has it entirely right that every king salmon that was sampled by an observer got a genetic sample, and that's a lot of samples given in a year. And so sometimes they post-select, randomly select, but I imagine these unique events may result in additional review of that data, but that's a question for the Science Center.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Do you like how I put a few questions in my first question? This question is on the note in the report about noting that the bycatch numbers could change as additional data become available. And that's not because are you able to use fish ticket information that would verify each individual salmon so you'd have an actual count? Or is that just because as you get additional observer information, that number could go up and down as it applies to the unsampled fleet? I just want to understand, that number could go up or down, I guess is my question. And we're not using fish ticket data, we're still using observer data only.
Ms. Kimball, through the chair, I will start this and then I hope Josh can, Mr. Keaton can jump in. So yes, the number can go up and down because it is a rate, and but where we are in the process, I think Josh has a better handle on where we are for these specific data. Josh?
Sure. Again, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, these data, when they first came in, got an extra set of eyes by everybody in season. So we verified these data as much as possible to try to prevent that future recalculation. Obviously, we still have the observer debriefing process and everything that may, change some of these data. But at this point in time, these data are about as good as we're going to get it. And I do not see large changes unless there was something found during debriefing.
Thank you, Mr. Tway, and then Ms. Baker.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Kimball's array of first questions asked my question and Ms. Harrington answered.
Thank you, and Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Harrington, for your report. And I just wondered if you could maybe remind the council and the public your very last point in this topic, in this section, that implementation of electronic monitoring on pollock trawl vessels in 2025 will result in a greater proportion of trips and salmon incidental catch amounts to be verified. Can you just walk us through how the EM program, the regulated EM program, why you anticipate improved or greater proportion of trips and salmon incidental catch amounts to be verified compared to what was available when this situation happened this year?
Ms. Baker, through the chair. So yes, under trawl EM, vessels that have trawl EM, they're going to keep all of their salmon and they will be offloaded at the processor, and then the salmon will be counted by the observer and the genetic samples will be taken by the observer at the plant. So we will have an actual amount of salmon caught by that vessel in that trip, and that will eliminate the need for estimating or applying a bycatch rate to unobserved trips. So we anticipate we'll have fewer unobserved trips, and so we will decrease the need for extrapolating under our current process with the ability to use trawl EM.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, one big change, and you will hear about this later on in this meeting, is under the annual deployment plan, they are changing the sampling protocols at the processing plants for EM deliveries to enumerate every haul. Currently under the EFP, they're only observers are only counting the salmon on 1/3 of the deliveries coming in. That is the verified numbers that we're using to extrapolate from. But coming in 2025 with the implementation of trawl EM, every delivery will of EM will get an enumeration of salmon, and there will be no more extrapolation.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your information. You mentioned the genetic sampling and the extensive work that's going to be done there, and I agree with you. That will be interesting information. In terms of looking at these individual fish, were they examined for external fin marks at all, or adipose fin clips or anything like that? Obviously, the genetic information will give us far finer detail, but I'm just curious if there was any observation with regard to external fin marks on these fish that were caught.
Mr. Williams, through the chair, yes, but I'm not sure. I will also defer to Josh of exactly how that data is collected, but we do look at that as well.
Through the chair, I'm going to just basically say the same thing Gretchen said, which is, yes, I believe they look for those things. I do not have those data available to me at this point in time, so I can't give you an answer what the proportion is, but that is something we can get back to you later on in this meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, thank you. The next agenda item is we have released the final environmental impact statement for the issuance of an incidental take statement under the Endangered Species Act for the salmon fisheries in Southeast Alaska, subject to the Pacific Salmon Treaty and funding to the state of Alaska to implement the Pacific Salmon Treaty. That's quite a mouthful for a title, but it's very accurate. The notice of availability will be published on this Friday. But the EIS and the accompanying biological opinion and incidental take statement are posted on our website, and there's a link here. Under NEPA, there's a 30-day review period where the public can provide comments prior to releasing the record of decision, and we aim to produce the record of decision in November for this EIS. And we encourage anyone interested to look at that. That's been a large project, working very closely with the West Coast region, a lot of information provided by Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and working with the Central Tribe of Tlingit and Haida on impacts to Alaska Native participants in the salmon fisheries. So it's a very interesting document, I think, and provides a good overview of salmon fishing in Southeast Alaska under the Pacific Salmon Treaty. And yeah, with that, we have a couple other things. We just announced at the Secretary of, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't pause after that one.
I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you.
All right. We just announced that the Secretary of Commerce allocated $39.5 million dollars to support fisheries, industries, subsistence users, and fishing communities affected by the fishery disaster that occurred in the 2023-2024 Bering Sea snow crab fishery. This is the remaining congressionally appropriated funding from FY22 and 23. If Congress appropriates additional funds for this fishery disaster relief, the Secretary will review the appropriation to determine whether additional funds will be allocated to this particular fishery resource disaster. The next step is the development of a spend plan, and we are working with the state of Alaska and Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission on that piece. So stay tuned for more information on that.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so just because I can't recall this specific type of announcement for funding for a fishery disaster, it sounds like there is potential that if Congress appropriates additional funds for fishery disaster relief, that this specific disaster could receive additional funds. However, under the current legislation and fishery disaster program we're operating under, we all have to get started on a spend plan for this allocation of $39.5 million because we have deadlines now. Am I understanding that correctly? And so if there's additional allocations, there would be a potentially second spend plan for this disaster?
Ms. Baker, through the chair, that's my understanding as well. Yeah, you're right that this is a unique way of doing this, but we've changed how, so previously, each disaster had an appropriation from Congress, and that process, as you know, has changed. And so I think that's why we're in this situation where there's a potential for an additional congressional appropriation. But that, yes, the work to do a spend plan for the 39.5 million has its deadlines, and that's now started.
Thank you.
And we also include a link to a website with more information on this release. Moving on, this is a heads up that we have the National Seafood Strategy, and part of that is to develop an implementation plan. And we plan to release an implementation plan for the National Seafood Strategy with specific actions, timelines, partnerships, and milestones in early October. And that will be available. And there's a link here to the website for that. Okay.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Harrington, you referred to a whole of government approach to implementation, and that can mean a fair number of things. But I mean, I'm sure it's positive. My question is, does it reach as far as some of the other large agencies like either agriculture or trade to have, say, a uniform approach across the administration to issues like tariffs, or to ensuring that domestic seafood will get a prominent role in school lunch programs that are administered by agriculture? How broad is the whole of government approach?
Mr. Twite, through the chair, I am not sure because I have not seen the implementation plan. I had originally flagged this because it had been, my understanding is it was supposed to be released in September, so this was going to announce it's available. And we had a little last minute editing that it's going to be released in October. So I think we need to just wait until it's released and see what's in it. Oh, Mr. Curlin.
Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My understanding is that the implementation plan will include the types of things that Mr. Twite is talking about. There have been a lot of discussions about this with the Department of Agriculture, with U.S. Trade Representative, et cetera, to try to have, as Ms. Harrington indicated, more of a whole of government approach. So I think you will see that reflected in the implementation plan.
Yes, and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. My understanding is the implementation plan has been released. I'm looking at it on the NOAA Fisheries website. And so my question was really just in the last day or so, if it's appropriate to get a future presentation on the implementation plan, especially around the ongoing and aspirational aspects. And maybe I was looking to Mr. Curlin, but maybe through Mr. Witherell as well. That might
Madam
be a
Chair,
good
we could certainly do that.
future. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any further questions.
All right, so the next item is just informational. The Government Accountability Office released a report on federal fishery management efforts to reduce and monitor unintentional catch and harm. Sorry, I misread the title, but you couldn't see that. In June 2024, the GAO released this report, and I'm highlighting it here because one of the example fisheries that they highlighted was the Bering Sea pollock fishery. There's an Appendix 2, which provides a detailed overview of how NMFS and the council manage the Bering Sea pollock fishery, and it compares it to other fisheries with bycatch concerns nationwide. I highly recommend folks reading the full report for an understanding. And then this also, I'm providing information that we have on our website that further provides information on salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery, including our infographic on fully counted, how salmon bycatch is monitored in the Bering Sea pollock fishery, and then the fact that we as is highlighted in the report, this is a unique feature that we provide this information in our weekly updates on the website. So, and I'm just providing this here for information. Right, moving on. We received an exempted fishing permit application for the pelagic trawl gear footrope modification from Dr. Noelle Yoakum and Shannon Carroll from Trident Seafoods on September 3rd. This EFP would exempt participants from the regulatory gear definition for pelagic trawl gear that states the specific number of allowable fishing lines, footrope, and weighted lines to allow for testing of gear that aims to minimize seafloor contact when targeting pollock that are on or near the seafloor. Dr. Yoakum and Mr. Carroll will present this EFP after the B2 report. When we did publish in the Federal Register a notice of receipt of the application with a comment period that ends on October 14th, and information on how to comment is in the Federal Register notice. And as I said, that is linked on the council's agenda. We have a couple of updates.
Excuse me, Ms. Harrington, I think we might have a question. Or Ms. Baker.
Sorry, to interrupt this. Can I go back to the GAO report? I'm just a little slow. Thank you, Ms. Harrington, and I'll full disclosure, I haven't had a chance to take a complete look at that GAO report, but those reports, as I recall, include recommendations for typically the management agency in this case. Were there, that you recall, any specific recommendations related to our specific management of the pollock fishery? Understanding that this was a national look at bycatch and monitoring, and as the chair mentioned earlier, this is obviously a topic of focus in the North Pacific, and so I'm just really wondering if there were specific recommendations for the pollock fishery.
Ms. Baker, through the chair. So the report made a number of recommendations to improve the national bycatch strategy that NMFS is considering, and this is overall at the national level. There were no specific recommendations for the Bering Sea pollock fishery, and honestly, you know, in comparing the Bering Sea pollock fishery with the other fisheries, I mean, we do a lot of unique things for the Bering Sea pollock fishery, such as the full observer coverage, posting the data online, the bycatch data online, and a number of things that I think set the standard for understanding bycatch in a fishery. And I think that that's highlighted in the report.
Thank you. Sorry for the late question and to interrupt Ms. Harrington.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And Ms. Kimball.
Just to follow up, I'm glad Ms. Baker brought up that question, because the GAO report really used our fisheries as more of a standard to try to reach. But I just wanted to note that the PCFMAC, the Partial Coverage Fishery Monitoring Committee of the Council, did receive an update from Ms. Jennifer Ferdinand on this, and it's part of our report to be a little more specific on kind of how our region will help the national region follow through on some of those greater recommendations. So I hope people can listen in for that part of the observer reports later on our agenda.
Thank you for that, Ms. Kimball. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Harrington.
Okay, moving on, we have a couple of updates. So in our April B2 report, we explained the IFQ beneficiary issue under halibut sablefish IFQ program, and we are moving forward with letting folks know that we will no longer issue IFQ to beneficiaries that have exceeded the 3-year beneficiary window outlined in regulations. And as a result of not issuing this, IFQ to beneficiaries that have held quota share for more than 3 years, those quota share units will not be included in the pool for issuance of IFQ in 2025 and beyond, allowing those IFQ pounds to be distributed among other qualified quota share holders. This implements regulations and provides the 3-year window that provides the ability to either become a fisherman or sell those quota share units when there's if someone becomes a beneficiary of quota share. And if there's any questions on this, I think Brian Brown, head of our Restricted Access Management Division, is also online.
Not seeing any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Also for the crab rationalization program, as you know, we've implemented Amendment 54 to the crab FMP, which provides modifications to the cruise share provisions. And so RAM has performed outreach to all crab cruise share permit holders to remind them of the annual IFQ application date, and informed cruise shareholders requesting reinstatement of revoked catcher vessel cruise shares or catcher processor cruise shares under the amendment. So individuals, so we've been working with everybody to implement this provision, and I think it's been successful. Any questions? All right. Moving on to Amendment 80 vessel replacement and sideboard issues. So the NMFS has received a number of requests, and this is a very complicated issue. When the council created the Amendment 80 program, it applied sideboards to both vessels and LLPs. And the Rockfish program also provides sideboards to vessels and LLPs. And that the vessel, and there was no mechanism in either program to remove the vessel level sideboards from the vessels. This gets complicated because with Amendment 97, there was a provisions to replace Amendment 80 vessels. And so there's a couple of issues with how the replacing an Amendment 80 vessel impacts the sideboards of specific vessels. In most cases, it's not an issue. The sideboards are the same, but if there's a few instances where the sideboards of the vessel to be replaced are significantly different. And so we've looked through the regulations, the original programs, and Amendment 97, and it's our conclusion that there's not a mechanism to remove sideboards from the vessel level sideboards from a vessel under either program. This gets complicated with vessel replacements, and we are providing more information on this issue. We'll provide more information on this issue in the Amendment 80 program review, but we wanted to highlight it to the council, the fact that we're looking at this and our current understanding. And this, yeah, like I said, this is an issue for vessels with an exemption to the halibut PSC limit sideboard in the Gulf, and then also for vessels sideboarded under the Rockfish program. So, and the Amendment 80 vessel replacement is under the Amendment 80 program. So our understanding is that there's not a mechanism to remove rockfish sideboards under the Amendment 80 program, right? They're under the rockfish program and they stay with the vessel. So I think with that, I will ask if there's any questions on this.
Mr. Curlin, then Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I might just, not a question, but just to sort of highlight the significance of what Ms. Harrington is mentioning here. What we're seeing is some creativity in looking at the regulations to try to not be constrained by sideboards that are attached to vessels. And so this may be something that the council wants to look at and determine whether any additional clarification is needed. But as Ms. Harrington indicated, we've looked at it and it seems pretty clear that the sideboards stick with the vessel, even in the case of replacements. And so that's the way we've been interpreting it.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin and Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate the presentation here because I'll admit, reading through it a couple times, I wasn't sure I was fully tracking sideboard. I tend to be relatively dense about sideboards, maybe the best way to put it. But I just want to ask if I'm interpreting this correctly, that the agency is continuing to want to make sure that the ongoing utility of sideboards is viewed from the perspective of the participants in the fishery who the sideboards were meant to protect, as much or more than the participants in the fishery who the sideboard actually directly impacts in a regulatory sense. Is that a correct way of looking at it?
Mr. Twite, through the chair, yes. Yes, I think that's correct. And, if the council had intended when creating the sideboards for the sideboards to be able to, move from vessel to vessel, there would have been a mechanism to do that. And the fact that the sideboards also apply to licenses and licenses can be transferred, the sideboards then stay with those licenses as they get transferred, but the council explicitly also made vessel level sideboards that apply to the vessel. And again, without a mechanism to remove those sideboards or have them be able to hop from vessel to vessel, or to, we kind of colloquially say like to wash the sideboards off a vessel. There's not that ability. And I think that is in reading through the history of this, the intent of the council in creating these vessel sideboards.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I've been trying to follow along, Ms. Harrington, but are you looking for the council to agree or disagree with your interpretation? Or are you just notifying the council of your interpretation?
At this, Ms. Kimball, through the chair, at this stage, we're notifying the council. We are putting together the information for the program review. And I think at that stage, if the council would like to do something different, or, that's the stage where the council will look at changes, and the council can let us know at that time. But at this stage, it's just informing the council.
Thank you. And I wasn't trying to infer there would be a different interpretation. I think this interpretation is correct. If you're sideboarded, you're sideboarded. But thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington.
All right. So we have a December, this is letting folks know that we're in the process of planning a December recreational fisheries roundtable. So NMFS and council staff are organizing this roundtable for December 2nd in conjunction with the December council meeting. Charter operators, anglers, support businesses, and any other interested parties are invited to attend. NMFS headquarters staff plan to attend, And the discussion will center on refreshing our understanding of key areas of interest, priorities, and concerns. And it will also help to inform the agenda of the National Saltwater Recreational Fisheries Summit, which is currently scheduled for 2026. And we will release details on the schedule for the roundtable later this month. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Ike.
Excuse me, it looks like we have a question. Ms. Baker? Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry, I should maybe ask you this on the side, but I'll ask it now. Do you have any information on the anticipated timeline for publication of the final rule for data confidentiality?
Ms. Baker, Ms. Drobnica, through the chair, I do not have an update on when we expect to see the data confidentiality final rule or rulemaking. I'm not sure if Mr. Curlin does.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Anne Marie Ike with the Protected Resources Division. I'll be moving through the protected resources items of the B report. So the first thing before I get into the material written is just want to point your attention to a flyer that was added regarding North Pacific right whale critical habitat. We've been getting a lot of inquiries from our co-management partners regarding what critical habitat for North Pacific right whale, what the modifications to that might entail and what it might imply and mean for them. And so we've created this flyer to distribute. And so wanted to make sure that we had shared a copy with you as well. So that's where that's coming from.
Mr. Sakata?
Yep, thank you. Could you just remind us who the co-management partners are in this particular issue?
Through the chair, Mr. Sakata. So we've been getting requests from the Aleut Marine Mammal Commission for more information. And then we also have the Alaska Eskimo Whaling Commission. And I believe those are the most relevant co-management partners that have been asking questions regarding this issue.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next thing, which is in the written report, is the 2025 proposed list of fisheries. So this is the annual process that we move through for the Marine Mammal Protection Act list of fisheries to be published. The 2025 proposed list of fisheries was published on September 24th. And so the relevant to Alaska changes that are proposed are to propose Alaska invertebrate aquaculture as Category 3 and Alaska macroalgae aquaculture as Category 3 as well. And both of these practices, aquaculture practices, have been in place in Alaska, but this is just bringing the list of bringing them into the list of fisheries and for categorization. The comment period of this proposed rule is ending on October 24th. Moving on to the Gulf of Alaska Fishery Management Plan Endangered Species Act Section 7 consultation. So you've been hearing updates on the progress of this reinitiation of consultation for a while now, and we're pleased to say that, you know, the Sustainable Fisheries Division has provided their biological assessment to the Protected Resources Division, and we're working towards the biological opinion that is on track to be completed by the end of the 135-day period, which is at the end of November of this year. So you should hear conclusions at the December council meeting. Okay. The next is Marine Fisheries Advisory Committee survey that has been released, and they're looking for information from commercial, recreational, tribal fishermen, aquaculture farmers, marina and coastal property owners and managers. And they're looking to collect data to be used to create an index to identify the relative effectiveness of different allowable deterrents to be used by various user groups in order to reduce the risk of losses from damage by marine mammals. And I'll just say that, so this is being led out of headquarters. There's a headquarters contact that's listed there. There's also a QR code for the survey and a link as well. Relevance to Alaska, there were deterrence workshops that we held that included Alaska fishermen that have informed this process up to this point already. And so that is greatly appreciated. The people who were able to participate that and inform this process already.
Like we have a question, Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ike. This was the first time that I had heard about this survey for this project. And with the other stakeholder groups that are noted that they're looking for feedback, how is that information being distributed to those target folks that they're looking to get the survey completed?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, thanks for the question. This just came out just recently, and so we've been moving through a rollout plan to make sure that we're including all affected parties. It sounds like we may have missed some, so I would like to follow up with you afterwards to make sure that we've got the, if you're not hearing about it through particular channels, to make sure that we've got those on the list and that we're reaching out appropriately. Great, thank you. The next item, or the last item on the list is, for me, is the ice seal recovery plan development. So this is the Arctic ring seal and Beringia distinct population segments of bearded seal were listed in 2012, and we're in the process of developing recovery plans for these two species of ice seals, and we're working with the ice seal committee to determine when we can hold public recovery planning workshops. And we just met with them on Monday to try to finalize some dates. We're looking at in conjunction with the Alaska Marine Mammal, the Alaska AMSS Symposium. Sorry, I can't come up with the whole thing in my head right now. And that is in January 2025. And but we are still not completely solid on the dates, but when those are finalized, we'll let everyone know so that if anyone's interested in participating in the recovery planning process, that they can do so. And that is the end of my section. Oh.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ike. I just wondered how the court decision to vacate the critical habitat for ring seal and bearded seal affects the development of the recovery plan. Can you help us with kind of how the steps for that?
Sure. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'll get started, and then if there's any follow-up from General Counsel, I'd appreciate that. So recovery plans are required for species that are listed under the Endangered Species Act, and these are intended to guide recovery actions and efforts. The species themselves are still listed, and so the fact that the critical habitat is currently vacated, we can still move forward with the recovery planning process. And beyond that, I'll see if there's anything additional from General Counsel.
Thank you. No, I don't think that's a hand, but thank you. Okay. We appreciate your report, Dr. Ike.
Madam Chair, I will finish up the balance of our B report. So this is the next section is on personnel changes. So we were very sad, although very excited for two folks that you know very well that retired, Mary Farunas and Bridget Mansfield. They each had over 30 years with NMFS. As the council knows, Mary Farunas very well as our in-season management supervisor and provided a nice, steady, calm, consistent tenure on our in-season management branch. As the council knows, in 2023, the council awarded Mary with the Bob Mace Award, recognizing Mary's professionalism, integrity, and fairness, having earned her respect, confidence, and trust from all sectors of the fishing industry, other agency and council staff, and her coworkers. I think those are very true words, and every day we miss Mary, but we are very excited for her in her retirement. Bridget Mansfield was our Alaska Region NEPA coordinator most recently, and she also retired after serving not only in the Alaska region, but also in sustainable fisheries and in protected resources, and in the Southeast region before coming to the Alaska region. Because of these retirements, we have a couple of acting positions. Krista Milani is our acting in-season branch supervisor in SF, and Krista brings 15 years experience in the in-season management branch and previous supervisor experience with Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and she's doing a wonderful job keeping everything running in the in-season world with lots of help from other folks in SF. Doug Schaftel is our current acting Alaska Region NEPA coordinator. Doug is relatively new in sustainable fisheries, but he brings extensive experience navigating the complex world of NEPA and other federal laws to this role. And so we have more written information in the B2 report. We are also excited to announce we have promoted Doug Duncan to regulation branch supervisor, although I think we're going to start calling them policy branches. He is, as you know, Doug very well through his leadership on the Cook Inlet Salmon fishery management plan issues over the years. And he's also tackled difficult issues with halibut and Bering Sea crab. And, he really knows the work that we do. He knows our process, and he knows how to effectively get things done and navigate the complex world of sustainable fisheries. So I'm really excited that Doug will exercise that as a supervisor and be able to help everybody get our work done. We're also happy to announce Sabrina Donnellan will join the Restricted Access Management Division as a branch chief for records and technical services. Sabrina earned her Bachelor's of Science in University of California, Davis, and a master's from Alaska Pacific University, and she joins RAM after 9 years with ADF&G, and we're very excited for Sabrina to also be joining us. We have two new staff folks in the sustainable fisheries, Erin Lambert, who's a new fishery management specialist joining SF's ecosystem branch. Erin brings with him statistical modeling, writing, and in-season management skills, and he will be instrumental in the management of the new Cook Inlet salmon fisheries, including in this interim time where we're still largely doing the SAFE report, and he'll have a role in our SAFE report. We are also, Tristan Sibbins also joined our SF Catch Accounting and Data Analysis and Quality branch as a fishery management specialist, and we're very excited to have Tristan with us also. He worked as a software developer and as a contractor on our catch and area database with Steve Lewis, and he will be jumping into multiple spatial analysis projects and helping the AKR develop a plan for replacing and redesigning our catch and area database. So the catch and area database is something that is used quite a bit, not only in sustainable fisheries, for council staff, for council analytical documents and protected resources and habitat conservation division. So we're very excited to have Tristan joining us and helping for the next phase of that important database. We also have Devani White, who joined as a Sea Grant Fellow for the next year. And she will be helping SF's tribal engagement efforts and working on a variety of fishery management projects over the next years. And so we welcome her. We also have an announcement. So we are advertising for the permanent in-season branch supervisor. This is a job announcement that coincides with the council meeting. So we included information here in our B2 report. And the announcement closes on October 11th, and we encourage anyone interested to apply. And with that, that concludes the B2 report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ike and Ms. Harrington. We send our well wishes and immense appreciation to both Mary and Bridget, and we'll look forward to working with all of the new employees at the agency. Not seeing any other questions. Appreciate it. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if it's appropriate, I'd like to roll back up the report here to the National Seafood Strategy Implementation Plan. If I can go back and just, it's not a question, it's more of a comment based on fellow council members' questions, if it's appropriate.
Go ahead, Mr. Mueller.
So I think it goes without saying the unprecedented, seafood conditions that we've been facing here in Alaska and in our nation this past year. And Mr. Twite and Ms. Kimball touched on it briefly with some questions relative to the holistic approach of government agencies working together. And I just want to make a statement. My understanding is, the Department of Agriculture and the Farm Bill is having some, I think, unique and maybe new discussions relative to fisheries being included in this bill. So I guess my point here is I think there's some real benefit to this process and to the industry, and hopefully to our fisheries going down the road if we have a holistic approach to amongst agencies, federal agencies that are developing and designing seafood strategies and congressional acts that actually impact us here at this table and across the state and country. So I'm offering up some words of encouragement that we continue that, and our federal partners here take that into account when we start developing some of these strategies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Anything further? Thanks. Thank you both. So I think we're ready to transition to our presentation on the EFP proposal.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Shannon Carroll, speaking on behalf of Trident Seafood. With me is Dr. Noel Yoakum. We're going to be presenting on our Trident EFP application. Excuse me. Before I begin, I just want to say congratulations and welcome to the new Alaska council members and to your reappointment, Ms. Vanderhoven. So thank you. We're excited about the opportunity to present today, so thanks for taking time. Before I get into the actual application itself, I just wanted to introduce Noel a little bit. We hired Noel back in 2022. I believe I spoke to the council at that time just about the excitement that we had with some of the work that we were going to be doing and promised an update at a later date. Noel is one of the experts in her field on both how pelagic gear operates and on gear innovation and research. So we're really excited to have Noel be part of our team and be working on this project with us. So I want to start by just talking exactly about what we're looking to do with our EFP. And then I'll talk a little bit about why we went down this road and hand it over to Noelle so you can have her sort of explain the details. But what we are looking for is an exemption to the regulation regarding the two weighted fishing lines. And what we're trying to do is further research design that we've been piloting for the past 2 years that is anticipated and to this point demonstrate to minimize seafloor contact with our pollock gear while maintaining catch efficiency. And we recognize that both of those are really important, and Noelle will talk a little bit about why that catch efficiency component is equally important. The EFP that we're looking to secure would have a 3-year calendar period. And I think importantly, we're not asking for any additional catch on both target species or PSC species. And for that plus the design itself, we don't expect any additional impacts from our research. I think importantly, the EFP request would be open to all vessels participating in the AFA pollock fishery in the Bering Sea. But I think it provides a little bit of structure and guidance and NMFS the ability to understand who's in and who's out. So there'd be sort of an application for vessels outside of the current 5 that are participating. And then we would be providing annual reports of non-confidential data, sort of commingled, sort of updating the council on the status of our project. So I guess with that's what we're asking for. I want to just set the stage for why we went down this road. I think we recognize, as does the council, that there's uncertainty with respect to how our gear operates. And we also recognize that there's some really good work by the Alaska Pacific University FAST Lab that's looking to sort of focus in on the specific issue of bottom contact with status quo gear. With respect to some of the other issues with pelagic trawl gear, we recognize that there was a lot of data limitations on how to go down that road. And we were hopeful that we could come up with a gear innovation design that would really address some of the uncertainty and concerns without needing to kind of get to some of the other research projects. So with that, I'll turn it over to Noelle to sort of frame up how we got here and what the project is.
Thank you and good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present this. I'll start the presentation with some information about some background information and providing some context and some terms. I'll talk a little bit about the pelagic trawl, the foot rope, seafloor or bottom contact and bottom content sensors. And then I'll get into some details of the pilot project that led to this EFP application, and we'll wrap up with some next steps on the project. To start, the pelagic trawl used to harvest pollock or a midwater trawl is a net that's suspended in the water column that uses spreading forces and weight to create a large mouth opening. It has the ability to move up and down within the water column to target fish where they're found in that space. This differs from a bottom or demersal trawl in that a bottom trawl can only catch animals that live on the bottom or are typically found near the bottom. The foot rope for that gear is designed so that it can be on the bottom and has attachments to traverse rocks. A pelagic trawl, in comparison, is one that can target fish that are found anywhere in the water column. It's often referred to as aim trawling, using a net sounder or sonar to figure out where those fish are in the water column and to be able to be nimble and get them in those spaces. The foot rope on this gear, in contrast, is there to provide the weight that counteracts the spreading forces. So if you look at the side profile of a pelagic trawl, the foot rope is found here along the bottom, again, providing the weight that's needed to balance the spreading forces to create that opening. If you zoom in, this is a picture that I took on one of our catcher vessels. And so when we're talking about a foot rope, this is what that looks like. Here for this vessel, it's a 2-inch wide chain that's used along the extent shown in that orange picture. Thanks. And there's a picture of a foot for scale.
So thinking about foot rope, seafloor contact, if you can imagine that trawl going over in the direction of tow, contact that might be made with that foot rope is going to be variable depending on the section of the foot rope. So if you go from the port side wing all the way to the starboard side wing, what we know is that the contact is highly variable over the extent of that foot rope. So contact here in a kind of a mauve color is shown, and then green is off bottom, or when there's clearance. There's variability in that contact depending on the section of the foot rope. You might also see something like this, where you have one side making contact at portions of the toe, when other sections of the foot rope might be off bottom. And we know this from previous research that's been done in the past. This is an example of that research from Brianna King, her thesis project that I was involved in, where she attached bottom contact sensors to the foot rope in these 5 different sections to get a sense for how much contact is being made. And here you can see that contact over is shown in black, and gray is different levels of clearance or off bottom. And so she observed what I demonstrated earlier, which is that depending on the section of the foot rope and the portion of the toe, you may have variable contact. And here's just another example from a figure from her thesis showing that variability. So we know that contact is highly variable over the extent of the foot rope and the duration of tow from her and other research studies. So if you imagine this red color to indicate contact, we know that we don't have full contact over the duration of tow and over the extent of the foot rope. But we also know that fishing depends on where the pollock are found in the water column. They're sometimes found near the seafloor, but not always. So we know that we have toes that look more like that second example where you have it fully off bottom, but then there's toes that are somewhere in between, understanding that there's that variability over the extent of the foot rope and the duration of the toe. In regard to measuring seafloor foot rope contact, this is an example of a bottom contact sensor that we use for Brianna King's thesis research. What we found is that it is challenging to measure seafloor contact. With these here are recording sensors. There's also limited real-time technology to accomplish this. And because of the variability that I've discussed over duration of tow and in the location of the foot rope, multiple sensors are required to get a sense for what contact's being made. We also know that contact data can be unreliable. It's very noisy data, and we can also have issues with the sensors binding up. We also found from the study and other research that captains don't always necessarily know when they're fully on bottom, especially what portions of that foot rope are making contact when they're fishing near the seafloor. Data processing is time intensive, and then also beyond that contact, getting a sense for clearance is very challenging. So in light of this background and some of these complications, as Shannon mentioned, what we decided to do going forward and thinking about a project around this topic was to develop and test a modified foot rope. And so back in 2023 and continuing ongoing now, we've developed a study where we modified the foot rope such that the length of the foot rope and the orientation of that chain that I've shown you in the picture is altered so that we maintain the same amount of weight that's required to open up the net. As I mentioned, that you need that weight to counteract those spreading forces. So the idea is really simple. You'll excuse my drawings here, but basically we just took that foot rope, cut it into sections, and changed the orientation so that each section of that foot rope was now traveling in the direction of tow, which minimized the amount of contact made with spaces in between those sections. And here is a picture of it on one of the vessels that we tested it on. So again, the idea for this project was to think about how we could modify the foot rope in order to reduce contact when it is fished near the seafloor. We've tested it on 4 catcher vessels using a variety of net types and on 1 catcher processor or factory trawler. On these projects, we've monitored for changes in operations, safety, and catch composition. We're also monitoring to make sure that the chains are making contact in the direction of tow and to make sure that we have a sense for the clearance of those fishing lines used to attach the chains. We also were looking at catch performance, gear performance, and catch efficiency. And the reason behind this is that we know that fishing efficiency means less impact. So when we're fishing off bottom, when the fish are found there, it's not an effective solution to minimizing impacts. Non-targeted fishing means increasing the number of tows to get the same amount of quota. So the idea being that if fish are found near the bottom and we're not harvesting those, it means we have more tows to get the same amount of fish, which means that we have the potential to increase the time the gear is in the water, more potential contact with the bottom, more fuel use, more potential interactions with prohibited species catch or bycatch, and also meaning more time on the water, which could have increased opportunities for safety issues with the crew. So we understand that really to be efficient is the best way to accomplish some of this. So this is something that we were monitoring and paying close attention to. What we found is that the preliminary results are very promising. It shows that there's merit to further iterative testing on this to fine-tune the design and test it over a bigger variety of nets. So more study is needed, but the results are promising as far as encouraging continuation of the project. But because of the design, which I've shown you, there are now more than 2 weighted lines, which makes it outside of the regulation of the pelagic trawl gear. So that has led to the requirement of this EFP application. Do you want me to do that top ballot or? Sure. So for next steps, we've got vessels that are wrapping up testing this from the season. And we're going to be analyzing the data that are being collected from this pilot project that was approved by NOAA, and then thinking about how we want to fine tune this going forward. And I'll let Shannon take over.
Thanks, Noel. Yeah, and I think if the EFP is approved, there's a couple of other next steps that I want to just touch on. The first is we view this work as really complementary and building on the work that the FAST Lab's doing with the entire pollock sector in both the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea catcher vessel and catcher processor sectors. That work is really essential, as I sort of alluded to at the beginning, to establish what the baseline is for current status quo gear. And I think integrating this work that we're doing into that work would be an important next step. I also just want to highlight one of the values of that work is that it makes further modifications to gear much more efficient. You're able to utilize the modeling that the FAST Lab is putting together and tweak the gear itself, saving months of net building and field research if to just kind of test if an idea is just bad off the beginning, right at the start. So that work is really critical, and you may be hearing more about that later, but I think it's just important to touch on how that integrates into this. If the EFP is approved, we'd also like to continue to expand the number of vessels participating. We've been approached by independent vessels within the Accutan co-op that are interested in testing this. And I think while initial results are promising on Trident boats, it's certainly one of those things where I think to get others to buy in, it's helpful to have their skippers put them on their boats and test them. So that's something that we would look to do. And then we're also exploring the possibility of a MPRB proposal to look at some of the specific impacts on crab, potentially with some crab stakeholders. And fortunately, there's some MPRB funds available for crab specific work. So that's something that's ongoing. With that, I'll conclude, but I do just want to say thank you to the Alaska region. I think we are really committed to continuous improvement and innovation, and you know, an EFP can sometimes be a real challenging, long process. And I think the Alaska region understood the timeliness of this and how important it was to get this going as soon as possible. And they were really accommodating. So thank you on that. But we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Before we take questions, I'll just remind council members, because we don't hear of many EFP proposals, but our role here is really consultative, providing input, feedback, recommendations to the agency while the agency is charged with final approval of EFPs. So with that, I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Toy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thanks, Dr. Yoakum and Mr. Carroll. The walkthrough really helped me. I was kind of struggling with the modification before, but I think I understand it now. And it seems to me that in many ways it's analogous to the work that was done to reduce the impacts of bottom contact and bottom trawls and demersal trawls, and are now sort of standard gear for the sweeps to elevate the sweeps in terms of just trying methods to minimize the impacts of bottom contact. And that, so if I understood that correctly, what I then wondered is, are you experimenting with contrasts between, say, what your drawing, your schematic sort of showed, which is many short stretches of the foot rope now converted to strings, versus fewer longer, so same weight but distributed, the weight distributed or focused differently? Is that part of what you're investigating at this point?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Mr. Twite. I'll answer and then I'll see if Noel has anything to add, but I think that that's a somewhat fair characterization of what we're trying to do, recognizing just the fundamental differences with a pelagic trawl net that I like how Noel explained it is, targeting aimed fishing throughout the water column, depending on where large school of pollock are and where salmon primarily are not. So I think there's some differences there, but our primary sort of goal with this past 2 years of a pilot project has been to really look at the catch efficiency of this net to make sure that it is fishing sort of consistent with other nets that are being used, other status quo nets. And Noel touched on why that's so important. But I do think that as we sort of validate that this net fishes the same and has limited operational or logistical challenges to it, then you can start to go down the road of looking at modifications to further, reduce impacts. And that really ties into the work that the FAST Lab's doing. And I think being able to sort of model how some of those changes would affect the net before you get out on the water. And just to give you an example, if we were going to make changes to a net, it would take, a month or two of gear work in Seattle, depending on gear, material availability. Then you have to get the net up to fishing operations in the Bering Sea, and then you have to get Noel and the skipper out on a vessel testing it. So it's a time-consuming process. Whereas, if, like I kind of mentioned, modeling out the bad ideas at the beginning without spending several months is really helpful. So.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I have two questions. Thank you for the presentation. And my first is just in your one of your final slides about preliminary results are promising. And my assumption was that meant on the twofold objectives, like both maintaining catch efficiency and reducing bottom contact. And so I know you were a little vague here, which says to me you don't want to share those results yet. So my question is to ensure that they were promising in both respects. And then at what point would you be able to provide the council with some actual results? Are we waiting till the end of the 3-year period, or would we see something else at the end of next year?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I'll let Noel talk about sort of some of the metrics that we were looking at beyond just catch efficiency to sort of ensure that the net was fishing the way that it was intended. I think broadly, though, that the design of it, the net itself, is what ensures that minimization of seafloor contact. So the metrics that Noel will talk about are meant to sort of inform whether or not it's fishing the way it's designed. And then with that, we then understand and how it's performing and achieving that. And just before I turn it over to Noel, I think those are the kinds of updates on a aggregated scale that we would provide periodically during the 3-year EFP process.
Yeah, and I can just add, so for this, the design itself, we know that if it is working properly, that it would reduce contact just by the design. As you can see in the design, the space between those chains, and if the chain is making contact in the direction of tow, you can estimate that there's quite a reduction in seafloor contact when fish near on the seafloor. And so some of the things that we're looking at is just to ensure that those chains are traveling in the direction of tow, to make sure that that orientation is maintained during fishing. So we did various tests to make sure that that was happening. And then also trying to get a better sense for how much clearance was happening underneath those chains and what that might look like in practice. So we did definitely make sure that the gear was performing as expected by design while doing some testing. So it's certainly things we're looking at as well.
And my second question is really, and this could apply to either the pilot project or the EFP, because I can't find it quickly in the document, is whether you're testing the gear throughout the season or a part of the season opportunistically when, weather is good. If you could just give a little more detail on the level of testing over the season.
Yes, through the chair. We've been testing this in both seasons and over the duration of the year. So we've got 5 vessels that have tested it, one that started in a season. And when we've put these, and we've been adding vessels incrementally, but when the vessel has added it to their net, they've used it consistently. So we've got probably around 500 tows with this in A and B season. As everyone's probably aware, the captains often change the net that you use between A and B season. So there's a little bit of change in the use of that, but they have been used pretty consistently both seasons and over the different vessels.
And on both catcher vessels and one's catcher processor as well. So.
Mr. Toy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. As I was thinking about your responses to Ms. Kimball's questions, I realized I don't know why at this point you feel like you can focus just on the foot rope and not on, say, the belly of the net as another area. And so wondering what the basis for that choice to focus so much on the foot rope right now is.
Yeah, thanks. Through the question, I'll turn it over to Dr. Yoakum. It's really about I'll let her expand more, but the foot rope is what makes the seafloor contact. And so that's the primary focus on when we're trying to reduce contact, but I'll go ahead.
Through the chair, what Shannon said here as well, but the design is intended to have the attachment of the mesh, which is raised up at the attachment point of those chains that I showed in the image, which would raise those belly meshes up, if that is getting to your question.
Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I found that very informative. I guess I have kind of a specific question. If it's confusing, maybe we can follow up afterwards. As I'm thinking about bottom contact and it's often, it seems like it's likely intermittent. And it sounds like we're looking at the dimension of the net, the foot rope being what makes bottom contact and, potentially contacts the seafloor. When you look at this in the results, are you going to be looking at, we're changing the, so that it goes fore and aft, the chain will be fore and aft instead of, a beam. And I'm wondering if the length of the chains is going to be taken into account, or are we mostly just concerned about the width? Because it seems like bottom contact would be fore and aft as well. And I'm wondering if those dimensions are going to be looked at. I don't know. It seems pretty specific, but I'm just curious.
Thanks. Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie. I think it's important to just recognize that there's more work to, we're not coming here saying that this net does, reduces seafloor contact by X amount, because there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I think integrating this into the work that the APU is doing is sort of getting at some of those questions. But I think understanding how what we're trying to validate right now is that this net fishes efficiently and that it fishes the way that we think it's designed to. And then if you can sort of validate that in the field and then put it into a model and understand sort of what is then the sort of the contact adjustment score, I think that would get sort of to the question. But if you have something to add, sure.
I was just gonna say, I can draw a picture for you later as well, through the chair. But if you can imagine the length of that chain, the extent of it would be in its own shadow, if you can imagine that. So it's altered this way, so any contact point would be just sort of following it. So that length of the chain is not as important as that sort of the width of that chain, which is that 2 inches that I showed earlier, if that's helpful.
Through the chair, thank you. That is very helpful.
Thank you. And Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question. In the diagram where you cut the chain up, reorient them, what is the gap? Like, is it inches? Is it feet? Between the two chains there, the chains, I should say.
Sorry, through the chair, Mr. Sakata. It depends. They're closer together in the bosom section as they get out to the wings. They're more spread apart, but at their closest point, they're about a meter and a half apart.
And then just a quick follow-up, what would be the length of that chain? Not so much the width, but just what you're testing now.
I know this through the chair. They are approximately, I think, a meter and a half.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? I appreciate your presentation and your leadership on this project. It's very responsive to ongoing council priorities to increase our understanding of pelagic trawl gear operations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So with that, I think it's a good time to take our mid-morning break. We can circle back to any comments, recommendations, input at the end of our B reports on that presentation. So let's come back at 10:35. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. So we have completed our B2 report and we're moving into our NOAA GC Council report. And Ms. Watson, is this written only and open to questions, or would you plan on giving an oral report?
Through the chair, all of our written reports are attached. There are a number of them, so I'm happy to take any questions council members have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions from council members. Just give a moment for folks to open up links if necessary. Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While council members are taking a look at the reports and thinking about questions, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't remind the council of the just tremendous staffing implications of lawsuits. In addition to the three cases that are summarized in the written materials for this meeting, we do have new litigation related to Cook Inlet salmon. We are finishing the remand work for the Wild Fish Conservancy case dealing with Southeast Alaska salmon fisheries. As was alluded to earlier in the B reports, we recently received an adverse decision on the critical habitat lawsuit for ringed and bearded seals. Defending all of these lawsuits it's a must-do item for us and has to take precedence over nearly everything else that we do. And all of these lawsuits, working with general counsel, working with the Department of Justice, it takes a lot of time that detracts from our ability to improve existing management programs to respond to climate change and bycatch and other priorities, as well as analyzing and implementing new programs. So our staff really feel the burdens. And I just wanted to make that clear for everybody involved that these things come at quite an opportunity cost.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. I think that's a very important point as we're working through this meeting and future meetings and prioritization at the council, understanding the staffing limitations at the agency. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I have a question for Mr. Curlin, if that's appropriate. That I appreciate those comments. I think I was maybe mistakenly thinking that the bulk of the work was with NOAA GC and that shop as opposed to sustainable fisheries. And maybe you can kind of correct me on kind of the level of staff involvement across divisions for a lawsuit, so I have a better understanding.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I appreciate the question, and that's a common perception, thinking, well, the lawyers are dealing with that now. But our staff are very much involved in helping to assemble the administrative record for all of these suits, which is quite time consuming at the early stages, and then advising and working in partnership with NOAA GC and DOJ on every step of the litigation. So an answer to a complaint, developing briefs, occasionally preparing declarations, helping to identify items in the record that assist with our defense, all of those kinds of things. So it does take staff, depending on the subject of the suit, from sustainable fisheries, from protected resources, from habitat conservation. In the case of the recent Oceana suit dealing with EFH, it does take program staff's time.
Yes, Ms. Watson.
Through the chair, thank you. If I just may add briefly, I agree with everything Mr. Curlin said. Lawsuits occupy a significant or require a significant amount of effort, not just for NOAA GC, but also for NMFS staff. Everything he spoke to is accurate. And I would just offer as a couple examples for the AVCP lawsuit, which is the one that I'm covering. We had 75 records custodians that included scientists from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So there's a lot of folks who have to turn from their normal duties to help us identify records, compile records, and then that goes on throughout the lawsuit as we try and assist DOJ in their defense of each of these cases.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Do council members have any other questions? Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question regarding the UCIDA versus NMFS lawsuit that's described here. Am I interpreting that right, that the, should we call it the new complaint, is very similar to the old complaint? You refer to that in here, similar grounds, but am I interpreting it correctly?
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, there are two pending lawsuits that have now been consolidated regarding, the first was regarding Amendment 16, and the second was regarding the first year harvest specifications for Cook Inlet. And the plaintiffs in both of those raised very similar legal issues. And so the court has granted a request to consolidate those two cases, and they'll, the briefing will proceed in those two cases at the same time.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Watson. So we will move on to our B4 report, Science Center, and Dr. Foy.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Bob Foy, Alaska Fisheries Science Center Director. While the slides load, today we're going to give a number of presentations. I'm going to do a pretty typical update on a number of topics that I know are of interest to the council. We then have three separate presentations from our staff and regional office staff as well, that on topics that again are important to you all. So more specifically, I'm going to give an update, a staff update for the Science Center. I'll talk about surveys and some of the survey modernization effort. The three talks that I mentioned. Ed Farley is going to give a presentation on the Alaska Salmon Research Task Force. This is a task force that was developed by Congress and was an excellent effort of co-developed identification of research priorities associated with salmon and the salmon, identifying the salmon crisis in Alaska, and has a number of on-ramps for the types of research that will also support this body's decisions. Second, we'll have a presentation on equity and environmental justice from Amy Lee Wilson and Maggie Mooney-Seuss from the Alaska Regional Office and the Alaska Science Center. And this will focus on some of our regional EEJ efforts to communicate with small communities and indigenous communities throughout the state of Alaska with respect to fisheries topics. And then lastly, Sarah Wise is going to give a presentation on our socioeconomics program review and a snapshot report that we were recently asked to put together by the Secretary of Commerce and Industry to address the seafood industry crisis that has already been mentioned at this table. So looking forward to these presentations.
So in the way of staff updates, very happy to identify a number of positions that have been filled within the center. In the past, I've talked about a lot of acting positions, so I'm happy to see these filled. I'll start with Jennifer Ferdinand. Jennifer was the division director for our FMA program, or Fisheries Monitoring Program and Observers. She is now the deputy director for the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So we're very excited to have her and her expertise with this group and the topics that come before the council as the deputy director at the center. You'll hear from her later. We've managed to keep her working on some of the observer work while we transition, and we have prioritized backfilling that position. So rest assured we'll have some great people in that role as well. Also want to identify Elena Jorgensen. Elena is filling a new position for the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, a chief of staff position. And so you will see her at these meetings, and she will be engaged in this process as well, just to make sure that the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, many equities throughout this process are being adequately communicated and addressed. Abigail Harley, most of you have already met, but that happened this last year as well. She is the new program manager for our Economics and Social Sciences Research Program within the REFM division. And then lastly, we have moved Alex Laferriere. She is the new deputy director for the race division. This is one of our main survey divisions. She was a biologist at the Kodiak Laboratory. She will remain in Kodiak, so we'll have some new leadership in one of our survey programs staying in Alaska. Next slide, please. Oh, that's me. Okay, survey status. Bering Sea. So this is the red-green graph you've been gotten used to seeing. A reminder, on the left-hand side are the ships, the NOAA ship Dyson versus charters, the name of the survey, and then the years for the last 10 years or so. I guess it's 15 now. Green means we intended to do the survey and we got it done. Red means we intended to do the survey and we're not able to do it. Yellow means a partial survey was conducted. White means the survey was never intended and we didn't do it. X means that we are no longer doing that survey. You can see that the Bering Sea Slope Survey, that was part of a council process decision in 2018 not to conduct that survey moving forward, again, based on resources. So focus on the last two columns, please. 2024, we've talked about a bit of this in the past, but we had partial surveys for some of our data collections on our mooring surveys. That's the first line. The information coming from these surveys are focused on a lot of our ecosystem data and some of our marine mammal tracking information. The core surveys here in the middle, the charter survey for the Eastern Bering Sea Bottom Trawl Survey, partially conducted in 2024. The completion of the acoustic surveys in the Eastern Bering Sea this last year, those were successful. The key loss this year was the long line survey, and I will discuss that. We've already brought that to you this last year, but we'll discuss the plans moving forward here in a moment. The partial conduct of the Boguslav survey, and that was due to weather. And then a number of additional ecosystem surveys there at the bottom. For 2025, we're moving forward with most of our surveys as expected, pending funding, but our funding alignment looks good for the bulk of our surveys. Again, the one question mark that we have there on the long line survey for the Bering Sea, Gulf of Alaska, and potentially the Aleutian Islands, and you'll see in the next slides, remains to be seen. So again, I'll highlight that here in a moment. Moving on to the Gulf of Alaska. You can see for 2024, again, the long line survey there, but otherwise we were able to accomplish the surveys that we typically do in an even year. For an odd year, we continue not to do the deeper stations in the Gulf of Alaska. There is the question of the long line survey. The new question mark here and the red box there are focused on some of the work in the Gulf of Alaska from the NOAA ship and some of the acoustic work. So we're considering whether or not we'll be able to go and look at the Kenai Prince William Sound area. We haven't been there in quite some time. While this does not help directly with the stock assessment, it does help us understand the distribution of the species and whether or not we need to be considering, future surveys. The one large survey potential loss for 2025 is the Gulf of Alaska pollock acoustic trawl survey. So this is on the Oscar Dyson. This is a 30 to 60 day survey that has been conducted for the last handful of years. We do not intend to do that survey as of right now, and I have a couple of more slides to describe the implications of that. In the Aleutian Islands, in 2024 is an Aleutian Islands year. You'll recall that we did cut about 25% of our stations to address resources and make sure that we could promote those resources towards the Gulf of Alaska bottom trawl survey in 2025. And that's in fact what we did. And then the question mark there is, again, the longline survey. So I'm going to talk about our survey portfolio.
Excuse me,
Yep.
before you move on, Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and good to see you, Dr. Foy. The sort of the pinkish color for longline in 2024, in order to try to salvage some longline survey effort in 2024, my understanding, probably not a great understanding, is that money had to be pulled from several other pots. I'm thinking of, for instance, cooperative research pot. I think money was pulled out of maybe some others. So that, my question is, that was only enough to do partials? That still wasn't enough to actually fully fund? I'm a little confused because there were definitely some pain incurred by having to pull that money. And maybe your assessment on, did that work in retrospect? Did that still seem like the right approach, or did you get enough meat out of the longline surveys? I guess is what I'm asking.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for the question. To be clear, the red or pink box means we did not do it. So there was no longline survey this past year. We considered whether or not we could utilize cooperative research dollars. There just wasn't enough to do the entire survey. So by way of background, and I'll jump forward real quick just to answer this question and then come back. But the longline survey is a cost recovery survey. So this is a cooperative project that we have with industry where the catch is sold. As you know, the longline survey catch is focused on sablefish, and the current market situation with sablefish is such that we were not able to recover those costs adequately to continue doing the survey. The decision was made to not do the survey last year. We did attempt to try and find some funds in a different way around that, and we just weren't able to do it in the amount of time that we have. So moving forward, we have, there's two things. One is how much funding can be brought to bear while we wait for the market to rebound, acknowledging that our hope is that that market is going to rebound and we need to augment it in the meantime. So we have been successful at bringing some funding to bear that we're expecting to be able to do the 2025 survey. But in the meantime, and this is where survey modernization comes in, it was an opportunity for us to take a step back and ask whether or not we could rethink how we're doing this survey. It's going to continue to be an issue potentially. We don't know when markets are going to return. We don't know how long we can augment this survey. It's a multi-million-dollar survey, and those multi-millions weren't in the budget at all and haven't been. So The discussion that's ongoing right now from the scientific perspective is whether or not we could conduct this survey every other year, potentially conduct this survey with a limited number of stations, potentially do one region one year, one the next. I'll remind you that right now what we do is the Gulf every year and then the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands. We swap from year to year. So we are considering all of those possibilities right now. From a contracting perspective, we have put out a request for information to see who may be interested in conducting this survey in the future, what kind of resources are out there for us to, again, consider the big picture on how we resource this. What is clear is that the agency will not be able to fully fund a $2.5 million survey. But certainly are intending to fund part of that and try and find a situation where we go back to this cost recovery mode. So that's the intention. I fully trust that we will be on the water in 25 in one way, shape, or form. We can't afford to lose another year's data. What that looks like remains to be seen.
Thanks, Dr. Foy. I realize these are really difficult things for you to juggle. And apologies for not reading your coding correctly. So what happened then to some of the monies that you were sort of sequestering, trying to put something together for Longline in 2024? Did they go back into, for instance, cooperative research? Because I'm thinking of at least one project that I'm pretty sure didn't happen because the money had been sequestered, and I'm not aware that it's now happening.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thanks for clarifying that question. I understand now. We often utilize the cooperative research funding to conduct our surveys. So when we talked last, we were dropping a number of stations from a few of our surveys in order to focus on our priorities in 2025. Longline was part of that, and we did utilize those cooperative research funds to cover the entire portfolio. So we don't just use it for one survey, but it's an option when we see that some of our core survey work wouldn't get done. We weren't happy that we had to cut a number of stations out in the Aleutians. And again, my priority was to make sure that we were going to be able to fully cover the bottom trawl survey in 2025 in the Gulf. So those funds are part of that bigger picture.
And not a question, just a remark. Dr. Foy, I hope my questions didn't convey concern about priorities, because I think this council's been very clear to you, and I know you've worked very hard to achieve that surveys are really our highest priority, and that continues to be the case. It was more just trying to track where there's room for other things in addition to meeting that highest priority.
Through the chair, thank you for that comment. I appreciate it. And I guess just to add, cooperative research is extremely important to the agency and to me personally. I think it's a very important piece of what we do as an agency and how we work with industry. So last year was a tough decision, and it's a decision that we have each year to think about how we can, support that and again balance that prioritization that you spoke of, which becomes more and more difficult. In the tone of this presentation, I'll go back a slide here, is that we are expecting flat funding in a more austere environment in the future. So that is the idea behind survey modernization. How do we better plan for this so that it's not a year to year me sitting here saying this is going, this is not going, and how do we get in front of this across our entire portfolio? So, we started our conversation on survey modernization focused on the Bering Sea. It has expanded because of some of these other challenges. And the reason I put it under this bucket is not just the branding of all of our issues, but it is to force us to think about the next decade, to think into the future about the likelihood of resourcing, and make sure that we're putting our best foot forward and conducting these surveys in a way that allows us to be nimble from year to year, so that we aren't introducing any new bias into our assessments that's then negatively impacting fisheries or management. So the first project, and this is the project we first brought to you last year, is the Bering Sea and slope survey design. So the again, we've talked about this, but the likelihood a few years ago that we would have touched that 30, 40, 50-year time series was slim. I'd even entertain that. The 2019 heat wave, the reality that our situation of stationarity or our management towards stationarity has just been completely upended by this extreme event. And it doesn't mean that we don't have periods of somewhat stationary environmental conditions and production in the system, but what it means is that our expectations are that it's going to continue to be highly variable. So it provided us an opportunity, take a step back and say, what can we do different with this survey that would be better? Fishermen will tell you, and they always tell us, that that survey was a bit antiquated in terms of what we're doing and how we're doing it. But again, we protected the time series. Given things that are happening in the environment, the opportunity was to move forward. The opportunity was to modernize. And I'll go back into a couple of those details. We started this summer. The next reason for modernization is to try and incorporate new sampling technologies. The reality is we're now in the Northern Bering Sea every year. The ocean is opening. Our need to collect information in order to adequately manage fishery stocks where we have fisheries means we need to know where they are. We need to know the production of those areas and the impacts on that movement, the impacts on these fisheries. So we're looking at other tools. eDNA, I'm sure you've heard of. I know I've talked about it a little bit. It affords us an opportunity to use a different tool potentially in the future. Optical systems, better understanding, what's going on in the environment, using tools that might collect data in different ways from what we're used to, and then a number of other sampling tools. So it's another reason to consider how we conduct our surveys. And then lastly, increasing the design capacity for multi-mission operations. Some of this is focused on the statistics of how we do this work. What we do right now in the Gulf of Alaska is we've already transitioned to a survey that if we do 10 more stations this year or 10 fewer stations next year, we can work it in a way that within the survey design to make sure that the impact is minimal. The Bering Sea survey is a standardized survey. We've been going to the same spot in the same ocean for the last 50 years. We're going to change that. We're going to redo that survey in a way that allows us to be more nimble from year to year. This is no small feat. And the SSC took this conversation up a bit at this meeting. You'll hear some recommendations that were made there. We plan to come back and potentially workshop some of this with the SSC this next year, acknowledging the extreme importance and not trying to downplay the importance of changing a time series like this. So I'm going to take a step back here and talk about the acoustic summer trawl survey. We do not take it lightly anytime we stop any of our time series. Right now, that time series is done between 2013 and 2023, so we haven't been doing it for a long time. Our goal was to better understand what was happening throughout the Gulf to see whether or not an index that we develop in the summer months was valuable or more valuable than what we collect specifically in the Shelikof-Shumagon region in the winter months when they're aggregate to spawn. So as we look at reduced resources, as we look into the future, so that we're not making a rash decision or a quick decision in the moment, we have started looking at what would be the low-hanging fruit for us to pull back some of our survey efforts and focus our efforts. And the acoustic summer trawl survey is the project that we have focused on. So pros and cons for removing this survey. Pros are that we will be able to focus our efforts in the winter months. As resources have been limited, we take a few days this year and a few days next year, and we've eroded our capacity to look at the spawning stock aggregation in Shelikof, which really drives our modeling efforts. So we will be able to fortify some of that time because we'll have more time by not doing the summer work. We're again aligning our portfolio toward the capacity that we expect to have with staffing. And what we will also be able to do, and we consider this a pro because we have continued to reduce the number of days of some of the ecosystem research that we've been able to do. And this is focused on a different group within the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and some of the data products that go into some of the tools that you use associated with EBFM, ESRs, ESPs, et cetera, and the data that goes into those. This will allow us also to shore up some of those data collections. Again, first and foremost, prioritizing the data associated with abundance and stock assessment, secondarily focusing on the ecosystem work. As I mentioned before, a con is the concern when you stop a time series, the potential reduction in the data associated with pollock, and then some concern about apportionment. I'll remind everyone that we did apportionment prior to 2013 successfully. So the value of this data set for that is certainly questionable. And then I mentioned the ecosystem component. I mentioned that. So just going on to this last slide here, the only real take home here is to assure you that we have done what we can to consider what the impacts are. What this slide shows is what happens when you take a data set away from the model. If the line is highly variable, it means the data set has a strong effect on the model. The lighter colored line here, apologize, I think that's green for, it's the Shelikoff survey, is critical for this survey, for this data set, for these stock assessments. The ADF&G survey is also very important. What you'll see on the very bottom here is the line closest to zero is the summer data set that we've been using. So the point behind this graphic is to show that we have thought this through, we have considered what the impact would be on the assessment, and it clearly comes out among all of our data collections throughout our portfolio as a survey that we can, although not preferably, but that we can remove. So I'm going to move on from that survey to survey modernization if there's questions.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Foy. On the Gulf survey and the pros and cons that you provided, I guess I'm trying to understand what you mean by secure in 4 to 5 vessel days for the winter acoustic trawl survey. Does that mean that survey was also uncertain to be done to completion and this will make sure it's done to completion? Or does that mean we get additional days in the winter? And how much of this is a commitment that if we lose a survey in the Gulf, those survey days stay in the Gulf, who already gets a lot less surveying than the Bering Sea?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. And to clarify, what we mean by that is that by fortifying the winter survey is that we will add days to that survey. We will make sure that the Shelikoff survey is adequately surveyed, that we have the right number of stations, that we're addressing interannual variability as we see. You know, sometimes that spawning stock biomass is spread out, sometimes it's more aggregate, sometimes we could use more time in that area to make sure that we fully cover that area. So our goal is to make sure that we can do that. So yes, the answer is we save time by not doing the survey later and having staff available to do that. What I'm not saying is that we are committing to, for sure, all of those days that we're going to save on the Oscar Dyson being committed to the Gulf. While we're making sure that the Shelikoff is taken care of, we have, as you know, eroded time on both charter and NOAA vessels throughout our portfolio. So it will go to shore up our highest priority work and make sure that we are able to keep the entire portfolio up and running. And again, just a reminder, our process in the past has not been to just try and take one survey out and leave everything else whole. We are constantly in this prioritization process of, well, you know, like last year when we took a number of stations away from the Aleutian Islands to make sure that the Gulf bottom trawl survey would be whole. That's an annual process where we're working across the portfolio to see where our effort needs to be placed.
Thank you. Then before we move off of this portion, is there more detail to be provided on the number of partial surveys that were done that you might be supplementing with those Gulf days? You had the yellow boxes in the Bering Sea in several portions, and I only heard one comment on one being due to weather. Were all of them due to weather, or were they due to not having staffing available for those surveys?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, no, they were not all due to weather. Some of them were due to resource availability for our charters, having the funding, and others were due to having the staffing. So it was a combination of events that led to a reduced research survey footprint in 2024. As I mentioned, for 25, we're hoping that we're able to fully staff all of these surveys. Kind of depends on how budget situations work out. But how exactly we use those leftover days on the Oscar Dyson remains to be seen. It's part of a bigger process on when the vessel can be available, where it can go, whether we can staff it. But that'll be part of a broader conversation between now and I'll have answers by January at the latest.
And Mr. Mueller?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Foy, thank you for this presentation. Can you give me an example of, it sounds like it's potentially a little fluid here. You're able to take from one survey area, as you mentioned, like as in the Aleutian Islands, to make a Gulf of Alaska survey more whole. Can you give me an example of the maybe the exercise that you go through and the conditions or the circumstances that you go to make that decision when you switch it from one to the other?
Yes, certainly. Through the chair, Mr. Moeller, I think what you're getting at potentially is our prioritization process. So probably not the specifics of how we're running our charters, but probably the specifics associated with how we prioritize where we're going to move those days. Is that accurate?
Madam Chair, if I could follow up, maybe I misunderstood your comment here, but I understood that you were in midstream after the prioritization process. You were able to make tweaks in terms of pulling from one survey area to the other. And I was just curious if what's the process that you go through to make that determination, if I understood your comments correctly.
Through the chair, Mr. Mueller, certainly. Thanks for the clarification. So our prioritization process, right now I have a 1 through N list. I can tell you what our priorities are for our surveys for the next 10 years. What is unique each year, though, are the resources that become available, ship availability. Some of these projects are done on chartered ships. The availability of those ships changes, the cost of fuel changes, the availability of the Oscar Dyson changes. So there are these variables that we overlay on this full prioritization process. And we work with, and once we get closer to reality, we work with the stock assessment authors, we work with the plan teams and this body and this process in order to not reprioritize, but make sure that the long-term picture, the resilience of the long-term picture on our surveys is solid. So for instance, the example that you provided, we expected flat or reduced resources being available through 2025. We wanted to make sure that the Gulf of Alaska was whole because the number of stocks that are dependent on that survey, the impact of any loss of sea days is greater in the Gulf of Alaska than the Aleutian Islands. So therefore, we made that decision to hold some of those days from the Aleutian Islands. It's a contracting situation if you're interested in the specifics, and make sure that we could then take care of the contracts associated with our surveys in 2025.
That was helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to the specific survey modernization associated with the Bering Sea. Again, you've seen this, so I'll probably go through a little quicker here. But again, to remind you, we took this on in order to address a number of topics associated with the survey. The one I didn't mention a moment ago is that the gear themselves are obsolete. the industry doesn't even make the webbing material that we have been using anymore. So there were a few reasons we had to change. And as anyone who fishes knows that if you change the type of material or how you tie that material or how you design your net, it changes how that net fishes. We take that extremely seriously in our process. So we had to undergo a change in our survey net. That led us to also want to change our all our gear, how our net contacts the bottom, how our midwater net works, and then what stations that we can do in the future. So a number of milestones associated with this project. We began some of the sampling design work in 2023. 23 through 25, we were looking at calibration factors for the slope and shelf survey area. As I mentioned before, we stopped doing the Bering Sea slope due to lack of resources. There has been some concern about that with the snow crab fishery collapse, with turbot data being available for stock assessment. So part of this modernization is to consider how we use the same vessel and gear both in the shallower shelf and in some of the deeper slope areas. So that was a project that we did this year so that we can, when this is done, occupy some of those deeper stations and collect some of those data that we have missed. I mentioned the gear design changes. We had a workshop in 2023, brought in a number of industry members to talk about that, working through reducing our tow duration, for instance, looking at new survey gear calibration in 26, and then putting the pieces together through 2027. You'll recall we did not do the Northern Bering Sea survey so that staff could be doing this work. We will do the Northern Bering Sea this next year. The following year, we will not do the Northern Bering Sea again so that we can focus on this. And our hope is that we are moving forward in 27, 28 with a new survey design. Just a real quick update on what we were able to do this year. We did get out and do the testing out in the out on the edge with 2 different gear types. We did do a number of tows looking at the 15 and 30 minutes. This next year, we'll be doing flume studies where we're putting nets in the flumes, doing the same exact thing the industry does to make sure that we understand how our nets work. We occupied a number of stations this year. This shows the different regions. Each blue dot represents a spot where we compared the 2 different types of surveys, the 15 minutes versus 30 minutes. Goal was to look at different habitats, different species aggregations, and make sure that we're representing all of the stocks that we see on this survey. And again, this is the work on the outside shelf slope where we were working up to 400 meters depth and towing 2 different kinds of gear with 2 different kinds of foot ropes to see what the comparison is as we move forward. Moving away from, that was an update on the survey modernization. We'll continue to do that as you've asked. One additional item with surveys is our expectation for a midlife repair period. The Oscar Dyson, we don't have the exact timing due to contracts right now, but the expectation is that the Oscar Dyson will not be in the water in 2027. So we're working with our colleagues around the country to make sure that the most important equities in our region are covered. We will have the NOAA vessel Shimada replacing the Dyson during a good portion of that year. And so we're working to make sure that that vessel can come and adequately carry out our acoustics mission for pollock in Alaska. There may be a need to also charter some work to cover some of the ecosystem data collections, but we remain working with our OMAO partners to make sure that this is a seamless transition while the ship is being repaired. The good news is that the intention is that this repair will then allow the ship to be functional for another 20 years, which we very much need. So that is it for my presentation, focused on surveys. If there's any additional questions, otherwise we'll move on to my colleagues.
I think we have at least one. Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Foy. Very much appreciate the update on continued updates on the survey modernization process. And I'm thinking back to, I think maybe the first day of the SSC and the crab specifications process. My question is, you've you've regularly updated the council on where you are, and I appreciate the update of kind of the longer term timeline with the 2027 date, kind of the goal. Is the council process and these updates that you provide to the council the best way for industry to track your progress on this? I noted your mention of there was a working group. I'm just wondering I heard testimony to the SSC from industry representatives, concerned about the impacts of this modernization process on crab, our ability to address challenges with crab stocks right now. So that's my question is the best way for industry to track the council process as they normally would? Are you planning to continue those discussions with industry, or what's the best way for people to understand what's going on?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thanks very much for that question. And in previous presentations, I've tried to focus a bit more on that than I did here today. It's imperative that industry pay attention to what we're doing here. This is not minor. This is a major shift in the data that are available for this process, and we want to make sure that we do it with the highest level of integrity. And that means that industry weighs in and industry, brings any concerns. So as you mentioned, we do have a working group. That working group, I'm not sure how recently they've met, but they are in the loop on the data that we are collecting, et cetera. So that would be one way, is if there's any interest in participating in that, to let us know. You can have them contact me, and I will make sure that that the group gets with them and incorporates that. We'll also consider how, as we move forward, we had this conversation with the SSC. We're debating on how to engage the scientific aspect of this more this next year with the SSC. So there'll be some opportunity there. Perhaps there's also additional opportunities for maybe some evening sessions or some discussions with industry that have interest here and or any concern at all, so that we can bring that input in. So I will say, and I failed to mention that when we had this last time, we acknowledged this needed to happen. We were using existing funds by not doing the Northern Bering Sea. We knew this was going to take a long time. Since then, we have secured some of the Inflation Reduction Act funds in order to fully fund this effort, and that is going to let us get it done in a more timely manner. And what it means is that we were able to do a lot of work this year, and we haven't been able to communicate that out. So this next year will allow us to come back to the table and have some more discussion. But I'll take that back to the team, and we'll talk about ways that we can make sure that we're engaging. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I guess I'm wondering, my takeaway that I'm getting from this is that in the future, not too distant future, we're looking at surveys where we're going to have likely decreased sampling footprints and decreased frequency, which is likely to result in greater uncertainty in our stock assessments. I'm going to ask this question because I genuinely do not know. Are there conversations at AFSC, and if not, whose job is it that maybe we should be developing some kind of thresholding or protocols for setting buffers between ABCs and tax, given that we're likely to see a future with more uncertainty in our stock assessments, and that maybe there might be some way to do it, or it might not be beneficial, but it would be, I think recommendations from scientific experts on that might be helpful. And I'm wondering whose job exactly it is to look into things like that, and are those conversations that are currently happening?
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, thanks very much for that question. It really gets at the crux of why we're doing all of this work on the modernization, why it's concerning, and what's coming. I wouldn't say that it is likely that we'll have a smaller footprint on our surveys in the future. It's possible. What is for sure is that climate will continue to change. Our need to move and adapt will happen. That's what most of this is about. it's possible we will also see changes in resources and we will need to adapt to that as well. In terms of the impact then that the changes in the amount of information that we have, or the changes in the information that climate change is forcing upon us in terms of movement, distribution, density, et cetera, affecting how we conserve these stocks and how we maintain sustainable fishing is all part of this process. So the Alaska Fisheries Science Center works with the plan teams, the SSC, in order to account for all of this uncertainty. And that then plays into risk tables, uncertainty, and the buffer discussions that already happen within this process. So I would not say that there are new needs to add layers on top of that. I would say the existing process does a fantastic job of addressing what we know and what we don't know. What we're looking to do now, again, as a whole body, is to adapt to the likelihood of those changes that I mentioned. So they're going to become more extreme. We would have never imagined losing the crab stock in 20 months. We would have never imagined the cod stock migrating 1,000 kilometers in a year as they did in 2019. So it's that variability that we're needing to incorporate it into that discussion and just make sure that those buffers adequately cover the uncertainty that we have and again, protect that sustainability.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just, I appreciate that question from Mr. Ritchie, because it's really the basis for my understanding is that we will not necessarily be increasing uncertainty as a result of the change to the survey modernization work. We are living with additional uncertainty based on climate factors, but these changes I thought were intended to put us in a better position to reduce uncertainty and be more adaptive to those changes. So I just want to make sure my foundation for this work is correct based on your response.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, excellent articulation, I think, of the specifics of survey modernization. And what I was characterizing before was addressing the additional uncertainty with climate change, the additional uncertainty with if we don't have full surveys in the future, et cetera. But the modernization project in the Bering Sea in particular to have better gear, reconsider the statistical design, absolutely should result in equal, if not less, uncertainty in how we manage those stocks. That is the intention. And quite frankly, that is what the adaptation process should be, is that we're trying to change how we collect the information, how we provide the information through this process so that we're not increasing uncertainty, so that we're protecting it as much as we can. Unfortunately, it's going to happen at the same time when some of these other variables are at play. In a perfect world, we'd conduct this modernization process. We'd have a better tool and a better time series moving forward. And there would be no limitation in the number of days. There would be no limitation in our ability to bring the same, if not more, information available to this process. And really, to wrap that up, in a changing environment with climate doing what it's doing, we want more information. We need more data. And so the likelihood of that is limited. So just to be clear, the goal here is to try and prepare for that.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your presentation, Dr. Foy.
Absolutely. So I'll ask Dr. Ed Farley to come up to the table to introduce the Salmon Research Task Force.
Madam Chair, members of the council, I'm Ed Farley. I'm the program manager of the Ecosystem Monitoring Assessment Program at the Auk Bay Laboratories within the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. Just waiting for the presentation to come up. When I was going through this presentation this morning, I realized many of you may not understand the task force bill and when it became an act and some of the timelines that we had. So I just want to quickly go through what occurred during this task force timeline. So the Alaska Salmon Research Task Force bill was signed into law with other legislation during December of 2022. The act tasked the Department of Commerce to work with the state of Alaska to form an Alaska Salmon Research Task Force. That task force was to be a diverse group of not more than 19 members. The task force had 1 year from the time it began to write a report on research needs for Alaska salmon. The task force was also asked to form an Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim working group within 30 days of our first meeting to address the research needs in that region. And the task force met for the first time in June of 2023, and our report was published in 2024. So I'm going to really go quickly through and highlight that. So the purposes of the act were to ensure that Pacific salmon trends in Alaska regarding productivity and abundance are characterized and that the research needs are identified. We were to prioritize scientific research needs for Pacific salmon in Alaska, address increased variability or decline in Pacific salmon returns in Alaska by creating a coordinated salmon research strategy, and to support collaboration and coordination for Pacific salmon conservation efforts in Alaska. So I'm going to just provide what the task force recommended, and in our report, our coordinated research strategy is a gravel to gravel strategy. That's a life history model, and the potential impacts to the various life history for salmon are listed here in a circle. Those included the freshwater harvest, salmon health and condition, which impacts all the different life histories. We had predators, which also impacts all the different life histories. And we had freshwater habitat changes along with marine food limitations, marine harvest and bycatch, and then sort of an overarching that's impacting all of these things are climate warming and extreme events. So what I'm going to go through now is some of the research needs that the task force highlighted in relation to these potential impacts to the different stages and life history cycle for salmon. And the first one was our research need was in relation to warming climate and extreme events, and that's research to understand and quantify the effects of natural environmental variability and warming climate on Alaska salmon distribution and abundance. I'm sure everyone is aware that climate is impacting not only the terrestrial and freshwater ecosystems, but also the marine ecosystems that salmon inhabit throughout their life history. Another recommendation on salmon health and condition is research to understand the connections between freshwater, estuarine, and marine environments that lead to pathogens or declines in some vitamin levels for salmon. Many of you may be aware of ichthyophonus. That's a pathogen that is in Chinook salmon and other salmon, but particularly happening for Chinook salmon on the Yukon. And so we need to better understand what the vectors are that are creating some of these pathogens, where they're getting the pathogen, and then what that means to these Chinook salmon when they return to spawn. Other salmon health and condition research needs include research to understand prey quality and quantity on health and condition of salmon in marine, estuarine, and freshwater habitats. Many of us who have been doing research, me in particular, in the marine environment for a number of decades, have really seen changes in prey quality and quantity and what that means for fish outcomes in terms of their size and fat reserves for different critical life history stages. Another applied research need for salmon health and condition includes the research to understand the mechanisms behind the declining size at age, as these declines impact the amount of food available per fish, the size and number of eggs per female, and future generations, and can contribute to declining run sizes. And just an example here, just showing Yukon Chinook salmon length at age has been in particularly declining since the 1960s. Getting toward the impact of marine food limitations, the research need that we suggest here is to understand the implications of habitat use by Alaska salmon populations at various levels of abundance, the productive capacity of habitats for each life stage, and the potential implications for density-dependent effects. I show here just an example. These slides come from the North Pacific Unanimous Fish Commission in terms of the thousands or metric tons of Pacific salmon that are commercial catch each year by weight. And you can see that that catch has been quite high ever since the 90s in relation to the previous decades. But also realize that the different countries that are around the Pacific Rim that have salmon as returning, they also have hatchery programs, and so we've been ramping up some of those hatchery releases up to about 5 billion each year since the 1980s. So I'm trying to understand what implications some of these carrying capacity issues may have. And another is for in relation to the marine harvest and bycatch. The task force said that we need research to reduce bycatch, interception, and illegal, unreported, and unregulated, or IUU fishing through improved understanding of distribution and migration patterns of Alaska salmon stocks to better predict and avoid incidental harvest in the migratory corridors of Alaska salmon, including the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, Gulf of Alaska areas, and regions in the North Pacific where increased potential for IUU fishing may be occurring. I just wanted to highlight here, there's a colleague, Joe Langen, he just published a paper looking at over 50 years of data that were collected through high sea salmon research projects. Those data included catch records along with temperature records where the salmon were caught. Joe was able to use those data and put together temperature preference models for different salmon species. This is one example for looking at, this is a modeled prediction for hotspots for Chinook salmon summer distribution prediction, showing those fish would be offshore in the Bering Sea. I think that we do know that's where they're at, so that model has a fairly decent way of trying to get back at looking at where hotspots might be occurring and where fish might be migrating to. So I encourage anyone to read that paper. It's really nice. So I didn't go through all the research needs. I just wanted to highlight some of them. There were a number of other research needs that the task force recommended in relation to predation and some of the other potential impacts at the life history. But the strategies that we recommended to address these priority research needs include the improved understanding of the social impacts, improved stock identification methods, better characterization of ocean distributions and marine migration routes, expanded ocean ecosystem surveys, strategies to minimize human impacts on freshwater and coastal habitats, making use of new technologies, more effective monitoring of salmon indicator stocks, improved stock assessment for in-season management, life cycle modeling and management strategy evaluations for climate resilience, and a better data management and sharing. And we had a recommended framework, one that would develop projects that would include salmon people and others across tribal, federal, state, nonprofit, international, and other entities. And we provided one example of that, which would be to use a two-eyed seeing framework that embraces learning from, or to see from one eye with the strengths of indigenous knowledge and ways of knowing, and from the other eye with the strengths of mainstream knowledge and ways of knowing. So that was our recommended framework. And from that, I just want to briefly go through. So we have a task force report, and I know the report, if you've seen it online, you'll see that it's about 118 pages, but really the meat of our task force report is in the top 20 pages. And that's what I just provided here. But we also had a report from our Arctic Yukon-Kuskokwim working group, and that report follows our report. It's about 20 pages. So I just wanted to briefly highlight that report. They were tasked to identify research needs for the AYK region. That group did go through and try to put together prioritizations, and they used the method that they used is described in the report. But I just wanted to highlight here, this is one of the figures from the report showing that that group recommended a high priority for competition, understanding competition with hatchery pinks and chums and Bristol Bay sockeye, food quality for smolts. And then beyond that, there's some other catch-related priorities, which were in marine fisheries, both state, federal, and foreign fisheries, bycatch and federal marine fisheries, interceptions in state marine fisheries, and so on. And then lesser priority as we move down. Again, that's there's more information in the report that highlights how they came to that conclusion. And I realize that the council's just put out their top 12 research priorities, so I wanted to just really quickly try to link, what we did within our salmon task force in terms of research needs with the council's priorities. One of the priorities that there's a definite link into is to reduce Western Alaska salmon bycatch, and we feel like we can do that through more research that is being done now and could be done in the future. Continue to acquire basic life history information, and again, that really feeds into our declining size at age or even age at maturation, and for some of the salmon and some of the younger age at maturation, especially for Chinook and other salmon that we're seeing right now. Looking at social and cultural effects for fisheries and management policy on communities. And again, to develop predictive tools to model it and that evaluate the impact of multiple projected climate scenarios. And one of the things I wanted to point out is I know that there's some critical monitoring that the council has recommended, and that's to maintain the core biological and oceanographic data necessary to support integrated ecosystem assessments. And just in the program that I've been in and the work that I've been doing for the last 25 years, our integrated work or our ecosystem work is done in the late summer. So when Dr. Foy illustrates some of the ecosystem surveys that are occurring in late summer in the Bering Sea, those ecosystem surveys have salmon objectives, and those salmon objectives have been there for over 2 decades. And that's where we're getting our information on what is happening within the marine environment for some of these critical stocks in Western Alaska. And then I just wanted to really quickly go through what I think would be a really nice life cycle model, because we have a lot of data now. We can do these models. We can address questions that are occurring right now for populations that are either doing well or not doing well. And we know that it's difficult to estimate key life history processes from traditional adult monitoring alone. So we know we have escapement data. The Alaska Department of Fish and Game does a very good job of collecting that, directed harvest data. We have information from bycatch. And then we have, like I just mentioned, over 2 decades worth of juvenile survey data. Plus we have integration and access to the North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission, which has over 50 years of data and high seas information from Japan, Russia, Canada, US, and South Korea. So it's really important to be able to utilize all those data sets to get a better understanding of marine survival, maturation schedules, spawn and recruit patterns, environmental and anthropogenic impacts, and help us understand distribution and migration models, because we know these are changing in terms when our climate or our oceans are warming. And through the life cycle models that are informed by these juvenile survey data plus the international research survey data, it can be used to identify drivers of population variability and evaluate alternative management and environmental scenarios using the best available science. And we're working now to improve adult equivalent models for Chinook salmon in the Bering Sea using a life cycle model. We already are using these data that we collect in the marine environment to forecast adult returns. This is projects and collaborations with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And we want to really start working on some management strategy evaluations utilizing these data to help us try to address some really important questions on what is going on with Chinook, Western Alaska, chum salmon, and other salmon stocks in particular. So with that, I just want to say that we had a 19-member cap on the task force, but the task force decided that when the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim Working Group was formed, everyone whoever wanted to join could join. So we had quite a few people in that working group. We had about 15 members from the task force also in that working group. And I want to thank Dr. Katie Howard and Dr. Schindler, who's at the University of Washington. They both co-chaired that working group. And they were able to get the report done within the 9-month timeline that they had. And then I just want to really thank the task force. We had 1 year to get a report out. We had a lot of meetings. We had a lot of public meetings. We definitely heard what the public was saying and incorporated a lot of what we heard into this report. So I really appreciate the dedicated time that all these folks that you see here had, especially Jacob Ivanoff, who was vice chair with me. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farley. Ms. Vanderhoeven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Farley. Recognizing that this is a pretty condensed version of the full report, I noticed the Yukon work group had highlighted competition from hatchery fish as one of their research needs. I didn't see anything similar to that from the general task force. Just in the presentation and acknowledgement that there were all these hatchery fish being released. Is that something that the consequences of that or the impacts of that, was that part of what the task force recommended for their research needs? Is that in the report and just not in the presentation, or did that not rise to the level for the task force?
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Vanderhoeven. We had marine food limitations, and within that, we had a research need that would look at the different habitats within that salmon reside in to look for overlap in terms of competition. It was a little broader statement, so the work group actually dove right in and said, "How about competition with pink and chum?" We kept it a little bit more broad. It was there in that one marine food limitation potential impact. We have a research need that the task force identified to understand potential competition in the ocean.
Sorry, was that specific to hatchery competition with hatchery fish, or was it intended to be more broad?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, it was intended to be more broad because if we have hatchery production, but in Asia, Russia specifically, most of the pink salmon production is wild. So, and that it's been shown through other reports, there's a correlation analysis that pink salmon production can have density-dependent effective growth on some stocks in Alaska.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you for the report. And it's a lot of work in a short amount of time. And I just wondered if you could characterize where these recommendations go, like for the council. What do we do? Not necessarily council, but any entity with the recommendations made. In particular, I'm thinking we've seen presentations from you based on the ecosystem assessments on prey quality and quantity. We've seen presentations from Dr. Katie Howard on diet and energy assessments for juvenile Chinook salmon. I mean, those really stand out to me as what we've seen through this process. Do any of these recommendations change that work or just emphasize that work needs to continue? Any kind of characterization of what happens now would be helpful.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball. That's a really good question. So the report was done in June. It was presented to Congress in July. And the question then, like you ask, is what's next? So there are a lot of recommendations in here, and I work for the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. We have salmon research. And so at this point, what we're working on now is connecting the work we're doing within the center to the task force recommendations where we can and where we have funding to do that. We already are collaborating with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game on ecosystem monitoring. They did get funding through Congress to do juvenile salmon studies in the Bering Sea and also Western Gulf. So those collaborations are going to be needed, required for us to make sure that we have the footprint that is needed to understand climate impact, and especially at the critical life stages. So to just kind of get at we are working now to utilize some of these research needs, and with the funding that we have and with collaborators. My big take on this is some of the life history modeling that we're planning to do and how that utilizes data sets that we already have in terms of trying to address some of these other questions, such as adult equivalent modeling. We can do that through these data sets. We get a better understanding of marine mortality because of the data sets we have, and hopefully we'll get a better understanding of impacts. And staff in my program are doing this right now, and we already are working within our genetics group to get better identification for chum salmon, stock identification. We all know that there's a summer stock in Western Alaska that's hard to distinguish at this point. So, I mean, a lot of these recommendations here are being done to the extent that we have funding to do them and collaborations in place.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Farley, thanks very much for this is a really impressive overview. Sort of along the lines of what Ms. Kimball was asking, I'm wondering about your sort of thoughts about both the value of continued international efforts, such as the Year of the Salmon, to helping with this work in particular, and equally about your thoughts about making at least some of these more of just an Eastern North Pacific, more written more broadly effort. So pulling in your colleagues both from Canadian agencies as well as in the lower 48, the tribal, state, federal researchers and managers down there. Have you had an opportunity, or has the task force had an opportunity to think about the value of the work you're doing for those other folks, and maybe as well if there's work going on to the south of you in the Eastern North Pacific that might also be valuable to the task force?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Twite, thanks for that question. I think that the heart of your question is through the North Pacific Unanimous Fish Commission. So that commission has been in place since the early 1990s. The Alaska Fisheries Science Center has taken part in that commission. And why do I mention it? It is extremely important because it's the only place that we can go to work with parties within the North Pacific that include Russia, Japan, South Korea, and Canada to get a better understanding of the changes in the marine ecology in the high seas for salmon. They all conduct surveys, annual surveys in the ocean, and they have specific directed research on salmon. Without that international commission, we would not know what they are doing. So these, this collaboration has a science plan. So I was the chair of the science subcommittee in the NPFC, and we developed a science plan. That science plan is an international effort to include, all of the parties that you mentioned in lower 48. I mean, we have Lori Whitecamp from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, others from there that take part in the discussions and the research development, and also some of our the products that come out of that. There's about a 50-year time series there, and like I mentioned with Joe Langen, that he's put together that model for looking at different salmon migration distribution models based on those data. We wouldn't know what was happening in Russia if we didn't have that collaboration. And so one of the reasons why the task force put the science plan for NPFC at the end of the document is just to show how important it is to continue to work with that group. Now, the International Year of the Salmon was born out of the NPFC. So was the Bering Aleutian Salmon International Survey, that basis. I mean, that started there. And that collaboration was extremely important in understanding what was happening in the Bering Sea. So what's happening now? Well, we have the basin scale events to coastal impacts, which is a UN decade project, which NPFC is partnering with, and that's in Pisces. My recommendation was that we would start with a modeling effort. I believe they're going to do that. You know, one of the questions is, well, if we're having competition in the ocean, where is the competition occurring? And are there sufficient food resources? And I think we have the data to model, to hopefully model some of those interactions and see what's really going on. We have correlation analyses, but we don't understand the mechanism. So that's the hope. I hope we get there. Does that answer your question?
More than answers it. Thank you.
All
That
right.
was really useful.
Is it okay?
Yes,
All
go
right.
ahead.
Thanks, Dr. Farley, and thanks for also presenting to the Gravel to Gravel Keystone Initiative recently. Really appreciate that. And it seems to me that the work that has been done so far really touches on the purposes 1 through 3 in the research, the act that was passed. But then what stands out to me is purpose number 4, which reads to support collaboration and coordination for Pacific salmon conservation efforts in Alaska. And so is that a next step? And can you maybe share where the next steps may take us with that effort? Because that seems like a big part of the act.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Belhove, I think that what we decided there was to come up with a potential framework, which I don't know how we can. I know that through Gravel to Gravel, that's been done, you know, for you, and we really appreciate and want to make sure that we connect with that in future research. I know that right now that the center is trying to lead a proposal to the North Pacific Research Board on the next integrated ecosystem research program in the Northern Bering Sea, and if selected, I hope that group will work toward making connections. But what we heard quite a bit from folks from the public and especially from tribes is that, you know, we want to make sure that we're working with those tribes, and we need a framework that we can do that in. And so we provided an example framework. From there, it's going to be up to us, the folks in Alaska, to make this happen.
Well, just if I could follow up and just compliment you on the work for the report, the written report. I hope it doesn't sit on a shelf. I hope people actually use it. And moving forward, we refer back to it for priorities for research needs. So thanks.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Farley. Not seeing any additional questions. We appreciate your report.
All right. Thank you.
So with that, I think it's a good time to break for lunch. We will come back at 1:15 and reconvene with our presentations on B4. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. We'll be continuing on this afternoon with our B reports. We're on our B4 report, and we have Dr. Sarah Wise here to give her presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Wise, social scientist with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And today I've been asked to present an update on the economic and social science research program at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center on our ongoing work and directions forward. For the sake of time, I'm going to go fairly quickly through some of our highlights and then turn to a recent report developed by Dr. Kaspersky and co-authors on commercial fisheries within Alaska.
Dr. Wise, before you continue, I'll just let council members know that this presentation is not posted yet. It's not ready to be posted. So we'll just have it available on the screen in front of us. Thank you.
Sorry, just trying to move these forward. There we go. So we at the Science Center, we've been working hard to respond to the national initiatives and regional priorities that have come our way, and we're happy to welcome a few new hires in the program. We have Dr. Angela Albo-Husani, who's an interdisciplinary social scientist with experience in climate and fisheries and policymaking. She's a new CEFI hire, the Climate, Ecosystem, and Fisheries Initiative, and her work will focus in that area. And Dr. Rusty Dame, who is an economist who's working on a suite of projects, including a new mariculture project that he's developing. And of course, our new program manager, Abigail Harley, who's over the course of the past year has worked hard to weave our work together and our expertise to focus and respond to the array of initiatives that have come our way. We're very grateful for the extra help on this. So we have recently had the opportunity to review our products, projects, and tools, and to reassess these in relation to our core mission in mind. So just as a reminder of that, our program works to support NOAA's stewardship responsibilities, which include very broadly the conservation and management of marine resources, and to consider the importance of marine resources to fishing communities. So to do this, we do many things, including collect and analyze economic, social, and cultural data to support these stewardship responsibilities in the North Pacific and Arctic. And we develop models for assessing the effects of climate, markets, changing environmental conditions, fisheries management, and fishing communities. So given this and our areas of expertise, we really cover a broad range of topics. And some of this we develop products such as bioeconomic models, oral histories. We look at climate and global trade-offs. We analyze food security within fishing communities. So it's quite an expanse. I've listed here some of the products and tools that we've developed, some of which may be fairly familiar to you, such as the annual fisheries reports, the econ safes in ground fish and crab, as well as the annual community engagement and participation overview, or a CEPO. We've also developed a community landings dashboard. This is specifically, it's a confidential dashboard with confidential data specifically for council staff to support their analyses. And then we also have several either national initiatives or what I'm calling broad utility products, such as the Dr. Chain Sung's multi-regional social accounting matrix, or the MRSAM matrix. And most recently, we're working on an Alaska Climate Ecosystem Dashboard, or ACE dashboard, in relation to the CEFI work that is going on to connect us to the ongoing regional work. And then finally, what I'll talk more about today is the Alaska Community Snapshot. So just a quick moment to let you know where to find all these materials. We have a dashboard hosted by and maintained by ACFIN. And this is where all our products and tools, it's a holding place for this. It's accessible to the public. And these where we also have our non-confidential data that goes into some of these analyses and products, as well as the products themselves. So if you go to this website, you'll see it sections on the economic status reports, and the groundfish and crab safes, and you can download the most recent copies of those, versions of those. And these are updated annually, so this dashboard will also be updated annually. Historically, this has been presented in February. That last year was a little bit uncertain, so we're hoping to get back on track with the scheduling this year. And then products and tools referring, really dealing with fishing communities are also here, including the USFWS report. And when that is updated, the newest version is also posted there, as well as the archive versions. The community landings dashboard, which I'll just talk about in a second, including national initiatives like the social indicators toolbox and website, and other products that may be developed along the way. Other resources include the MR-SAM matrix, the model that I was talking about earlier, and that did go into this snapshot analysis. And then catch fair performance matrix, which are underway and will, once they are posted, once they're complete, they will be posted on here. So just to pick one tool for a second and give a very quick overview of that, this is the Alaska Commercial Fisheries Community Landings Dashboard. Again, it was developed specifically and in collaboration with Counsel staff. What is it that you need for your analyses? And we took that feedback and developed this tool in response. It's only for landings at this point. We are looking at sort of how beneficial this is and whether or not we want to expand on this. And we're also looking at providing something similar that is public facing. However, with the confidentiality issues, it's far more complicated than this one. So with this tool, it's obviously interactive. You can go in, you can search by species group, fishery, community, gear type, and then you can get an overview by fishery, but also by community on which communities are, let's say, top 10 most engaged in a particular fishery. Or if you want to look within a fishery, within a community, which fisheries that specific community is most engaged in. So you can kind of go about it multiple ways that way. And it has the annual revenue updates. This is updated yearly as well as a 5-year average. So to the snapshots now, to the Alaska Community Snapshot. And this is in direct response to Secretary of Commerce Gail Raimondo last May reached out, well, first industry reached out to Secretary Raimondo, requested a closer look at some of the Alaska fisheries trends and patterns going on, because there was a lot of concern and distress around some of the downturn that was seen in the seafood industry. Secretary Gail Raimondo then reached out to the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and asked for an economic snapshot analysis on the commercial fisheries sector in Alaska. This request was specifically for commercial fisheries, and we all know that these downturns and stressors are certainly felt across all sectors of fisheries, but just as a caveat, this is just for commercial fisheries. So our economic and social science research team, led by Dr. Steve Kaspersky and with Drs. Ben Fissel and Michael Rubino, took the lead on developing this report, and the official tasker with the request came out in early May, and they did the report by the end of June. So it was a very quick turnaround, and we are still waiting for approval from headquarters for it to be made public. As soon as it is, we'll share the report. I did get approval to share the slides, but that's why they're not posted publicly, because I can only show them and then they'll be made public when the report is allowed to be seen in full. So the purpose of the report is really to provide a snapshot of an independent assessment of the current economic and social conditions in the Alaska seafood industry. And this includes all state and federally managed commercial fisheries in Alaska. We're again aware that Alaska fisheries and fishing communities outside of the scope of the commercial sector are experiencing substantial impacts as well, but this request was limited to the commercial sector. We utilize NMFS and third-party data sources to access changes in the revenues and costs in the seafood industry, and then supplemented this with discussions with industry members to contextualize the current market conditions facing the Alaska seafood industry. There's evidence of substantial increases in costs starting in 2022 and price declines in 2023, which led to increased pressure on both the harvesting and processing of business operations. So the importance of the social and economic importance of seafood in Alaska, I'm sure is well known to all of you here. It's a major private sector of employment in Alaska, and it's an economic and cultural engine across Alaska fishing communities and beyond. There are strong connections between Alaska fisheries and food security within Alaska communities, and fisheries really underpins the well-being across Alaska fishing communities. And to just take a minute to talk about well-being, this graphic shows the many elements really involved in something we call well-being. The term well-being really covers a wide variety of elements. It encompasses a state where needs are met and individuals and communities can pursue their goals and enjoy a satisfactory quality of life. And this may include things that we can easily quantify, such as livelihood through some of the slides that I'll show you today does just that, but also things that are far harder to quantify, such as culture and spirituality, mental, physical health, the sharing of knowledge across generations, etc. All of this is incorporated into the concept of well-being. And these connections between fisheries and well-being for Alaska and other U.S. coastal communities are well established in the literature. So we're working from that as well, from that perspective. Some of the challenges that we're seeing within Alaska commercial fisheries are overall lower seafood prices and the changes in how retail operators handled the seasonal influx of seafood products really contributed to the large seafood inventories and therefore lower prices received by processors and wholesalers. There's also a lack of market differentiation between sustainably harvested and regulated Alaska seafood and products produced in Russia due to some of the certification processes. There's also the challenge of trade and exchange rates and increases in tariffs. Some of the tariff asymmetries still exist with several important trading partners that have duty-free access to U.S. markets, but U.S. producers face tariffs between 1% and 30% in these countries. There's a lack of revenue insurance. So as the fluctuations within seafood increase in sort of frequency and amplitude, also the insurance doesn't necessarily cover that or create any more certainty in the industry, which is very different from, say, the agricultural sector. There's higher input costs into the harvesting and processing sectors. This includes fuel, borrowing from banks, interest rates, labor costs, such as wages, and all of this has increased substantially since 2022. There's also fisheries disasters, which since 2019, the Secretary of Commerce has approved $340 million in disaster relief funds. This is for various Alaska crab, salmon, and cod fisheries. And the amounts are still to be determined for other cases that are still in the works. These disasters, fisheries disasters, are seem to be increasing in frequency and are certainly something that will need to continue to be considered. Processor employment and plant closures. In 2024, there's multiple processors that announced seasonal or permanent plant closures across Alaska fishing communities. And this, of course, has had a dramatic effect on those communities that rely on those processing plants. Residual COVID impacts. Of course, COVID hit everyone very, very hard, but it brought unprecedented and destabilizing changes to the seafood industry and the fishing communities that led to substantial revenue losses, increased costs, and decreased participation. And we still are seeing some of those effects. There's also aging physical capital and infrastructure, as well as social capital and infrastructure and human capital. There's a need to reinvest in technical upgrades in processing plants to increase efficiencies to be able to compete on the global market. And this has all led to a cumulative effect. The ultimate impact of these multiple factors is a severe decline in commercial fishing participation in the region for the last decade, and communities with plant closures face substantial losses in tax revenues from processing and local spending, creating uncertainty in community budgets and spending. Community businesses that support the fishing industry and rely on fishermen spending are also struggling for survival. So just to break down some of these costs, and again, the full details will be in the report, but this is just to highlight some of these elements. So since 2022, you can see here on the figure that the costs that I just mentioned previously have substantially increased. And these really include many factors, including high interest rates, increase in fuel prices, increases in wage requirements, and then general inflation. And this is across gear, sector and gear type. In addition to that, in 2023, declining revenue is evident, where first wholesale value dropped by 26%, or about $1.2 billion. First wholesale prices dropped by 23% from 2022 to 2023. And then ex-vessel revenue dropped by 32% from 2022 to 2023, about $617 million. And ex-vessel prices dropped by 38% in that same time frame. Coupling these costs and the declining revenues with the increased climate-related challenges across the Gulf and the Bering Sea, what becomes very, very clear is that Alaska fisheries and fishing communities are experiencing multiple and compounding stressors. And this is generated through the MRSAM model that I mentioned earlier. So these are with the statistically calculated revenue losses, what would be the equivalent in job losses for Alaska and then other regions. And the model output seen here aggregates the number of jobs for the state of Alaska, as well as at-sea operations, and then Washington, Oregon, and California. So just looking at Alaska for the year, these revenue changes in 2022 and 2023, the number of estimated jobs losses over that time period is 27,669. jobs with a loss of 135 million state and local government revenue. Implications of downturns on well-being more generally, declining profits from these last 2 years, which we just showed on the last 2 slides. The low prices compounding stressors associated with ecological challenges, such as the blob, and the impacts on Pacific cod and multiple salmon species and runs in the Gulf and in the Bering Sea. The collapse of snow crab from the Bering Sea, the closures of commercial and subsistence salmon fisheries for Western Alaska communities, all have also impacted fishing communities in the state. Some fishermen and fishing communities are struggling to survive in response to this. They're reporting in our conversations and in our projects that are working with fishing communities. They're reporting declining physical and mental health, increased substance abuse uses. They're struggling to make loan payments. That's on boats, on permits for their insurance, and with such declining profits. For instance, King Cove lost the Peter Pan processing plant and with it 70% of its community revenues, compounded by losing momentum on multiple company projects that relied on that processing plant to purchase things such as hydroelectric power, water, solid waste disposal. The snow crab collapse had an estimated 133 million ex-vessel value and 171 million wholesale value losses for fishery participants. And in 2023, St. Paul declared an economic, cultural, and social emergency. The city anticipated a 90% drop in state shared tax revenue and a 100% drop in direct city tax revenue. There's growing food security implications or food insecurity implications across the state, particularly in those communities that rely very heavily on marine resources. Concerns over large-scale losses in fisheries participation with generational implications for fishing communities. The recent market disruptions undermine fishermen's and communities' capacity to ultimately be resilient and survive in fisheries under these continued climate stressors that we are anticipating. So in summary, just to wrap up what all these slides say, there's an estimated direct loss of $1.8 billion in Alaska seafood industry revenues between 2022 and 2023, which resulted in an estimated total loss of over 38,000 fishing and non-fishing jobs in the U.S. A loss of an estimated $4.3 billion in total U.S. output, and an estimated total decrease of $269 million in state and local tax revenues in the U.S. The ex-vessel margin index, a measure of profitability, also declined by 50% in 2022 and 23, which was the compound effect of decreased prices in 2023 as well as increased costs for key inputs to the production process, including labor rates, energy prices, and interest rates. The decrease in revenues in 2023 is largely driven by low seafood prices across nearly all Alaska species, as well as a result of global market forces, including exchange rates, tariffs, etc. The Alaska seafood industry represents an important way of life, a sense of place, community, and identity, as well as a prominent food security provider for many Alaskans and beyond. These recent changes cause significant decreases in local Alaska state, town, and community revenue and threaten the sustainability of Alaska fisheries dependent communities and that way of life. So again, thank you, and thank you to the team that put this report together.
Thank you very much for this presentation. It's very just pertinent information and very responsive to, I think, some of the concerns that we've been hearing over the last year from fishery dependent community leaders. So I appreciate you presenting this. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for that report, and I'll look forward to reading the full report when it's publicly available. We usually see at the council the climate-driven factors that you presented as kind of exacerbating a bigger global market decline that the Alaska seafood industry across all species is trying to weather. And I wondered if there's any tie-in on this in this snapshot report to further work on the implementation of the National Seafood Strategy. Does any of what you've provided kind of inform where to put NOAA's best efforts, since several of these components in terms of trade and other things like that are part of that report? Is there a tie in there, or am I making that up?
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yes, I definitely think there's a tie-in, and I think those conversations are ongoing and continue. I also think with the CEFI work that is building momentum now, and we have the new hires and ties into this more national effort, I think there's a lot of leveraging of resources and expertise to really try and hone in on some solutions and some sort of initiatives that can mitigate some of the impacts.
Just a follow-up comment. I hope that that's the case, and I think Mr. Curlin already mentioned he'd be happy to give or provide a presentation, someone at the council, on the National Seafood Strategy implementation plan, and any opportunity to tie in kind of what you're finding and driving the priorities in that plan would be really helpful. I think most of this is outside of the council's purview, which we don't, but that's one reason I really appreciate this report, because we don't get to see the outside factors that are really affecting the health of the industry. And so this is really helping, I think, shine a light on those factors and what every species and every fishery is trying to work against, and especially small coastal communities in Alaska. So I just a note of thanks, and then I hope we can use this to help prioritize NOAA's efforts.
Thank you. And Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Weiss, I'm going to go back before the snapshot report. One of your very early slides mentioned a dashboard available to council staff to assist with, I believe it was understanding community impacts, that sort of thing. And I think you described it as confidential information. So I guess I'm a little bit curious about how council staff would then use that to inform analyses. I wonder if you could just clarify that.
Through the chair, thank you. So it is confidential information. Often the analyses that we can then present in the SAFE, we often have to aggregate some of the data in order to avoid some of those confidentiality restrictions. But the data itself are available. Let's see. The data themselves are on the dashboard that you have to have permission in order to access that dashboard. So council staff can then go through ACFIN. It has the access to the data and gain that permission to then use that for their analyses. I'm not sure if that answers your question. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. When you started out with sort of what prompted the snapshot report, I guess I was just wondering, that sounds like a fairly unique situation whereby the Secretary of Commerce was responding directly to input she received. Do you have plans to revisit this snapshot periodically, or kind of what's I'm not aware of this type of product being produced very often. So I'm wondering if you've been able to give that any thought.
Through the chair, yes. We've given it a lot of thought. It's been incredibly informative for us as well to be able to take this broader approach, and some of this analysis required a broader approach, and it touched on a lot of the products that we do produce, but perhaps in slightly different formats or shapes. So we've given it a lot of thought in terms of how to then infuse some of our existing products with this kind of analysis, whether it's using this type of data, or whether it's to bring in some of the issues together into one location to do that. So there are, such as in the SAFE or in a SEPO, where we're really looking at either fishery or in the SEPO's case, within community, we're definitely pulling some of those methodological approaches into those documents. Elements, but not necessarily the analysis in full. We haven't necessarily talked about that.
Seeing further questions, I appreciate your report again, Dr. Weiss. So we have one more presentation under B4. I think Emily Wilson is here.
Akwe, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. While I wait for the presentation to come up, I just wanted to introduce myself again for our new council members. For the record, I'm Emily Wilson. I'm the Tribal Relations Coordinator for the Alaska Regional Office for NOAA Fisheries. I also have my colleague Maggie Mooney-Seuss with me today, who's my colleague for our Science Center, Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And thank you for the opportunity to present an overview of our NOAA Fisheries Equity and Environmental Justice efforts. And thank you so much for being flexible as we swap presentations here this afternoon so that my colleague Sarah can get on her flight. I apologize that we couldn't have all our team members with us here today in person, but I am really grateful that Maggie Mooney-Seuss is online with us virtually. We'll be tag teaming this presentation. So I'll first share components of the presentation on the background of our NOAA Fisheries National Strategy. I'll go through a little bit about the why, on why we're doing this, and the implementation plans that we just shared recently and announced across the country. And then my Science Center colleague, Maggie, will introduce herself and share a little bit more about the outreach and engagement activities that we've conducted over the last year, some of the questions we've been asking the community, some of the feedback we've received thus far, and where we're headed next, including how you can incorporate any comment that you would like to share or input on our Alaska EEJ implementation plan. And before I begin, I just want to note that these are living documents. We intend to be able to modify these over time in order to better fit public need. We also look forward to more interactions with the council and community engagement. So in May of 2023, NOAA Fisheries developed a national equity and environmental justice strategy. I want to briefly go over the background and the why behind this. Environmental justice is not a new topic. It's rooted in civil rights and the civil rights movement within the United States. It's with the understanding that environmental management is intimately linked to the history of our country. And this link was highlighted in the description of environmental racism, which is the disproportionate and unequal impact and environmental decision on non-white people and communities. So this environmental justice was first picked up by the Clinton administration in 1994 in the Executive Order 12898 on federal actions to address environmental justice in minority and low-income populations. And then in 2021, the Biden administration engaged on this topic in 2 executive orders, 13985, which is advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government, and in Executive Order 14008, which is tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad. And then most recently in 2023, Executive Order 14096 on revitalizing our nation's commitment for justice and environmental justice for all, and also Executive Order 14091 on furthering advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. So all of these past and recent executive orders help guide our efforts and created a firm foundation for our agency to pursue EEJ across the nation. And even though this strategy was released in May of 2023, the effort actually occurred in 2021. It received needed review and input from Indigenous and underserved fishing communities throughout a national public comment process. This was all part of the sometimes uncomfortable effort to use EEJ principles to build a strategy. It required our federal agency to actually use a magnifying glass to determine how we can do better as public servants. So writing the strategy included several rounds of both internal and external input. And recently on August 13th, NOAA Fisheries released 10 EEJ implementation plans across the region. And these are both regional and program office level plans that identify initial actions that will be taken to incorporate EEJ into the vital services we provide to all the communities. And I apologize to the Office of International Affairs and Trade. They do have an implementation plan. This is a little bit older slide, which does not include theirs, but they are included. And feedback from the public on these plans, including the Alaska EEJ plan, are welcome. And Maggie will expand upon this in just a few minutes. So I think it's important to describe what is ocean equity. There is the recognition for the need to bring equity concerns into the marine environment and specifically fisheries. While much of the environmental justice literature focuses on terrestrial disproportionate burden of environmental toxicity and subsequent health outcomes, the question is, how does this relate to the ocean environment? Or more specifically, how do we operationalize equity within the context of fisheries? So justice can more broadly include distributional, recognitional, and procedural justice as described in the publication of Bennett et al. 2019. And this means NMFS can include unequal distribution of fisheries resources or regulatory burdens, expanding fisheries research to be co-produced and reflect more diverse knowledge systems, and restructuring our decision-making, which ensures authentic participation with processes that are accountable to those that are most impacted. And advancing social equity in marine conservation requires directing our attention to three main themes that we're focused on. First is recognition, through acknowledgement and respect for diverse peoples and their perspectives. The second is fair distribution of impacts through maximizing benefits and minimizing burdens to communities. And finally, third is procedures through fostering participation in decision-making and good governance, management through championing and supporting local involvement and leadership, and ensuring our conservation actions are actually effective. This is no doubt a challenge, but we can accomplish this together. As the slide photo demonstrates, more equitable inputs equal more equitable representation and a better outcome for all. So one unique aspect of the EEJ strategy and a question that we're often asked is, who makes up the list of underserved community? So NMFS started with a list of identities related to groups that have been historically identified as underserved by the federal government. And this is listed in Biden's Executive Order 13985. This is the list that you see in the large blue box there in the center. And this includes certain genders. It has different racial groups, religious minorities, LGBTQ plus communities, those with disabilities, people residing in rural or urban areas, and groups that are negatively impacted by perpetual poverty or inequality. But after much consideration, we realized that this list wasn't adequate. So we added a subset of fisheries and remote communities that may not have a large voice or representation. For example, we included subsistence fisheries. We included processors and crews of small boat owners who are also captured in that medium teal box you see to the right of the slide. And then finally, we added the U.S. island territories and commonwealths that make up part of the Pacific Islands and Southeast region that were historically not included, but captured in that dark teal box you see at the bottom right. So all of these lists make up our list of underserved communities. The national strategy includes 6 core areas. Did we have a
Excuse me,
question?
yes. Apologies.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Mr. Sukata.
Yep, thank you, and thank you for the report. Just real quick, persons in rural or urban areas, isn't that everybody?
Through the chair, and thank you for the question, Mr. Discata. You're right. In Alaska, that represents just about everybody, right? Or impacts just everyone in the state. Across the nation, this is a national strategy effort. It didn't necessarily reflect every single community need. So for those in the cities, they were excluded from the underserved communities list.
So is my English correct? So cities aren't urban in this analysis?
Well, cities could be urban if there are underserved communities within those cities, correct?
Okay, thank you.
And thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Wilson. In recent years, I've been hearing a lot about sort of so-called food deserts. In other words, areas where the local population, either in urban or rural areas, it just simply doesn't have access to the range of healthy, nutritious foods that most of us enjoy. And is that sort of embedded in this distinction that you were just discussing with Mr. Sukata?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. Thank you for that question, Mr. Twite. Those areas are embedded in this equity and environmental justice effort. Of course, NOAA Fisheries focuses on those 6 core areas that you see here on the slide and how those would impact our communities that we serve and the access to those food sources that are so needed for those communities.
I guess leads me to a follow-up question then. Who within the federal government is sort of responsible for addressing some of those issues in those areas away, in the inland part of our nation that aren't sort of adjacent to an area that councils typically focus on? Because it seems like there's similar sort of public health, nutrition, kind of quality of life issues in those areas too that are exacerbated by the scarcity of the basic foods. So does NOAA have a partner, or NMFS have a partner there in another agency that sort of addresses that?
Through the chair, and that's an excellent question again, Mr. Twite. I'm not aware if we have partnered with other federal agencies for those food security issues, but I'd be happy to go back and talk with our National EEJ Executive Committee and ask that question and bring you back an answer.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So going back to our 6 core areas, these contain elements of distributional, recognitional and procedural justice based on the paper by Bennett et al. 2021. But it pays particular attention to the structure of the NOAA fisheries and how staff would be able to easily recognize the work in the national strategy. So I'm not going to go into specific detail on each of these 6 core areas that you see here in the slide, but I'd like to highlight the middle, which is empowering environment. This is the foundation to long-term EEJ institutionalization and includes leadership support within our agency and a trained and diverse workforce. And all of these core areas depend on this empowering environment in order to be successful. It's important to note that all of these components are cross-cutting, meaning that they're interconnected. However, we wanted to distinguish the 6 core areas because EEJ is often interpreted as only being about outreach and engagement at times when there's so many other components that are involved. So for that, outreach and engagement is just one part of this EEJ effort, and EEJ fits into everything that we do. So NOAA Fisheries accomplished our goal for completion of the Alaska implementation plan in 2 phases. For the Alaska EEJ Outreach and Engagement Phase 1, it began last May and ended in December of 2023, where we hosted a few conversations between tribal groups and fisheries groups by invitation. And then in fall of 2023, we kicked off our town hall conferences with our Alaska Regional Administrator, John Curlin, and our Science Center Director, Bob Foy, with our Alaska Native tribes and underserved communities. We talked to them to glean information on the best way to get a hold of them and methods for engagement, the best season or timing to come visit their community and engage, as well as the best ways to solicit information from them and the underserved communities. And we also received direct input during this time for our draft implementation plan. And this was compiled in December of 2023 and incorporated into our draft plan spring of 2024. For the Alaska EEJ Phase 2 efforts, the working group developed and was successful at securing a budget for fiscal year 23-24 in order to host in-person hub meetings in key locations across the state. We understood the importance of coming to those remote communities because we knew we needed to host those candid face-to-face conversations to hear firsthand some of the types of challenges that our Alaska communities are facing. And Phase 2 began in January of this year, where we expanded our conversations with tribal and underserved communities to glean their feedback, which Maggie will explain a little bit more about. And since these implementation plans, as I mentioned earlier, are living documents, input gleaned from Phase 2 outreach and engagement prior to April 2024 is actually included in the Alaska EEJ implementation plan. And then any additional input that we've received since April of this year will go into our NOAA Fisheries Alaska EEJ implementation plan by the end of December of this year. So we set an initial deadline of Monday, September 30th, this last Monday, for feedback on the plan. However, we're still accepting comments up until December 1st. We've also submitted an Alaska Region EEJ budget request for fiscal year 24-25 that includes the remaining locations that we weren't able to conduct outreach in last year. And the budget request includes an internal EEJ training workshop for Alaska regional staff. And the goals of the workshop are to provide a strong foundational understanding of EEJ, to increase EEJ capacity and our work in the region, but to also modify any existing actions in the current plan or add new actions to that plan based on our subject matter experts. And participation in the workshop is crucial to help our staff tangibly adopt the principles of EEJ and allow them to identify specific actions to be taken in this broader framework that fits into the daily work that they do. And at this time, I'll turn the presentation over to my colleague, Maggie Mooney-Seuss at the Science Center, to share a little bit more about our outreach and engagement.
Thank you, Emily. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
And thank you for advancing the slide for me. Good afternoon, members of the council. I apologize for not being there in person. I have an elderly parent that I'm caring for right now, so I wasn't able to travel. I do appreciate the opportunity, though, to share with you the work we've been doing on this important topic. As Emily stated, we've conducted varied outreach and engagement to help us develop this equity and environmental justice implementation plan for Alaska. And our approach has been really tailored for Alaska. As you all know, Alaska is made up of many remote rural villages and small commercial, recreational, and subsistence fishing communities. These communities are culturally and demographically diverse. Many are mixed economies dependent on both commercial and subsistence opportunities. Given this, we opted to use the telephone to conduct town hall meetings, as many rural areas across Alaska lack much of the basic infrastructure to conduct virtual meetings and are difficult to reach due to the high travel costs. We initially targeted Alaska tribes because Alaska is home to 40% of all federally recognized tribal nations in the US. So improving engagement with tribes and indigenous organizations in Alaska is important, along with reaching underserved communities across the state. So we also conducted telephone town halls with commercial and charter fishing representatives and organizations and other interest groups. We followed this up with in-person hub meetings that Emily mentioned. And so far, we visited Kotzebue and Kodiak. We held public meetings in each of these locations. We also conducted smaller scale meetings with those who expressed interest. And this included NGOs, fishing organizations, small scale fishermen, representatives from the seafood sector, the Northwest Arctic Borough, which serves 11 rural communities, and the Kodiak Island Borough, which serves 8 rural communities. The focus of these discussions was how can we improve engagement with underserved communities on the science and management that we are undertaking, and what's the best ways to get the information to underserved communities to inform their decision making. Go to the next slide. And we can go to the next one because I kind of went through that pretty quick. Okay, so Emily pointed out we have these areas in our national strategy. And so we actually grouped some of the feedback that we heard from people under these categories. And I'm just going to focus on a couple because I think you can read the slide. Under research, we heard the importance of measuring social and cultural impacts. We also heard the need to have more social scientists. And I think you've heard we are beefing up our social science program. And we heard loud and clear that we needed to invest in tribal and fishing industry-led research. To this point, it's equally important to empower communities to conduct their own research, as well as respectfully incorporate their knowledge in science and management to help us meet the new challenges with climate change. Next slide. So where are we headed next? We're going to hit Uktiavik, which is our far north, Sitka in the southeast, and then Fairbanks in the interior. We hope to do more of these meetings if there's interest and resources allow. I want to go to the next slide. Alaska's regions, that include both the regional office, which Emily's with, and the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. Equity environmental justice plans now available, as Emily told you, and we're looking for further feedback. It's available on our website. You can see on there the link to the website. You can submit comments to us via that email address on the bottom of this slide. And I want to give you some important take-homes, what I think are important take-homes from this plan. We tried to highlight what we are currently doing to ensure underserved communities and tribes were aware of this work, along with seeking input on how we can improve and where resources are available to support it, expand our efforts. So hopefully when you look over the plan, you'll see there's some things in there that should look familiar. We're looking for feedback on those things that we're doing and how can we make them better. As a further testament to our commitment to this effort, the regional office has secured a contract with critical support from NOAA Fisheries National Regulatory Programs Office to provide support to enable residents from rural communities to attend our hub meetings and to help us more effectively facilitate those meetings. The Alaska Fisheries Science Center is using some of the much appreciated Inflation Reduction Act funding to support this effort in 2 ways. We're offering a notice of funding opportunity to support locally driven proposals to support existing Indigenous knowledge networks to build capacity in remote Arctic communities that's in line with this equity and environmental justice implementation plan. We're also supporting efforts to conduct collaborative and co-produce research with academic, international, and Indigenous partners. And we're hiring an EEJ coordinator to support this effort, because right now, the 3 people that are doing most of the work for this, myself, Emily, and Mabel Baldwin-Schaefer, the Alaska Fisheries Science Center research coordinator, are doing this on top of our existing duties. So we're really looking forward to having somebody that can devote full-time energies to this. Last slide. So here's our contact information. Again, please feel free to give us feedback. You have the email address up in the right-hand corner of that slide where you can send comments, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Munizus. It looks like we have a question for you, Mr. Sugata.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I just have a quick question on, as I look through where you have visited and where you intend to visit, I noticed that the Kuskokwim River, Yukon River area seems, at least in the bay side, the ocean side seems underrepresented. Is there a plan to visit those areas?
We, through the chair, thank you for your question, Mr. Kuskokwim. We started out with a list of 10 locations. We were only received enough support to do an initial 5. We do hope to expand that. So at this point, it's really, if we're able to get more resources and if people express interest in wanting us to come, then we'll do our best to get the resources to get there.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so if I could just follow up, I think it is important that Western Alaska be one of your top priorities. I think it's some of the poorest communities in Alaska, if not the nation, their impacts that they're suffering through some of the salmon issues. And also there's kind of a new group of communities through the community development quota. I'm aware of at least 35, I believe, communities, tribes, in Western Alaska. They're now direct owners of crab quota and other seafood quota. And so I would highly recommend that you make an effort to get out into Western Alaska. Also, I would like to suggest that, as I noticed, if I were to plan a trip like this, certainly, you try to hit up I think one of the metrics is you want to try to reach out to as many people as you can, and certainly that looks to be the case. But I would offer to you that, at least in my experience, that it's not just the quantity of people that you reach out to, but I think at least in the areas that I'm most familiar with in Western Alaska, that if you were to go to a community like, say, Newtok, Quinnahock, these other ones, while the people are very similar to the folks that are in the hub communities, I think their priorities in economics, subsistence lifestyle versus more of a hybrid lifestyle of a more Western and subsistence. I think you're going to find that the information is starkly different in some of these smaller communities. So while I know it may be against the metric of the greatest and widest outreach possible, I believe that that information set would be very useful and that you would get a different perspective if you were to go to some of these smaller communities as well, maybe sample a few.
That's a good recommendation, and I couldn't agree with you more. I think one of the things we struggle with too is, when we talk about doing these hub visits, is bringing people in from some of those communities. But we even struggle with the idea of when you bring people in and you're in a collective, a bigger group, it's harder for people to feel comfortable really speaking with you. So I couldn't agree with you more that being able to get to some local communities and have those those personal conversations are really important. In fact, I'd say some of the best feedback we've gotten so far is not from the bigger meetings that we've had, but it's really been having small group meetings with individual interest groups that have asked us to speak to them. And that's where people felt like they could be more candid. So I appreciate that recommendation, and we will certainly consider how we can do some of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Billowed.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, in the Gravel to Gravel Keystone Initiative, it's a Department of Interior-led effort. We're doing a lot of the same work, trying to consult with tribes, trying to get out and get feedback from tribes and then bring them to the table as well, and especially in that Western Alaska area, on the Yukon and the Kuskokwim. One thing that we've heard is that you agencies need to get your act together and talk to each other, because we just had a meeting yesterday with NOAA and now you're here to talk to us about the same thing. And so I tend to agree with them that there's not a lot of communication sometimes about these different efforts. And so I just totally welcome the collaboration between our agencies, and hopefully we can work together to at least communicate when meetings are happening or when you're going out to consult with tribes, so that we can maybe join forces and like cover some of the same territory in those meetings. So, but appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'd just like to respond to that. I agree with you completely. And one thing that has just started, which I'm really excited about, is Fish and Wildlife Service has a new outreach communications lead. And she reached out to a number of federal agencies, colleagues, myself included, from Alaska Fisheries Science Center, the communications people from USGS. I think she talked to Department of Interior, another communications person who's based in Alaska from Department of Interior. And all of us got on a call and talked about how we could do just that. Share where we're going into communities and when we're going into communities, and see if there aren't opportunities to go together, realizing that we may have different goals. But I agree, we don't want to bombard communities, and we want to be more effective in our outreach. So I think coordinated efforts are really a good idea.
Thank you. Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm looking at slide 10 here, and it makes me really happy to see that I think I got involved in this process maybe 4 years ago, and it makes me happy that since I've been involved, I've seen this body take a lot of these things on, and people are making really, really serious efforts to make people feel more included and to make this an inclusive process that incorporates everyone. I'm looking, though, at inclusive governance here, and it says be transparent, and this is in community feedback. One of the strengths of this process, I think, is that it is transparent and open. It's a public process, but I'm seeing here that maybe not everyone feels that way, and I'm wondering if you could kind of characterize that feedback for us, please.
I'm not sure I remember exactly where that one came from. I don't know, Emily, if you do.
Through the chair, thank you for that question, Mr. Ritchie. Being transparent came through a group of comments that we received. Some of it was tribal, some non-tribal organizations that talked about walking through the process with us and knowing each step of the way what direction that process was headed, what type of data was being incorporated into the decision making, and how those decisions were made. And so there were times where we were very open and transparent in the process and shared a lot of information through the council on that. And then there were times where it felt communities felt like there was this black box, and they lost track of where that process went. Where's it going now? Where's it sitting at the council, and how can they get involved? So we're looking at ways in which, through that inclusive governance, how can we shepherd that process through the entire step of, from the moment it hits your agenda item, your agenda, and taking action or taking a look at, say, a discussion paper, putting that together, etc., whatever it may be, all the way through the entire end process where you're taking an action. So we need capacity for that, and we need funding. And one of the disadvantages that we stand out right now is that this is an unfunded mandate. And as Maggie mentioned, there are 3 of us on our team. We're small but mighty, but we're doing this other duties as assigned. So we really need the funding for an EEJ coordinator to help shepherd this. We need greater communications and bodies to help us share that information and brainstorm ideas and ways with you in which we can make sure that that transparency exists throughout the entire process, that they feel like they are part of that. So we welcome any collaboration with all of you. I really appreciate the comments I've received today and the offer, but also to follow up and make sure offline that we're reaching the communities, Mr. Sakata, that we need to reach in order to make sure we're having those conversations. So happy to work with you on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just a brief question. Thanks for the presentation. And I think we received a lot on what you were doing. I wonder if you could just characterize really briefly how the meetings are being received. Are folks that are attending and are folks attending, you know, do they think these are the right questions to be asking? Do they think it's the right way to approach either the community or the sector that you're approaching? What's the general feeling in terms of how the meetings are being received?
Well, I can start, and then Emily, if you want to chime in. I think in general, I'd say the in-person meetings are definitely have been more effective. I think our town hall meetings were actually, we tried to target too big of groups, and I think we should have tried smaller, but we did actually do some small charter boat town halls, and we had good response on one and not great on another area. So maybe the timing wasn't the best. In terms of the people that are coming to the meetings, I think they've been really constructive. I think we've heard a lot of honest dialogue. Some people are very upset about feeling marginalized, but I think they're sharing. They've been pretty constructive. Hopefully, when you look through the report, you'll see some of the things that we compiled so far, and hopefully we will continue to compile over the next few months. Again, this is a living document, so I think we're going to keep informing it with things we hear. But I would say in general, it's been well received that we're doing it. I think the biggest confusion we had was, how do you define underserved? And I think Emily gave you that broad description, and I think we have tried to fine tune that for Alaska, you know, wanting to reach more, which I think we haven't done well enough yet, is the fishermen out on those boats that may speak different languages. How do we reach them more effectively? The plant workers, I think they're all included in this. And I think those are areas that we need to do better.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I could add to that, I think there was another point of confusion when we first started with the equity and environmental justice efforts, and that was that folks felt, because we first started with our Alaska Native tribes, our partners in the tribal realm, that it wasn't a process for non-tribal fishing communities, and that's incorrect. And so we corrected that communication to make sure folks knew that it was for everyone. It's equity for all. And having those one-on-one conversations, as Maggie mentioned, have been entirely fruitful, more so than any larger forum. And so, for example, in Kodiak, when we had our public meeting, if some of you attended that, we deliberately designed it separate or different than some of the other community meetings. We tried to have a more home feel. We had chairs that were grouped in a circle, where there wasn't a table or a podium where people had to come up and testify, that they didn't feel like they were on the spot, that they could actually just share from where they were sitting and share information and needs with us. So we're hoping to continue to move forward with that type of format so that we have more personalized conversations and candid conversations with our communities. And building that trust is so very, very important. Change is hard. It's scary. Not everyone knows how change will affect them or what kind of impacts will occur, whether they're positive or negative. But I can share with you through this with the work that I've done over the last year and a half on equity and environmental justice, that there are benefits for all. And if we work together, we can make sure that those come to fruition.
Thank you. And Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd just add a little bit of perspective on this. we're not going to achieve perfection on this. We're not going to be able to reach every rural community, every underserved community. But this is about trying to do better, trying to acknowledge that there are probably opportunities for us to reach folks who we haven't been reaching, and either explain our role and our processes better or be more accessible for gathering input. Just trying to broaden the tent and do a better job of connecting with folks who we may not have connected with in the past. So appreciate everybody's input and continuing suggestions on how we can improve within the constraints of limited resources. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Mr. Curlin. Not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your report. So that concludes our reports on B4. We will move on to our ADF&G report. Before we do so, I failed to remind council members of the question limit for reports. We're limited to 2 questions except for 3 reports: the Executive Director report, the NMFS report, and the Alaska Fishery Science Center report. So from the remainder of our B reports, we'll be limited to 2 questions for each report. Thank you. So I think the ADF&G report is just a written report. And I'll give council members a few moments to the attachments. There are 4, and see if they're And Ms. Baker, would you be fielding those questions, or Ms. Henry? Ms. Henry. Okay, I'm sorry. I was looking past you. Apologies. Do you have anything to add, Ms. Baker? Okay. Are there any questions on the ADF&G report? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to the Coast Guard report, and that is also written. And we have Captain Waters here to answer any questions. And I'll give council members a few moments. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Captain, a question for you about something that's really not covered in the report very much, and that is presence of military forces from other nations within our EEZ. I was certainly hearing reports that there was a presence again this year. And I was just wondering, from your perspective, how you think the processes that that the Coast Guard has really developed over the last couple of years about keeping the fleet informed about things they need to know, so that they've got good situational awareness, and are able to conduct their businesses, their fishing business safely. How well you think that process is working, in terms of what you've seen this year and what you feel like you've been able to do this year relative to the presence of other militaries?
Through the chair, thank you, sir, for your question. From our perspective, our outreach is going well. Earlier this year, when we got word of potential Russian-Chinese military exercises, we weren't sure where. We weren't sure whether that was going to cross over into our EEZ or not. But we sent word out to industry saying, hey, we've got a hydropack. Well, we had a hydropack last year that crossed over into our EEZ. We haven't seen one this year yet. We're looking for it. Encourage you to remain abreast as well, looking for those hydropacks, and we'll let you know if anything comes up. Got some positive feedback on that from some industry members. And I think this year it went pretty well. Does that answer your question?
It does. And I don't have a second question. I just, as I think about it, all the challenges you face, certainly this is one more sort of challenge. You don't have additional resources, and yet this is a major challenge for you. And I just really want to acknowledge the work that the Coast Guard does to, in all aspects, to ensure that our fisheries are sustainably managed and that our fishermen are as safe as we can keep them at sea. Used to think of just storms and other problems. That's the safety issues have gotten broader, unfortunately. I'm sorry we live in a world like that, but I really appreciate your presence out there, your watchful eye, and hope that you continue to have the resources you need to do that and just encourage the kinds of communication that you've been developing with the fleet on these issues.
Through the chair, thank you for that acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight and Captain Waters. Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you. I guess first, I was boarded 1.5 times by the Coast Guard on my recreational vessel this year. Super professional, non-intimidating, as 4 big guys in a 12-foot Zodiac or whatever the size can be. So just kudos on that. I was super impressed. Looking at your boardings, I noticed just 3 for the commercial, 0 violations on 100 boardings of charters, 0 on 272 boardings of recreational. That seems pretty amazing. Can you just maybe refresh my mind if that is a normal outcome for you? To have such low violation numbers on such large numbers of boardings?
Through the chair, I'm going to have to get you a better answer on that. I don't want to give you an uninformed answer.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain Waters. I'm not seeing any further questions. So our next report is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service report, and I think that's an oral report.
Well, it's highlighting some of the written report that you should have received. So everybody should have the written report. You could see that's got much more detail. But Jill Klein and myself, we're going to kind of share in that report. And again, my name is, for the record, Boyd Blahovdy. I'm the Regional Director's Senior Advisor for Conservation and also the Gravel to Gravel Coordinator for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I just want to share a brief update, and I'll talk more about the Gravel to Gravel Keystone Initiative after Jill. But we're here, in a kind of a team effort, a collaborative effort, and we acknowledge that there's been numerous folks that have been here at this non-voting seat and participating at the council, and we want to improve on that in the future. So we hope to have an internal team at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that works together to provide better engagement here at the council. And the regional director for the Fish and Wildlife Service, Sarah Borio, has placed this as a high priority for us to do a better job at that. And that's all in an effort to address the issues that relate to our mission at the Fish and Wildlife Service, which I'm paraphrasing is working together with others to protect, conserve the fish and wildlife and the habitat of this nation for the current and future generations in America. And I just wanted to highlight the first part of that mission, which is working with others. It's essentially partnering. I at least feel strongly that this is at least one area where we can engage here at the council to better partner with folks that are here, both industry and other agencies, to do a better job at protecting the fish and the wildlife that we all care about and that we all need. So with that, I just want to turn it over to Jill here to share some more from the B report.
Hello again. Just for the record, again, my name is Jill Klein, and I'm in my regular position at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm the Regional Subsistence Coordinator, and I support our Regional Director, Sarah Borio, in her role as a Federal Subsistence Board member. I'm also currently serving as our Acting Deputy Assistant Regional Director for our Fisheries and Aquatic Conservation Program. As some of you may know, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has what's called delegated authority from the Federal Subsistence Board for in-season fisheries management.
And we have that in 5 areas of the state. That includes the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers, and those are separate delegations. We have one manager that covers the Bristol Bay, the Chigniks, and Aleutian Peninsula area. We have another fisheries manager out of the Kodiak National Wildlife Refuge for the Kodiak area. And then also in Cook Inlet for the Kenai River and other South Central federal fisheries. And we've included summaries for most of those areas. That's in the B report. We'll include information for the Cook Inlet, South Central Alaska area in December when we have that. We also shared some information from our Marine Mammals Program and also a brief update about the Office of Subsistence Management. And some of you may be familiar that since the creation of the Federal Subsistence Management Program, the Office of Subsistence Management was housed at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And it just recently transitioned out of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and into the Secretary of Interior's Office of Policy, Management, and Budget. So we hope that you'll read those comments. We don't want to go through all of that here, but we did want to just recognize a few highlights. We do work regularly with our stakeholders throughout Alaska, and we want to recognize the serious hardship that salmon fishing closures have caused to families and communities throughout Alaska. We know that subsistence fishing closures and the restrictions that limit fishing to only the federally qualified subsistence users in federal public waters are not taken lightly. We've heard from our subsistence fishing families. They've reported that the loss of salmon harvest is causing food insecurity, as well as the loss of important traditional and cultural practices. So as I mentioned, we do have a seat on the Federal Subsistence Board that is a voting seat. And the Federal Subsistence Board has also acknowledged the frustrations and concerns regarding the poor returns of salmon and other issues that are impacting salmon. And we've included some of those concerns in our report. We've also provided some links to letters, some of which you may have already seen and or received here at the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council from 9 of the 10 federal subsistence regional advisory councils. And we encourage you to take a look at those letters. They also refer to some things that were spoken about earlier, referring to holistic approaches to sustaining salmon species, working among different jurisdictions, and trying to sustain the salmon resource along their migratory pathways. And we want to note that it's been requested from those federal subsistence regional advisory councils that the service uses our seat here at the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council to help elevate their concerns. And that is also part of our effort, is to be responsive to those requests that we've received.
Yeah, and if I could just close with, in direct relationship to what Jill just mentioned, we have had a request from one of our co-management partners, the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with. They've requested to join us here at these meetings in our B report in the future. We do believe that that request is consistent with the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence protocols that have been adopted by the council during the last meeting cycle. And so we look forward to just having more conversation about how a group like that might be able to join us here and report out, especially on the Kuskokwim River, where they co-manage that fishery with us when there is a conservation concern. And then in a similar effort, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Alaska region, we've formed a new co-stewardship committee, which is internal to the Fish and Wildlife Service at the Alaska region, but we're working on recommendations to give to leadership that's come from feedback that we've received from tribes directly through different venues across the state over the past couple years. So we hope to maybe provide that in a bit of an update in the future as well. And then lastly, just a couple more updates is that Gravel to Gravel, I've mentioned a couple of times, several folks have mentioned that. That is a new Keystone initiative. And if you happen to be from out of state or out of the area, but you're going to still be here next week, we're having our annual meeting next week on the 10th and 11th here at Alaska Pacific University. There'll be all-day meetings with, I know that you're probably meetinged out after these meetings, but they will be very engaging, I hope, where we update the partners on the different projects that are funded through gravel. So again, that's the 10th and 11th. Those projects that I mentioned come from the bipartisan infrastructure law, and those funds are still coming into the initiative. We've gotten $36 million for about 40 projects so far, and we hope to get another 4.5 million in the next few months. So more great work that can happen for salmon-related conservation and management work through co-stewardship and co-management with our partners. And then I just wanted to state the obvious here that we're both kind of new at this, so we're not familiar with the process, and we may have some naive questions and things that we don't understand. So I appreciate the patience because, like I said, we are new to this seat. So thanks.
Thank you very much for your report. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I just had one on the, thank you for that report on your last comments on gravel to gravel. And I know that's a new initiative, but in the case that we aren't able to get to APU on those days, can you just give me an example of the types of projects that is funded through that initiative?
Yes, Ms. Kimball, thank you very much. We appreciate that question. And there's a wide range of projects that have been funded so far, and I will say that it's multi-bureau. So within the Department of Interior, the bureaus that have gotten funding are the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Bureau of Land Management, National Park Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, and USGS. So each agency or each bureau has done things so slightly different. The Bureau of Land Management is really taking a lead to their credit on placer mine restoration in freshwater streams throughout the gravel to gravel region. So they have about 10 different projects that they're really spearheading to restore those mined areas. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, I'm proud of the regional director's direction in this effort, but we're really taking a lead on tribal capacity building to really allow the tribes to do more of the assessment, monitoring, and even advocacy work on their own. So we've put forward about $5 million directly to tribes to monitor streams, monitor salmon populations on their own. So I think those are just a few examples, and I'd be glad to share more information. Jill and I were talking about maybe in the future providing other staff here to present similar to what NMFS has done and NOAA here today.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that report. It may not be the purview of this body here, but let me start with, I'm kind of a newbie here too, and I continue to ask naive questions as well, so don't worry about that. And that's after being in this process for quite a while. So my question is, again, it's not necessarily in the purview of the council process, but it is in your purview, marine mammals, sea otters in particular, and the impacts. We continue to have conversations outside of this body on the impact it has on marine resources, particularly in the subsistence, personal use fisheries, as well as state water fisheries. So for those reasons, I'm not going to get into it, but I want to give you a heads up that, you know, being it is in your purview, being it is affecting marine resources, I think there needs to be a more robust conversation on that. And I'm happy to have that, start that conversation on aside from this process. But anyway, that's just more of a heads up. No question. I appreciate your report.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question in reading your report, specifically the Kuskokwim River Federal Subsistence Fishery. It looked as though there was certainly some weather issues and some other things that were dealt with at that location. But down further in the report, specifically under the coho salmon season fishery, referenced the fact that there was low participation and low fishing effort. And it says, therefore, federal management was relinquished on August 17th, 2024. Now, I'm not familiar with the management structure there, but what does that mean?
Oh, Madam Chair, yeah, thank you. And thanks for the question, Mr. Williams. That is something I'm pretty familiar with because I was in that seat as the federal in-season manager in Bethel there in 2023 and the 3 years before. And we have been really blessed, and I will say somewhat lucky too, on the Kuskokwim. We've got a growing population of sockeye salmon that, if you talk to local fishers there, really didn't exist even 20, 30 years ago at the numbers they do now. And so they're building. And so what's been happening over the past, especially 10 years, is that subsistence users have really filled their drying racks, and they've been able to really take advantage of those sockeye salmon numbers to fill their need. And so then when coho come in so late in the year, oftentimes there's just not as much interest in that fishery. I know that this year, in talking to managers there was still a conservation concern early in the run because the numbers were coming in. They were kind of a late run for coho. But then once they did realize there didn't seem to be a conservation concern, they relinquished that protections.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a follow-up. So then I guess what I was really after was the federal management was relinquished. Who picked up that role then at that point, or was there some kind of a handoff of management that took place under a co-management role, I assume?
Oh, yes. Again, through the chair, Mr. Williams, thank you for that clarification. Yeah. So although we are in communication daily with ADF&G, the state of Alaska, when there's a conservation concern and there's a federal management in that Yukon Delta National Wildlife Refuge boundary, when those concerns go away, then the management goes directly back to the state ADF&G.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair. As I was reading your report, I think, we all acknowledge that there's definitely some salmon issues, not just in Western Alaska, but across the entire state. As I read your report, it certainly reflects kind of the grim salmon numbers and opportunities in both the Yukon and Kuskokwim River. But it was interesting to me that as I talked with some of the region residents that I'm most familiar with, which is in Western Alaska, mainly the Kuskokwim Delta, Good News Bay, all the way up to Scammon Bay. They reported actually some fairly decent catches and were fairly happy with their subsistence harvest. And maybe more importantly than just the numbers, the comment I got fairly consistently was the size of the fish had kind of made it back to normal. It was kind of the quote that I heard more than once. I was wondering, I think traditionally escapement numbers, we've always used number of fish, but does U.S. Fish and Wildlife track any other metric that could maybe, in this gravel to gravel type concept, obviously larger females would carry more eggs? Are there other metrics other than just strict escapement numbers that are being used as a metric?
Through the chair. Yeah, thank you for that question too. And that's something that we have wrestled with for years. And I think many freshwater managers and folks that are in the in-season management role, they have wrestled with, because we actually don't use really the escapement numbers except for a prediction. And that's closely working with ADF&G data and their scientists to monitor those things. But in season, we're using sonar, we're using test fisheries that, at least on the Kuskokwim, are completely run by ADF&G, and we really depend on that data. But even with those types of monitoring systems, it's still oftentimes very tough to predict what's going on. And often we're trying to take a conservative approach, because once we really know the situation at weirs, that's way up in the headwaters, it's too late. The fish have already gone by. Many of the users, like especially as you are aware on the Kuskokwim, much of the fish get harvested in the lower river. So it is a challenge. And we have talked a lot in gravel to gravel about what other assessment type methodologies could we use? Like new sonar at the lower river, maybe closer to the bay, the mouth of the river. It's just very challenging though, because the Kuskokwim is such a big river and it's just a difficult system to monitor.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Ritchie, did you have a question?
I do. Thank you. To the chair, I guess I'm looking at page 4 here, where it's describing the Federal Subsistence Board and the regional advisory councils, federal regional advisory councils, and it says that they're looking for encouraging joint tribal consultations between the board and the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. And I'm looking back to E1 on our agenda and outreach for chum, salmon, bycatch. And I'm wondering if that, if you see that as a positive step in the right direction, is that, do you think that we're meeting some of the obligations that we might have there? Is that, am I reading into that right? I'm just wondering if there's more that can be done.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie, and through the chair. I haven't had a chance yet to read the full chum outreach plan yet, but I think any outreach to any of the 10 regions that the Federal Regional Subsistence Advisory Councils cover and will be beneficial to share the work of the council and gain input from stakeholders or tribes from rural Alaska. So I do think those are probably positive steps in the right direction. I think there was this idea, right? It was a joint consultation, and maybe that gets back at what Boyd was suggesting earlier with the EEJ work, is as much coordination as any of us can do with respect to trying to bridge the work, let's say, of the Federal Subsistence Board and the in-river fisheries with the work of the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and the salmon as they're in the Bering Sea or the Gulf of Alaska. Any efforts to bridge that either in a joint consultation or joint meetings together could be beneficial to help take that more holistic approach that we've been hearing about.
Thank you. Not seeing any further. Oh, Ms. Kimball.
I just one final comment. On your initial comments about providing reports with your co-management partner, and I hope you've been made aware that the council and a committee worked very hard on an LKTK protocol that is supportive of federal agencies bringing their formal tribal co-management partners to the table to make B report presentations. So that is something this council's already endorsed, and I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to the agency.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, that would be something to coordinate through the executive director and myself if you so desire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you. I think we're ready to move on to our U.S. Navy report. And a reminder to the public any public members wishing to testify on B reports, please do sign up before the end of our next report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. Thank you for having us back. It's great to be able to provide an update on Navy training activities in the Gulf of Alaska, as well as our marine species monitoring program. Some brief introductions. I'm John Mosier. I work for the U.S. Pacific Fleet Environmental Readiness Directorate, and I'm the program manager and environmental planner for the Northwest and the Alaska region. To my right is Mr. Chris Hunt. He works for Mantech International as senior fisheries biologist for the Alaska and West Coast region. And Chris supports a number of different projects for the Navy. On my left is Miss Andrea Balla Holden. She is my colleague at the U.S. Pacific Fleet, and she is our Marine Resource Program Manager for Alaska and the Pacific Northwest. That way. Thank you. Sorry, technical difficulty. Okay, so just a little background on Navy training activities that occur periodically in the Gulf of Alaska, as well as our environmental planning and regulatory authorizations that we've completed over time. The Navy completed a final supplemental environmental impact statement in September of 2022, and a record decision that was released shortly after that in January of 2023. This was our third EIS analysis and set of regulatory consultations supporting the continued and periodic at-sea training activities in the Gulf of Alaska. These documents support Navy participation in Joint Forces Exercise Northern Edge, and I'll come back to speak more about the exercise itself. And the exercise itself occurs across various areas of Alaska, both airspace, land areas, and at sea in the Gulf of Alaska. The documents renew our National Marine Fisheries Service authorizations under the Marine Mammal Protection Act, the Endangered Species Act, and for essential fish habitat. And these have a 7-year duration and expire in February of 2030. And those documents, both the Navy documents for the environmental planning and the authorizations with National Marine Fisheries Service, are all available on the project website there on the slide. There we go. So the training area itself in the Gulf of Alaska, you can see on the graphic here, a broad area. It is considered part of the Joint Pacific Alaska Range Complex. So together with the Air Force managed airspace and some Army managed ground range areas, is a very broad area, very unique as a training environment for the Department of Defense. The airspace, the land-based areas that you can see are overland with the purple indications there in the graphic. The at-sea training area in the Gulf is located entirely beyond 12 nautical miles in international waters, and we divide it into 2 different areas. The first to the upper right is the Temporary Maritime Activities Area, the TMAA, and then below that to the south and west is the broader Western Maneuver Area, WMA. So for the Temporary Maritime Activities Area, this is the historical training area that's been used for exercises over several decades and was originally addressed in the 2011 to 2016 EIS documents. All training activities that involve the use of active sonar or weapon systems that utilize explosives occur in this portion in the TMAA. And then highlighted here, we do not use in this training area underwater explosives, so only explosives that would potentially be used in air are utilized. There's simply not a need to train with underwater types of explosives. So just one activity that does not occur in this Alaska region. Then the Western Maneuver Area, this was an expanded area that was added in our more recent EIS in 2022. It expanded the area to allow greater maneuverability, more realistic training across that portion of the Gulf. It was specifically positioned to avoid species high density areas, other areas of particular concern, primary fishing grounds that are all located on the continental shelf and the slope out to a depth of 4,000 meters. So we've pushed the study area, the training area, offshore a greater distance to avoid those areas of potential concern. So most of the training occurs within the TMAA, that original area to the north and east portion. And the WMA was, again, simply added to add greater flexibility of spreading the forces out in a more realistic manner across a broad area, like they may have to operate in a real scenario around the world. Each of these areas, they're not designated on nautical charts. They have no exclusive use. There's no jurisdiction by the Navy or any restrictions on civilian vessels. The Navy simply operates and trains in areas and tries to avoid other traffic when the exercises are occurring. With our training area, we developed a mitigation area. This was completed with the 2022 supplemental EIS as well. We call it the Continental Shelf and Slope Mitigation Area. And the mitigation is to restrict the use of explosives that would be used in training off the continental shelf and the slope, again, out to a depth of 4,000 meters. So just pushing those activities further offshore, away from certain areas, greater densities of species, and so on. This mitigation does minimize the potential to impact a number of different species, fishes, marine mammals, and marine seabirds. And it minimizes potential overlap with fisheries and other maritime activities such as shipping. The mitigation was in response to and addresses new science that had been developed over the years. It addresses numerous public, agency, and tribal comments that we'd received when we were completing our EIS documents. And to get in to the exercise itself, so Northern Edge, it is the largest military exercise that occurs in Alaska. It is led by the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. This is the military organization overseeing all military forces across the Pacific. It does involve all the services, the Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, Army, and the Coast Guard, all participating in these exercises. It replicates scenarios across the Indo-Pacific theater, practicing joint interoperability with the services, different techniques and procedures. So all the different military services working together in a combined objective. The exercise historically occurs every other year on odd number of years. So the last exercise was in 2023, and the next one is anticipated to occur in 2025. And it occurs over about a 2-week period. So for participation in the 2023 exercise, this occurred in May, from the 4th through the 19th of May, 2023. It involved over 10,000 service members from all the different services, over 200 military aircraft, and 5 Navy ships. The Navy vessels included 1 guided missile cruiser, 2 guided missile destroyers, 1 amphibious warfare ship, and 1 submarine. During the exercise, no use of explosives in training events were required or occurred. A minimal use of active sonar systems occurred. Again, not a high priority for the exercise, just simply was not needed. And there were no indications of environmental impacts, to include impacts to marine mammals, fish, birds. There were no fuel spills and no reports of any conflicts with other users of the marine environment. And then looking forward, as I mentioned, the next exercise is anticipated in 2025. This particular exercise is in early stages of planning, so no specifics are really available just yet. Again, it is expected to occur with a scale of activities similar to what's happened over the last several exercises, so similar to what I identified for 2023. There is, however, a look, at least within high levels of leadership, to shifting the time frame of the exercise. As I mentioned, the 23 exercise occurred in May, and that's the same as the last several exercises in the spring time frame. but they are looking at shifting that based on schedules with other exercises across the country, across the world. Availability of force is a number of other factors, but looking at a shift from possibly the spring, where it has recently occurred, to the fall. So that decision still needs to be made. When we're conducting the exercise, there are a number of protective measures and monitoring commitments and requirements. The suite of mitigations has been developed over time in coordination with the National Marine Fisheries Service. They include the implementation of mitigation zones for the use of sonar weapon systems in training. And this utilizes trained marine mammal species lookouts. We also minimize the use of in-air explosives. And as I mentioned, in this particular training area in the Gulf, we do not use underwater explosives. So some protective measures with those commitments. There are geographic mitigation areas that restrict certain activities. An example of this would be that continental shelf and slope mitigation area, pushing those activities further offshore to mitigate potential impacts. And then positioning the training to avoid species areas of concern and other marine users. An example of this would be that just developing that western maneuver area, that expansion I talked about, positioning it further offshore to avoid any impacts simply overlapping with those other species or those other activities. And then there's also a commitment when we conduct the exercises to report what occurred. So we do have a post-exercise report that is submitted to the National Marine Fisheries Service. After their review, it's posted on our websites, talks about what occurred in the exercise, and identifies if there were any marine mammal interactions during the exercise. And then as a transition, part of our environmental planning and commitment in the environmental authorizations we've received, our Marine Species Monitoring Program project is in place to advance scientific knowledge and a better understanding of potential impacts. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Chris Hunt. He'll talk about some of the projects that we've conducting here in the Alaska region.
Thanks, John. So as John said, the Marine Species Monitoring Program can be used to fill data gaps, and that can include occurrence and distribution of ESA listed species, marine mammals. So in this case, I'll be talking about Chinook salmon. Last year, I provided a presentation that showed distribution of Chinook salmon and how we use that to avoid impacts to EFH. We only had 60, I think we had 60 stock origins assigned to fish at that time, and right now we're at 398. The first one is Chinook salmon by University of Alaska Fairbanks. That's Andy Seitz and Michael Courtney. And the second study is Northwest Fisheries Science Center, led by David Huff and Joe Smith. Next slide, please. Okay, so the purpose is similar to what John said. We want to identify the temporal and spatial overlap of immature Chinook salmon with the Navy training area so we can minimize effects. We want to identify which Chinook populations are occurring in these areas and then understand their habitat utilization and migration routes when they occur in this area. For the first study, led by Seitz and Courtney, we initially identified 5 locations that we wanted to go ahead and put satellite tags on 20 large Chinook. They were large, immature Chinook at 5 different locations. Later, we also are concurrent with this effort. Northwest Fisheries Science Center was on these vessels, and they were using acoustic tags at the first 5 locations. For each tag, whether it was acoustic or a PSAT, there were tissue samples taken so that we could do genetic analysis, which was conducted via SNP. Next slide. Sorry, I've got a glare on screen. The pop-up satellite tags were programmed to release between 150 and 270 days post-tagging. And that was to go ahead and build a hidden Markov model, which requires at least 21 days to reconstruct the movement tracks of a given fish. Then they assigned daily locations to whether or not these fish were occurring in over the shelf slope basin or whether or not they were within the TMAA. They then determine the proportion of tag fish and aggregated fish days in each place. And there's a lot more of that information in the report that's available on our marine species monitoring webpage. And then, as I said, they assign the stock origins or the natal origins based on the single nucleotide polymorphisms or SNPs for these fish. So I presented, as I stated, I presented this data last year. There's some new members here that may find this valuable, but instead of this relating to EFH, now it's relating more to ESA, and I'll have some genetic analysis at the end. So this is the 20 fish that were tagged at Chignik. For the most part, they stayed on the shelf until it was time for maturing fish to go ahead and return to their natal systems, and then went across the basin as they did their return migration. Next slide. Kodiak, same thing. You again see that these fish are staying on the shelf a little bit over the slope until the adults say, you know, hey, the time is now, it's time to migrate back. And then there's some migration that occurs over the basin. Next slide. Yakutat is a little bit different because they don't need to cut across the basin in that location. So they're sitting there on the shelf. Again, they're feeding until it's time to go back. And we actually had some pretty good detections of the Yakutat fish. Sitka was very similar. We had one fish going the opposite direction, so it was probably a little bit younger than the other fish. But again, the majority of fish staying right on the shelf. And in this case, there's a little bit more that are over the slope before then they return migrate. And then for the last one here, Craig, a little bit similar to Sitka. They stayed really localized before it was time for them to go ahead and return migrate. And then in combination, this is what it looks like when all of them are overlaid. And you can see the Navy's training area. You can see the TMAA there. And the shelf mitigation where we don't do the explosives is actually covered. So what it's showing us is that we've done a pretty good job in identifying the area where they occur, moving our stressors away from where Chinook salmon are occurring, and therefore minimizing the stress on these fish. So I don't know what it looks like on that screen. It's a little tough to read here. One of the things that I did present last year was this table, and it's the Chignik, Kodiak, and Yakutat fish. So it's the genetic stock origin for each of those fish. And what happened between April 23 and then this year is they reran the batch at Northwest Fisheries Science Center. They said they had a much larger group to run these. And so those that you see in red, those have changed stock origin based on that larger batch run. So that's the difference between the 2023 presentation and the current presentation. What you see in the red boxes there are the only ones that are ESA listed. And you see an Upper Willamette River spring run at, it looks like there's the one at Kodiak and the 3 at Yakutat. Next slide, please. I apologize for all the red. So this is all new data. So reported from the lab. And we're only seeing of these fish. So this is a total 100 fish of the PSAT fish. We only see one here. So it's a West Cascade fall run. That's considered Lower Columbia River ESU. Slide. So then there's the other study that was going on. And so this was led by David Huff and Joe Smith. And so I'm reporting their findings and their data. Again, they were out there concurrent with sites in Courtney. They had a slightly different objective. What they were doing is putting acoustic tags in, collecting genetics so they can get the SNPs as well. And then they were waiting to see what the return was going to be on the receiver array, which is down in the Northwest. So DFO had a bunch along Vancouver Island. There were a number of other entities that also had receivers out, and then the Navy had a large array off Washington coast. So this was just presented 2 weeks ago at the American Fisheries Society annual meeting in Honolulu by Joe Smith. And what he grouped here is, as you can see in gray, those are the Southeast Alaska fish. The Canadian fish are of various shades of blue. You've got just a couple of Puget Sound fish, which are ESA listed. They don't have an asterisk next to them, but they're threatened. Then you have the Columbia River fish there from pink to yellow. And then in green, you have some coastal Chinook from Oregon. What's interesting here is the number of ESUs here is a slight increase that are ESA listed from what we saw in the PSATs. Next slide, please. So in combination of those nearly 400 fish that were tagged, we ended up getting 4 of the 9 ESUs detected across both studies. That's the Puget Sound ESU that I mentioned, the lower Columbia River, which includes spring, summer, fall, and a number of hatchery fish. So it's pretty broad. The upper Willamette River ESU, which we had seen previously, and then the Snake River Fall Run ESU. And with that, I'll turn it over to Andrea.
Thank you, Chris and John. And just to close our presentation today, I'll quickly share the results of the broader picture of the Navy's Marine Species Monitoring Program in Alaska. So in addition to the research that we do on fish, we also have funded research on marine mammals. This slide here summarizes the last 15 years or so of Navy-funded research in Alaska, specifically within the Gulf of Alaska. Initially, most studies were marine mammal focused, but in recent years, beginning in 2020, we did begin the Chinook salmon research, which Chris just presented. Next slide, please. Currently, at present, we have a 2-year study that we're working with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center on, and we have deployed 3 passive acoustic monitoring devices, which are shown in yellow. The other devices shown in blue are part of NMFS's existing marine mammal monitoring project, and that is also being managed by the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. The Navy recorders were placed along the shelf and at the patent seamount. The patent seamount one is the one way out in the middle on the right-hand side, in the middle of our western maneuver area. And the other 2 are closer to the shelf and were intended to try to target any detections of the North Pacific right whale. All of the devices were recently retrieved and the analysis is expected over the next 6 months. Next slide, please. For next year, the monitoring projects are still in the planning stages, but NMFS, the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and the Navy are trying to fund a marine mammal line transect survey in the larger WMA area where there are some data gaps out there for marine mammals. And we will additionally continue some of our genetics research on Chinook, but the locations of where that would occur are still being determined. And this concludes the Navy's presentations, and we're open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your report. See if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your report. Mr. Hunt, you identified certainly those ESUs and different areas those fish came from. As they were tagging and handling these fish, was there any effort to try and determine hatchery versus wild or any of that kind of enumeration as you tag these fish? And I realize the genetic information will give you some things, but was there any effort to try and determine the difference between hatchery and wild fish in that effort?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. I was not out there, so I'm reporting on that's Sites and Courtney and then Huff and Smith. We did not request that. I'm sure that information is available. I can reach out to them if you're interested in it. I'll coordinate. But for example, the upper Willamette River spring Chinook are almost all hatchery fish coming from the Marion Forks hatchery. So I would assume that all of those probably had an ad clip. But if you'd like that information, I can ask to see if we have it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just curious. It's a question that keeps coming up in a bunch of venues as we handle these fish, and it's generally a fairly simple thing to learn. It doesn't really change anything. It just gives you an idea of what you're dealing with the changes we see in wild and hatchery products. So, and at the risk of having the chair get after me here, I understand it would be appropriate to say go Beavs.
Go Beavs.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I'll let this one pass. Mr. Sugato.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and through the chair. It looks like there's about 400 tags and they're pop-up acoustics tags is what I understand. Given the fairly lengthy 150 to 270 days before they're retrieved, were you able to calculate any kind of mortality data I mean, in terms of like, how many of those 400 died along the way? And maybe reason?
That's in our report. I didn't present it here, much like the EFH overlap, but yes, there was predation. There was significant predation from salmon sharks. They believe there was pinniped predation. They think there was one that was halibut, and that's all based on, they were going through and they were doing temperature, and they were also then taking a look at where was the tag at that time and then taking a look at the temperature. So Andy Sites has that as a big component of the report, which is on the Navy's Marine Species Monitoring webpage. But if you would like me to make sure that I send that report to you, we can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Toy?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think this may be mostly for Dr. Hunt, but I'd also be interested in both Mr. Mosher and Ms. Bell Holden's thoughts on the possible synergies between the work of the that's currently going on that was described in the Alaska Salmon Taskforce report and some of the very focused work that you're doing specific just to DoD sort of information needs. But do you see opportunities for synergy with the existing work? Do you see areas that maybe the Navy in particular should be thinking about emphasizing for future work based on what you were hearing from the task force report?
So we work directly, so we're up here frequently for AMSS, AFE, AFN, COMFISH, AFS, and we make sure that we're trying to make sure our data is available. And I'm talking with Andy Sites at each of these events and being introduced to folks and how can this data be incorporated and work with others. And so he has been working with ADF&G, and we've looked at other locations where this type of work may be beneficial, or could they find an independent funding source to do that on the outside, so, or on the bearing side. So the Navy's activities through the Marine Species Monitoring Program has to be focused to our area. So we're geographically limited there. But it's very complementary to some of the work that Andy has done previously on the other side. And so he's got Bering Sea data. So for his, I believe he's doing a report at AMSS that will have more encompassing data. So not just Navy data, but bringing in other folks' data that has, I think it'll only be satellite tag data, but instead of, and I forgot to mention that they're out in August, they put 20 more tags at Sandpoint. And at the end of this month, they're going to put, or they attempted to put 20, they could only get 16. So now they're going to put 24 tags out at Dutch. And they're looking to see if maybe some of those fish are crossing over, merge all of that data together with the previous work that they've been doing. And then he's working with the ADF&G folks as to what's the larger picture and what's going on, understanding, and the Navy understands that 20 fish is a snapshot. So these 20 fish are the 20 fish that we caught of the appropriate size that were there at the appropriate time. It's not necessarily representative of the year-round occurrence. So we understand it's a piece of the puzzle, and we want to work with others that are doing that type of work. And we're actually kind of doing that through Andy and his relationships with others. I hope that answers. All right, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Bill Hovde.
Boyd's fine, Boyd's fine. So this may be a dumb question, but like, I'm not really seeing the connection between Navy training operations and salmon. You said there's no underwater explosions and things, but what was the concern with salmon? I can see seabirds, marine mammals, but yeah, fill me in, please.
Through the chair. Yeah, great question, actually. And that comes up quite a bit in our consultations, in our public engagement. So with different types of weapon systems using explosives in the air, projectiles, so a Navy ship firing a projectile at a target, the detonation of that projectile would be in fairly close proximity potentially to the water. So a lot of the energy, the explosive force remains in the air. Some of it does transfer into the water. So there is a potential to affect marine species, subsurface species, or species on the surface. So the major impact would be in the air, but yes, we could affect fish if they're in close proximity to that explosive detonation. So by pulling those activities that would potentially use an explosive, even in the air, we're minimizing the potential for impacts, again, with various different species fish as one. Yeah, there's kind of a lot to it with the different types of activities. Other types of training occur in other training locations that the Navy uses around the world. So they'll do different mitigations more specific to those areas. But
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Also, just wanted to add that we have done much outreach at the different communities around Alaska. We were asked to do so by Senator Murkowski, and part of the feedback that we received, not only from the public, but from the Alaska Natives, was to check on the fish and do some studies specifically on fish, which is why you see a shift from our monitoring program go from marine mammals into Chinook salmon, which was specifically one of their areas of concern. And so that study was in response to the ask from not only the fishing communities to check on what is happening, but also from the communities on the ground. So we did do that, and where we go from it and how far we keep moving forward is really, I guess, dependent on what the communities continue to tell us through our outreach, and then as well as the consultations that we go through with NMFS, where we have to talk about our effects to the fishes and these impacts that John just talked about, that are very near to the surface, but nevertheless, if they occur, then we still have to disclose them. Thanks.
Seeing any further questions? I appreciate your report. Thank you. So we'll move on to our last B report, the North Pacific Fishery Commission report. And a reminder to the public, please do sign up for public testimony if you wish to testify on any B agenda items. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. And congratulations to both new and returning council members. For the record, I'm Dan Hull, the council's designated representative to the North Pacific Fisheries Commission, and I'm standing in for the head of delegation, Michael Brackey, to report on the NPFC's annual meeting that took place in April. Thank you. All right. Starting with a brief overview to refresh your memories. The NPFC convention area in dark blue encompasses international waters south of the Aleutian Islands and extending to 10 degrees latitude north, just below the US EEZ surrounding the Hawaiian Islands. The focus of the NPFC is primarily on species, fisheries, and marine ecosystems in the northwestern region of the convention area, including the Emperor Seamount and northern Hawaiian Ridge. And in the northeastern region of the convention area outside the US and Canadian EEZ, sablefish is the one NPFC target species for which there is a conservation and management measure adopted in 2019, recognizing the small number of Canadian longline and pot vessels that have a record of fishing around the seamounts offshore Vancouver Island. The convention defines management authority over all fisheries resources in the convention area that are not covered by other RFMOs. So, for example, salmonids and tunas are managed by other bodies. And although the U.S. does not have any fishing vessels targeting NPFC species in the convention area, the U.S. plays an important role in providing scientific support as well as regional compliance and enforcement operations. Highlighting the key elements of the NPFC Convention, the Commission has the authority to adopt conservation and management measures, or CMMs, that are legally binding on all members. The Secretariat has a small staff. There are less than 10 people. So the Commission's work is largely conducted by fishery scientists, managers, and policymakers from each member country through the Technical and Compliance Committee, or TCC, the SCC, the SC, or Scientific Committee, and their subsidiary bodies, and the Finance and Administration Committee. The SC has a number of supporting technical working groups focused on particular species, and the TCC is comprised of a planning and development working group and an operations working group. This is a brief summary of the pelagic and bottomfish species and associated marine ecosystems of priority for the NPFC, again focusing on the northwest region of the convention area. And I'll note that North Pacific armorhead and splendid Alfonsino and their habitat in the Emperor Seamounts in northern Hawaiian Ridge are of particular interest to the U.S. North Pacific armorhead is an overfished stock in federal waters off Hawaii, and harvests in the convention area are believed to impact their recovery. The NPFC is a relatively young organization, and the development of monitoring, control, and surveillance, or MCS tools, such as VMS, high seas boarding and inspection, transshipment monitoring and reporting, and regional observer program are key elements for becoming a fully functioning RFMO. And over the last few years, there has been significant effort to improve stock assessment and scientific advice. And the next slide, I think, is an informative description of those efforts. I thought this would be of interest to the Council, especially as a comparison to the status of stock assessments in federal fisheries off of Alaska. And apologies for the small type in the radial chart, but it describes the status of each NPF species with respect to stock assessment milestones that are necessary to provide the best scientific advice to the Commission. The bulleted list on the left corresponds to the milestones on the outer ring of concentric circles, with the progress of each species noted by the colored segments of each inner ring. And as you can see, sablefish has advanced furthest, and this is due entirely to the stock assessment science of National Marine Fisheries Service and Canada's DFO, which the NPFC relies on. The NPFC does not conduct stock assessments for sablefish in the convention area. Turning to the other species, you can see that the stock assessments for North Pacific armorhead and splendid Alfonsino are not advanced as others. Pacific sorry and chub mackerel are two economically and culturally important species to NPFC member countries, and significant effort is being expended to improve the stock assessments and management of these species. In last year's report, Michael Brackey spoke to the challenges the Commission faced for several years due to the pandemic and the selection of a new executive secretary. With a new executive secretary in place and a new chairman, that trend has been reversed and the capabilities and activities of the Commission have expanded. In the U.S. delegation, I want to highlight the increase in scientific engagement in the Science Committee's subsidiary bodies with additional science from the Pacific Island Fisheries Science Center, contributing to stock assessments and marine ecosystem work. Alicia Fahlberg with NOAA GC plays a significant role in the Commission process as TCC chair, and Lieutenant Commander Megan William from the Coast Guard co-chairs the TCC Small Working Group on Operations. Other members of the U.S. delegation from law enforcement, NOAA GC, and the State Department also contribute to U.S. efforts. In short, the U.S. delegation has grown commensurate with the demands of the Commission's work, and in my 10 years or so attending the NPFC meetings, this is a very productive team. And to the final two bullets on this slide, as the capabilities and activities of the Commission have increased, so has engagement with other RFMOs, international scientific bodies and agencies, and a variety of NGOs that have observer status to participate in the Commission process. Turning now to the annual meeting highlights. This was a productive meeting for the Commission as a whole and successful for advancing U.S. priorities, and the level of collaboration among like-minded members was a key part of it. Although we were not able to secure stronger protections in the Emperor seamounts for VMEs, North Pacific Armorhead, and Splendid Alfonsino through broader temporary area closures, the final measures that were adopted are an effective start, and the attention brought to bear through the Science Committee and its small working group on bottom fisheries and marine ecosystems ensures that the issues will continue to be a focus of the Commission. The salmon bycatch CMM, which is really titled the Anadromous Fish Conservation and Management Measure, ensures that fisheries managed by the NPFC are aligned with other international agreements, especially the North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission, with whom the NPFC has a memorandum of cooperation. This proposal was prompted by reports of salmon found in high seas boarding operations, and in recognition that there is overlap between the migratory distribution of salmon and NPFC fisheries. It prohibits directed fishing for salmon or anadromous species and retention, minimizing incidental catch of salmonids. It requires recording and reporting by species to the extent possible, and includes annual reporting and data sharing by the Commission. The purpose of the Compliance Monitoring Scheme, or CMS, is to ensure that all members implement and comply with obligations under the Convention and with conservation and management measures adopted by the Commission, and also to assess members' actions in response to alleged violations by their flagged vessels or nationals. As a relatively young organization, the NPFC CMS is still a work in progress. Regarding the resolution on labor standards, I'm sure council members are aware of reporting on the unsafe, illegal, and inhumane working conditions for crew members taking place in some high seas fisheries around the world. This resolution draws from the efforts of other RFMOs and other international fora, such as the FAO Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries, encouraging NPFC members to ensure that they have appropriate national legislation to establish minimum standards regulating crew conditions that are consistent with international minimum standards. The revisions to the IUU vessel list CMM allows the Secretariat to update vessel information intersessionally rather than requiring Commission approval at the annual meeting, and will make surveillance and enforcement efforts more effective. And moving on to Pacific Saury and chub mackerel, advances in stock assessment science through the SC and heightened interest in addressing declines in these two stocks led to revisions in the CMMs for those species. And although the interim harvest control rule adopted for Pacific Saury was not the most conservative option for stock rebuilding preferred by the U.S., it addresses the basic goal of setting a science-based TAC to meet management objectives. The revisions to the chub mackerel CMM also address concerns about declines in that stock, and it includes entry by the EU in an NPFC fishery for the first time. As noted in the slide, it bans super trawlers greater than 10,000 gross tons, and this prohibits a 14,000 gross ton EU super trawler from participating. In matters of governance, the Commission improved transparency of operations to the extent that the NPFC has gone from one of the least transparent RFMOs without a lot of observer participation or public access to now meeting or exceeding standard transparency of other organizations. Last year, the Commission adopted a US-led resolution on climate change that instructs the Commission to consider the potential impacts of climate change on fisheries resources and their ecosystems where appropriate, to incorporate the best available science on these impacts in the development of CMMs, and tasks the Science Committee to identify relevant data availability and integrate analysis on climate change relevant to NPFC fisheries into its work plan. With this first report from the SC, I'd say it's safe to say that the SC has fully embraced the resolution, and we look forward to future efforts to incorporate climate change science in its work. Let's see, did I skip one? Since the annual meeting in April, the TCC and SC, along with their subsidiary bodies, continue their work intercessorily on key NPFC issues and tasks flowing from the annual meeting. This slide summarizes U.S. interests and priorities going forward, and again, I want to highlight them in the context of the relatively young age of the organization. The NPFC is not yet a fully functioning RFMO, and there's still much work to be done in improving monitoring, control, and surveillance tools, as well as improving the capacity of the NPFC to receive and analyze the data collected from those MCS systems. For example, the transshipment CMM has created controls over how transshipments occur and what is to be reported. Monitoring of transshipments by observers has yet to be established, and the goal is for that to be completed by the next commission meeting. And while there is a portal for submitting transshipment reports in an electronic form, many reports are still being submitted in other formats, such that the information then has to be entered manual by NPFC staff. So this is one of the aspects of the growing pains of a young organization when you have multiple countries that must agree by consensus on how to get things done. The addition of U.S. scientists from the Pacific Island Fisheries Science Center in the U.S. delegation that I noted earlier will contribute to the capabilities of the Commission as well as support U.S. priorities. And finally, U.S. efforts to strengthen management of bottom fisheries and protection of VMEs will continue, as will further improving transparency and effective governance of Commission operations. And that concludes my report, Madam Chair. I know it covered a lot at a fairly high level, and I will do my best to answer any questions council members have.
Thank you for the report. See if there are any questions for Mr. Hull. Yes. Ms. Kimball, then Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Hull. Are all the member countries participating in the commission at this time?
Yes.
And then my second question is on the bullets about doing the first year of reporting on incorporating climate change into your work. What does that entail, or what do you envision that entails? Is that similar to the council where we're trying to get a lot of new data and incorporate it either into risk or buffers when we do stock assessments, or are there other things that you're looking at in your work?
I think at this stage, it doesn't go that far. So the scientific committee is interested in, for example, in knowing what kind of work is being conducted by member countries in climate change. And so to the extent, for example, I suppose ACLIME could be an example of climate change work that the Science Committee of the NPFC might be interested in. The scientists that are participate on the SC are all members of the are all scientists from the member countries. So they will bring from their member countries information, knowledge of programs and so on that can be potentially be used.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Hall. Good to see you. At least from the US's perspective, what are the US goals for what would be sort of a comprehensive or adequate fishery monitoring program? I realize your caution about you're working towards these things, but what do you think the US's objective is when you'll be able to say this is a mature fishery monitoring program?
Well, a key element is the development of a regional observer program. In addition to that, an observer program for transshipments, and that's actually where the initial focus will be. Again, hopefully that can be created at the next annual meeting in March. But a regional observer program is going to be a critical part of that in order to, it's going to go through the same kinds of struggles that this federal body did in terms of creating an observer program where you would have an observer. Will you have an observer provider, and who pays for that, and how do they pay for it? Those are all those same kind of questions that this council wrestled with will have to be wrestled with by the NPFC. That's a key one. I guess, Mr. Twite, there are numerous elements of monitoring, control, and surveillance that are critical to the NPFC that are not readily apparent or in this process or relevant in this process. But regional observer program is certainly one, but that's going to take several years, perhaps. As far as this year goes, I think, again, the transshipment observer program is going to be a big first step.
Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks. You've flagged that there's Commission now understands there's some level of salmon mortality associated with fisheries in the convention waters. Does the Commission have a sense of the magnitude of those mortalities? Is it in the tens, the hundreds, the thousands?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. No, I don't have an answer for you on the magnitude. I can tell you that it's likely occurring in the Pacific sorry, chub mackerel, Japanese sardine, and squid fisheries. Again, this is occurring off primarily in the northwestern portion of the convention area. What is the component of Asian versus North American stocks? I wouldn't begin to speculate on that, although one would assume it's predominantly Asian, but I honestly don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. And I hope this isn't too repetitive, but along the lines of Mr. Twite's questioning, the new salmon bycatch conservation measures that were adopted, considering the challenges and lack of compliance and monitoring right now, as well as the limitations in data, receiving data, does the Commission expect some type of interim reporting on these as far as those requirements right now, or were they kind of established right now for future reporting once more systems are in place to receive that data?
Well, it went into effect for this year following the March Commission meeting. So I'm sorry, the April Commission meeting. So any of the reporting will become available to the commission at the next annual meeting. That information, again, there's a memorandum of cooperation with the NPFC. So the Anadromous Fish Commission will have that information. The U.S. delegation and all member countries will have that information. But I guess I would just caution, it's going to be very general if species are only reported, if possible. There's not an expectation that I guess that the species that they will reporting will be precise by species. That's not the expectation. So it's a first step to learn what is the level of interaction between salmonids and the fisheries that are in the convention area. We'll see what comes out of it, but it is a small step, but a step forward nonetheless.
Thank you very much. I noticed that was a US-led initiative, so appreciate your work on that. Thanks. Okay. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Hall. Did I already ask my 2 questions? I think I did.
Go ahead, Ms. Kimball.
I just don't realize I don't have a concept of how many vessels fish in the area under the commission's purview.
I was afraid somebody might ask that. It's not in, I can tell you that their transshipments occur in the thousands. But the number of vessels, I can't tell you offhand. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
By fishery.
Thank you. Thank you again for joining us and for your continued participation and leadership on the commission.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So with that, that completes our B reports. We will take a mid-afternoon break, come back at 4:05 and see if there is, I see a couple of people signed up for public testimony. So we'll take public testimony and see if the council wishes to take any action on B reports. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm happy to reach out.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, this is my first time coming. I've been bored of it. It's very simple. I know you don't. Yeah. So. Yeah, I mean, not missing out. So, it was very similar. I think it was. I never got the chance to meet him. Ben was very nice.
Oh, you're an Oregon State guy. Yeah, they couldn't. So right now, it's sound. Boise, boy, I can't believe they played great. Yeah, I saw that. You guys be back in business. My granddaughter. I think they kept Brian. I think you guys are Staff, the staff.
Yeah, sounds like a restart. Yeah.
Council members, please come back to order. Thank you. So we have finished our B reports and we're moving on to testimony. We have 4 people signed up. I think after testimony and any council discussion, we will be breaking for the day. So we'll be starting with Crab tomorrow morning. Our first testifier is Scott Hakima, followed by Ben and Tiknab. So is Scott with us? We will circle back to Scott. What about Ben and Tiknab? Excuse me, Ben, I'm mispronouncing your name.
We'll see if I mispronounce your name or not. Thank you, Chair Drobnica. Appreciate the opportunity to provide public comment. I am Ben Entiknap. I'm the Pacific Campaign Director and a Senior Scientist with Oceana. Oceana is an international ocean conservation organization dedicated to protecting the world's oceans. There are many interesting things in the B reports, but I'd like to speak particularly to the Trident Pelagic Trawl Exempted Fishing Permit. We appreciate that the EFP applicants are exploring gear modifications to reduce pelagic trawl seafloor contact. This is a really important issue given that we now know pelagic trawls are in contact with the seafloor like 40 up to 100% of the width of the trawl. So there is significant contact on the seafloor, and we are very excited to see innovations for reducing that seafloor contact. I think gear innovations is a really important part of any conservation and management to reduce impacts to seafloor habitats or to reduce bycatch. We do have some concerns with the EFP that I wanted to bring up in my comments today. My colleague Lauren Hines and I at Oceana, we reviewed the EFP materials in the briefing book and in the Federal Register, and we are concerned by the lack of clarity as to the various gear configurations that are being tested. We are concerned with the lack of clarity with respect to the monitoring of the seafloor contact and ultimately how success will be determined. We recommend that the Council and NMFS request more information from the EFP applicants. First and foremost, we'd like to see a scientific plan that describes the gear modifications being tested in detail with clear objectives for minimizing and avoiding bycatch and minimizing seafloor contact, as well as clarity on how bottom contact will be monitored in comparison to status quo fishing methods. We're concerned that concentrating the weight of the footrope into specific areas might actually result in an increase of seafloor contact. While reducing the overall area in contact, it could reduce the impact by having a higher amount of weight concentrated in a particular area. And there should be some monitoring of that. So last, we'd like to recommend that NMFS apply conditions to the approval of the EFP, including one, that the use and testing of net sensors be required to monitor the extent of seafloor contact, as well as to continue to advance this technology, which ultimately may be really important to management as the Council moves forward with looking at the pelagic trawl gear definitions. And second, we'd like the agency to prohibit the testing of this EFP gear in conservation areas that are close to bottom trawling. We know that there are vast areas still open outside of these conservation areas where this gear could be tested, and we just don't want to see the risk of damaging seafloor habitats or increasing bycatch in sensitive areas that are otherwise closed to mobile bottom contact gear. And that concludes my comments, and I really appreciate your time and attention to this.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Ektingnap. I wanted to just explore that last point. I mean, the council just has a consultative role regardless in the EFP, but in the discussion about prohibiting areas in which the new design could be tested. I wanted to understand that because my understanding through a discussion with the submitters was that they were seeing better performance on both objectives, reducing bottom contact and efficiency in catching the target species. And so I was thinking, and was confirmed through their questioning, that that would be less impact than normal. And so I'm just want to explore why we would then prohibit it in an area to bottom trawling, which is a completely different gear type. I didn't follow.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kimball. What we're learning with this, the bottom contact of these pelagic trawls is, the original intent, at least as far as I know it, was to keep this gear off the bottom, especially in these conservation areas where we have sensitive habitats and species like red king crab savings area or EFH conservation areas. We're learning that they are in fact on the bottom, and that, in my mind, is more like bottom trawling than a true pelagic gear. But since there's many other areas that are open both to bottom trawls and pelagic trawls, you could test that gear in those other open areas and come up with an experimental design to truly see. I mean, I think that's the point, right? We're doing an experimental design of an exempted fishing permit to test this gear, further testing that in these areas that are already open to bottom trawls to see if it's true that this is having less C4 contact. I don't think we know the answer to that yet, and we don't have clarity on that based on the information that's been provided to date. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. I might just have to catch you on the side because there would be existing pelagic trawls with no gear modifications whatsoever in all of those areas that are already open. So I'm still not following, but I don't want to continue to pursue. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
Thank you. Just really quickly, Ben, you mentioned some data that was pretty specific. You said that the trawls are hitting bottom currently, like between 40%, 40 to 60%. Is that in studies that you have seen published, or I haven't seen that kind of data?
Yeah, thank you. In the National Marine Fishery Service fishing effects analysis, where they look at the various gears and the effects on the seafloor habitats, they have a bottom contact adjustment for different pelagic trawls. And so in the Gulf of Alaska, it's 40 to 70% of the areas in contact with the seafloor in this fishing effects analysis. And in the Bering Sea, it could be up to 100%, depending on the vessels that are being fished and the areas that are being fished. And so, yeah, that's from the NMFS fishing effects analysis. Okay.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. So next up is Chelsea Riddell.
Thank you, Chairwoman Drobnica and members of the council for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Chelsea Riddell, and I'm the Assistant Director of Alaska Groundfish Databank. We represent the trawl catcher vessels and shoreside processors that mainly fish out of Kodiak. I'm here to address the incident that you heard about under the B reports regarding the Chinook salmon lightning strike event that took place on Sunday, September 22nd in the Central Gulf of Alaska pollock fishery, which resulted in the fleet's hard cap of 18,316 fish to be exceeded, closing the fishery for the first time due to the Chinook salmon hard cap. In our preseason meeting this year, the fleet decided not to come to any voluntary catch share plans, which would allocate pollock to individual vessels due to the amount of fish available, limitations in processing capacity, and decreased participation. However, the fleet did request and agree to a Gulf pollock voluntary catch share or voluntary Chinook hotspot reporting agreement. And this was the first time that we were able to reach that agreement outside of a voluntary catch share plan agreement. It was also the first time that we included both Western Gulf and Central Gulf vessels. And it was the first time we put in a plan in place to have the Kodiak vessels that fish in the Western Gulf communicate with the under 60 local Western Gulf fleet. We had a total of 50 vessels on the agreement, which is hard to get unanimous consent. And that's all vessels that either potentially intended to fish or were going to fish in the fishery. On Sunday, September 22nd, I woke up to a text message from one of my vessels who had just hauled back and was starting to dump his catch. And he saw the numerous salmon. He shared his logbook for his hotspot immediately and told the vessel that was towing with him on the same fish that he needed to haul back and not make another pass. When that second vessel hauled immediately, they also saw the same large amount of salmon. Fishing had been really spotty and scratchy for the previous week, and these vessels had set gear on a really good biomass of pollock about 10 miles away from where the rest of the fleet was fishing. No one has ever seen this much salmon before in a single incident, and NMFS in season also confirmed that it was the single amount. Usually when you're fishing on really good pollock sign, you wouldn't get hardly any salmon, and certainly not this much. The first vessel was on a non-EM trip with an at-sea observer on board, and the second was on an EM trip, which also happened to randomly be selected for sampling at the shoreside processor. The vessels were fishing fairly close to town, and the first vessel began offloading immediately. As soon as I started getting reports from the processor on the magnitude of the incident, I wrote an email to NMFS in season to let them know, and also let them know the status of the deliveries being monitored. The fleet then agreed to stand down to wait for the data to hit catch accounting, since we had never had an incident like this before, but we felt that there was a strong likelihood that we could exceed our cap. It takes a long time for data to hit catch accounting. We had 2 fleet meetings during that week and worked with NMFS in season and Kodiak processing plats to ensure all the data was coded correctly and worked into the system. We did every single thing that we could do under the situation and under the management structure that we are currently forced to operate as a race for fish. The only thing that could have prevented this situation from occurring is to have the cooperative lab program that my fleet was promised when this hard cap went in 2012. The council made a promise to my fleet that we would be given the management tools to operate and live under this cap, and it's never been fulfilled. They've been asking for the program continuously. There is an abundance of small salmon on the grounds. We've been seeing it for the last couple of years. We dealt with it in A season, but nowhere to this magnitude. Small salmon do not swim out of salmon excluders, and since they're the same size as pollock, and they're very difficult to avoid. The average, when we got the final fish tickets, the average fish size in the 2 lightning trips was approximately 3 pounds. It's really impossible to definitively say that management tools would have prevented those 2,000 salmon from physically ending up in the net. But since every other trawl fishery in the North Pacific has management tools, we do know that those cooperative programs and management tools would have prevented the Chinook cap from being exceeded and the early closure of our fishery. Cooperative management allows vessels to plan their harvest for an entire year, which means they know they have time to harvest their quota. They don't feel pressured to fish quickly before bad weather, as this instance, and they can be more selective about where they fish. It also gives the processing sector stability so they can plan out their workforce, their costs, and their vessel rotations. When the processing sector is stable, vessels don't feel obligated to rush out to ensure that their plant can continue functioning. Cooperative management also gives individual vessel accountability. Chinook caps are allocated to participants, and when a single vessel's actions only impact their business plan for the rest of the year, they're much less likely to take risks. We know this. We have seen the success of this. Since cooperative management holds individual vessels accountable, we also have 100% monitoring and 100% census. And outlier events would not extrapolate and cause fishery closures as it did in this case. Cooperative management also gives us the legal structure to have board decisions rather than trying to get 100% consensus from all participants every season and in season to solve an issue.
Ms. Riddell, I apologize. Your time is up.
Yep.
Let's conclude.
I'll conclude. We've been telling the council that the Gulf is in trouble. We're struggling with low ex-vessel pricing, 30% less than Bering Sea, processing consolidation, and now the closure of our bread and butter pollock fishery. This doesn't just affect our fleet, it affects our entire town, which anchors Kodiak. Trawl anchors Kodiak. It's going to take a long time to overcome this, and I hope we can.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, I think you answered my question. Just to confirm though, you said that these boats did have the salmon excluders on the nets and it's just the fish were too small. They still got caught.
Yes, so to my knowledge, both boats were using salmon excluders. And so salmon excluders function because big salmon are really strong swimmers and stronger than pollock, so they can swim out. But when they're small salmon, they do not work as effectively.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Riddell, this is, I guess I'm just wondering what's sort of next in terms of understanding this for Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. Are there going to be more conversations within the AGDB group, or I mean, in terms of what can be learned from this, or have most of those conversations been had and people are just moving on? I don't mean to sound insensitive about the immensity of this. I'm just sort of trying to figure out if there is anything more that can be learned from this, and is there anything more that can be shared with the council about this?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Twite, through the chair. So I'm not sure if you're referring to the actual incident and what better we could do. I don't think that we could have done anything differently. And the ability, having to continue to come to voluntary catch share plans is not effective, not with everything else on our plate. And it's not effective management. It's why we're the last ones without the tools. So if you're referring though to the management system, we have continued to have internal discussions Gulf-wide. This incident has definitely hit a tipping point where it is the only option forward. And we are ready, but we need council priority because we've been asking for so long that we can't continue to allocate resources and ask the council again and again and again and not get the opportunity, the council time. We know that staff time is in short supply, but that is what we need, and we need a priority.
Thank you. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Riddell, just a question, because I will admit I do not understand how the catch rates are spread across under the partial coverage, but maybe I'll ask it in a simple way. The catch rate that was generated as a result of this was spread across how many boats to generate what came out to be the final number? How many? Is that how it works?
So not quite. Thank you for the question through the chair. So it's really complicated. So so there's different stratum. There's EM boats that may or may not be observed, and then there's non-EM boats that may or may not be observed. And so the sampled hauls are extrapolated to the unsampled hauls. Unsampled trips is the basics, but there's also a very complicated structure of like whether it's a P target or a B target and precedence rates and a lot of things. So we had 19 vessels fishing in the Central Gulf this season, which is a really reduced participation due to the poor market conditions. And so any unsampled, and it's also a 3-week rolling average, which I should also say. So it's the previous week, the current week, and the next week. So it's also very hard to predict And you will hear about some improvements next year in trawl EM. All EM deliveries will have 100% census, and we're appreciative of that, but that still doesn't give us the management tools.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Alexis Kwachka online, followed by Scott Okima. Alexis, can you unmute yourself?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Madam Chair Drobnika and council members, my name is Alexis Kwachka. You know, I was going to talk about B2, and I'm going to start out with that, the experimental fishing permit. I have absolutely no problems with experimenting with gear. You know, I think the problem with this whole experimentation is that, you know, what's the goal? You know, are you defining if you're on the bottom or off the bottom? Is that the goal? If that's the goal, it needs to be stated that way. And until you can figure out if you're on or off the bottom, you're on the bottom, and pelagic gear needs to be treated that way. I understand that the difference between a pelagic net and a bottom trawl net, but you know, what I don't understand is when we're interacting on essential fish habitat in other areas where we deem that bottom gear is not allowed, and crab grounds and things like that. And then we allow whatever percent, whether it's 1 or 100%, if you're making contact, it's contact. And I guess I need to segue now, since I just tuned in late, that, you know, we're proposing Gulf rationalization. I mean, I don't think there's anybody in the room that would not know where I stand on rationalization, period. It has decimated my community in many ways. The efficiencies that are gained by this can be gained by management, and I ask you guys to manage the darn fishery. What happened here was an absolute tragedy. You know, the pollock fishing is very important to this community, very important to the state of Alaska, but the reality is that king salmon were caught. Now, everybody in the state is dealing with king salmon issues. We have people that don't have a way of life. We have people that don't get to go sport fishing, and we have all these things. It doesn't matter where these kings come from. Somebody cares about it. So if you're going to go down a road of Gulf rationalization, then you know, consequences are consequences. But they can do the tools voluntarily. Give them a framework that requires people to join a cooperative that doesn't give the fish away. And if you are going to give the fish away, you give the fish away to everybody, from crew to communities to processors to CQE, to everybody that sits around the table. You do not, the ocean, you don't get to sit here and get an advantaged situation and then take your money and go retire somewhere else and extract a rent while people stay here and try to survive in this community. And so I'm adamantly opposed. You know, fishery management works. Catch too many salmon, you get shut down. Don't have enough fish, you don't fish. And, you know, that's what you guys need to concentrate on versus giving away the resource. I'm sorry, I'm a little heated. You know, I appreciate all the work that's done. But that's my 2 cents. And I'm sorry that they've had a problem. It's going to have huge consequences for this community, but we can do better than giving the fish away. And what the conversation needs to be is, why is the value of the fish 12 cents on a rationalized fishery that's potentially decimating crab, halibut, and salmon? You know, why are we not value adding in this? And why is the emphasis on maximizing efficiency versus maximizing quality and value? And that's where the state of Alaska needs to point and ask the questions. Maximize value for the product that we're doing. This is a world protein source. We do not have to compete with other commodity markets by joining the game and doing the least and expecting the most. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kwachka. See if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for joining us. So next up is Scott Hokima. Do we have him online? Okay. So that concludes, oh, I think we have you online now, Scott. Can you unmute yourself? Can you see, is he still online? Okay. Can you press *6, Scott? Okay, we can see you, Scott. We'll give it a couple more seconds to see if you can unmute yourself. Okay, we are assuming you're not testifying at the council and trying to testify at the AP instead. I hope that's the case, and if not, I hope you join us later in the meeting. So that'll conclude our public testimony on B reports. I'd like to do just a very brief stand down and come back for discussion. So we'll come back at 4:45. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. So we've received all of our B reports and we have heard public testimony on our B items. I will ask the council if there's any discussion or motion surrounding B reports or anything that any member would like to flag for staff tasking at this point. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have a motion. I know we received a lot of information through the B reports throughout the whole day, but this was the one item that I thought was flagged for potential action, and I've sent that to Maria. The motion reads that council supports the exempted fishing permit application submitted by Trident Seafoods to NMFS on September 16th, 2024 to allow for the development and testing of a new footrope design that aims to minimize seafloor contact by the gear when targeting pollock that are on or near the seafloor while maintaining catch efficiency. And with a second, I'll speak to it briefly.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the second. I know that we are, and I've repeated this just in a consultative role, that we don't actually approve an EFP, and the proponents of an EFP always work directly with the agency to do so. But I did think the agency always usually looks for whether the council is supportive or not. There is very little to be exempted from in the EFP application here. It's really just the definition of a gear that they're looking to modify to minimize or limit contact with the seafloor. I think that's an objective that everyone around this table has an interest in. Certainly the agency has signaled an interest in. There was no additional impacts that were provided for. There's no additional bycatch, no additional target species, nothing different about the fishing except to test this new gear. I think that's all I need to say. We did receive some consideration in public testimony for things that could be added. I don't really feel like that's in the purview of the council. I'm trusting the agency to ensure that it is a credible scientific experiment as they do with every EFP that will result in data that is usable in the future. And so I don't see that process as really any different here. And I was appreciative of the testimony, but I didn't think I needed to capture any additions in our role today. So I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you for the motion, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions? Any comments on the motion? Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As an active commercial fisherman, and just speaking in general terms here, it is most acceptable in the fisheries I'm in that, we get the tools to do it better, whatever that might be. And although I'm not in the trawl industry, I think we as an industry at times, have an understanding that can achieve some solutions and some objectives here that everybody desires. So I'm certainly inclined to support this request. And although we are more of a advisory or a role here at the council to the agency, I would support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Any other comments? Okay. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Kimball. I will see if there's any opposition to the motion. Okay. Seeing none, that motion passes without opposition. Okay. Anything further for discussion or motions on B reports? Okay. Anything to flag for staff tasking at this point? Okay, seeing none. I believe this concludes our discussion on B reports. And we will conclude our meeting for the day and reconvene tomorrow at 8 a.m., starting with agenda item C1. Thank you, everyone.